I'm kissing all of you guys over the internet. Okay, here you go. All of you just got kissed. I'm such a thought, dude. I'm such a fucking thought. Here you go. There's some kisses for you guys, okay? Be gay, do crimes.
Let me be clear. I'm now president gay. I'm now president gay.
Oh fuck, I'm gay as hell. Oh fuck, I'm gay as hell. Oh fuck, I'm gay as hell. Oh fuck, I'm gay as hell.
My point is everyone's gay as fuck. My point is everyone's gay as fuck. My point is everyone's gay as fuck. My point is everyone's gay as fuck.
Let me be clear. I'm now president gay. I'm now president gay.
I'm sorry, lesbians. I'll try. I'm sorry, lesbians. I'm sorry, lesbians. I'll try. I'm sorry, lesbians. I deep throated your fucking dad. I deep throated your fucking dad. I deep throated your fucking dad. Bitch. Suck my cock.
Let me be clear. I'm now president gay. I'm now president gay.
Gay pride is not about being born gay, so I'm proud of that. Gay pride is about the history of marginalization that the members of the LGBT community have been subjected to. Disenfranchisement, brutality, violence.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Austin broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's another banger. Let me be queer. That's right. It is gay month, and we haven't done any gay festivities so far. So today, hopefully, we'll be able to entertain some of the gay festivities by, of course, doing what? Looking at two queens fighting. I'm Hassan Piker. It is Thursday, June 5th, 2025, and I got a haircut. That's right. I got a haircut last night. I'm alive, and it's 11 a.m. And this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan. I'm a Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. As I told you guys, I'm gonna need to get some. I'm gonna need to get some of this vindication today. Lots of things that I said are happening in real time. Lisan Al Gaib, as always. All right. Notifications are broken. Are they? No, they're not. They're just turned off. Okay, so folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan. I've been Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, last night I ended the broadcast after watching the New York mayoral debate, and I went and I got a haircut, came back home, played a little bit of Night Rain with Will. We lost, and that's it. What the hell is this? Think.cara.org? What is this? I don't know what the hell you just sent me, this link. The debate was great, even though there was some drama, obviously. But yeah, so much has happened since then, obviously. I woke up this morning early, and what did I do? I didn't watch For Aaron last night, no. I woke up early this morning, and I played basketball. That's what I did. You look like you narrowly avoided the Dominican Ray. Bro, I am. I've been hit with the Dominican Ray. Okay? What was I gonna say? A tweet dunking on the transvestigation of you popped off. Get in. We're transvestigating a 6'4", 200-pound Turkish man. Yeah, that's crazy. 92,000 likes. I think there's something really funny about transvestigating a guy like me, because like then gender is fake. Like if someone as like gender affirming in masculinity and manhood, such as myself, is or can be a trans man, then it's fucking over. Like then yeah, the truth is out. You feel me? Like the truth is gender is a performance. Need everyone to say that AOC wouldn't endorse to collectively say that we need to eat crow. Yeah, I want to hear those. I want to see those subscriptions rolling in because a lot of people made a lot of promises. There were promises made about 100 gifted subs, things of that nature. But once again, this is a valuable learning lesson, a valuable learning opportunity. Hold on. Where was I? What was I talking about? Hold on. I'm going to put my hat on. This is my I was right hat. What's up? So, can we do some leftist cope watch? The quota tweet? Sure. Guys, remember, I'm the ultimate leftist. Okay? I'm the ultimate leftist. I'm right. There's a reason why you pay me the big bucks, which amount to 5 cents an hour, pretty much. Okay? That's it. We're gonna be diving into the Elon Musk crash out, which I was right on as well. We'll talk about that as well, but hold on. You're left, not right. I'm left, and being left is always right. Okay, so cutie slander. Okay, we'll look at that in a second as well. Try twirling the little strings like they're your blonde hair. Okay. What else was I gonna say? I don't really have too much personal news. Like I said, we have a big day today and a lot of stuff to talk about, so I just kind of want to dive into it. Elon X Trump crash out drama. AOC endorses Zoran. Told ya after mayoral debate. Feroz Sidwa is back from Gaza and will be in the building to talk about his experience. Trauma surgeon will be in the building to talk about his experiences. Are you gonna apologize for insisting she was not gonna endorse him? We told you so. /J. Yeah, that's real funny. That's real funny. Chatters. All right. Listen, let me get a blast off. Not a Kaya Piker blast off, please. Something more serious. 2 veterans accused of robbing. Oh yeah, I saw the Washington Nazis. Classic. AOC apology form. Something more serious, says as he wears a Magikarp hat. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this. All right, whatever. I'll post it. This is gonna piss off a lot of hardliners like Zay Squirrel and so many others who were posted about AOC's like horrible takes initially about how Israel is important for American national security concerns or something that she said like all the way back on like October 13th, 2023, which is still a silly thing to say, but regardless, making it seem as though she's saying that right now, I feel like there's a different impact. Okay. Looks like the cam's trying to focus on the background Hassan's line. Yeah, I know. It happens all the time. Don't worry about it. All right, we're blasting off. Here it is. Leftists are allergic to winning? No, that's not true. I mean, it's true for some, but that's not broadly a true statement. Okay? I will tell you exactly what I mean by this. I think that there are a lot of people who are rugged hardliners who have been in this game for a lot longer than you have, who have already lost all faith and all confidence in the electoral process. Okay? And they understand. There are some who recognize that there is no entryism. There is no way to reform the Democratic Party. And I don't hold that against them. I do not hold that against them, because what do you expect people to feel, after all of this? The Discord has forsaken you, Hank. Yeah, I don't care. I don't want to hear from people. I don't want to hear from people who don't care about the electoral process, but then only talk about it as in a negative connotation, with a negative association. It's like, it's all good, man. Let people enjoy it. Okay. It's not for you. Okay, if it's meaningless, if it's utterly meaningless, do your other organization. Okay, do your other organizing outside of the electoral process, and that's fine. You feel me? Hold on, sorry. One second. Okay, ugly ass hat, Unc. You bumping lines? What, like cocaine? All the time. Have you been to the Andor subreddit? It's like a subreddit for Palestinian solidarity now. Yeah. This is the only thing you need to read. Hasanabi is truly the people who don't know electoralism who were nervous. The original Leninists. I've had this in my notes app 70 days ago. AOC had a big circle on her calendar called Endorse Zoran for months now, and a bunch of weirdos online are either like, no, she won't, or there's no sign she's going to do that. While a guy who was an AOC early supporter / constituent, former staffers of hers, 4-year New York City DSA electoral leadership member, 2-year national DSA electoral leadership member, was saying repeatedly, yeah, don't worry, she's set to endorse Zoran between May 20th and June 7th, depending on the news cycle. And you were all like, shut up, loser. Stan, how do you know that? Stop listening to the obvious biggest liars, clout farmers, or shut up ignorant people online, lol. Like, we can have a conversation. The only conversation I will entertain about AOC's endorsement coming right now, as opposed to fucking earlier, the only conversation that I will ever entertain is like, would it be tactically better to endorse earlier so that you can have maximum impact for name recognition? Or is it actually better to hold out on the endorsement until people start paying attention to the New York City mayoral primary? And I think I'm going to leave it up to AOC on that one, because I'm not a fucking expert. I'm not an expert when it comes to New York City primaries, New York City mayoral primaries. I am not an expert on this front at all. AOC, on the other hand, is an incredibly important figure in New York City politics and in New York State politics, and increasingly in national politics as well. Do I have disagreements on areas where I feel like I am a little bit more knowledgeable in terms of like how to communicate on certain issues? Absolutely. At the end of the day, I'm a fucking 12-year professional political commentator at this point. You know, I've run through this process over and over again. And when it comes to like certain aspects of foreign policy or how to communicate on certain issues, I'm in alignment with AOC on a lot of stuff. When it comes to foreign policy and the way she makes certain decisions, sometimes I am in disagreements with AOC, but I would never fucking turn around and be like, I know more about New York City elections. I know more about New York City elections than fucking Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez does. Like, she literally did it, and she is still doing it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Streamer for 7 years. Yes. I have been a political I've been doing political commentary from writing for the Huffington Post, being on the Young Turks, all the way to just doing this on my own, both on my fucking live stream and everywhere else for, at this point, for what? Since 2013. It's been 12 years, you know? Like, we're going crazy, I think. Y'all going crazy. Now, this doesn't mean that AOC, yeah, chatters will try to talk shit, and you got fucking consummate professionals, career journalists like Chris Hedges saying, I really appreciate your work. I think you guys forget, like, maybe the level of access that you have to me in the chat causes you to sometimes misunderstand or miscalculate the dynamic here a little bit, you know? Like, yeah, maybe it's the fucking Magikarp hat. You see the Magikarp hat and you think, oh, this guy's fucking doesn't know what he's talking about. You sound like a liberal right now, not gonna lie. What? I sound like a liberal? What does that even mean? What did I fucking say that sounds liberal? Better for Zoran to do it late because he has had time to sell himself as his own person who happens to be endorsed by AOC rather than being early. Yeah. Yeah. Also, this is taking him out. Yes, this is gonna take Andrew Cuomo, or maybe actually BBW. Andrew Cuomo comes out in support of BBWs. This is gonna help him win. Landlord lobby is gonna be boosting him. We'll talk about all this stuff in a second. Okay. Or just hold on. I want to get started on a lot of stuff. There's so much news to cover. Holy moly. You don't ask about your Night Rain gameplay. # fake demon. Okay, calm down. I think I did all right. By Mao's definition of liberalism, you are liberal. It's all perspective. Okay. Well, I will write a self-crit report. Okay. I will do a struggle session. I will write a self-crit report on my liberalism, my reactionary liberalism, and I will apologize. You have invoked the holy man, Mao, and now I must apologize. You also have to commit to not shower at least 1 week. Okay, that's not going to happen. All right. I apologize for my counter-revolutionary behavior. Liberalism is obviously reactionary. Liberalism is counter-revolutionary behavior, and I'm so sorry. Liberalism actually comes from the belief of individuality, which ruins the camaraderie that the working class can build, the momentum that the working class can build, like a spiritual atom bomb. and inevitably used to overtake the imperialist, Western, capitalist, hegemonic superpowers of the world. Chinese prosperity is here. As a white Chinese, I apologize for my liberalism. Don't you dare fucking do that, okay? Especially not to someone like myself. Don't come in here and do that. Do you have the American government as a op? Do you have the Israeli government as a op inside of your fucking asshole? Is the ADL crawled up inside of your asshole right now? No? Okay, then don't come to me with this whole like, dude, listen, as an anonymous user online, I am far better an ally of the Palestinians because I just brought it up in this process. Like, don't do that. What do you want me to do? Go to fucking jail? Which could potentially happen. Well, I got the Turkish government as an op too. That's true. I got government ops. Let me take this fucking hat off. God damn it. People don't take me seriously with the Magikarp hat. And for the record, before people speculate that I had like inside access, I do not. I did not. I didn't like ask AOC or anything. I did not. I only take you seriously with the Magikarp hat on. Oh, well, bummer. So, where were we? Imagine a dog walks in and you're wearing the hat and he's just questioning everything. You were a little worried, be honest. I was a little worried. It's true. Were you Crown King? You were right again. Yeah, I don't want to fucking hear it from people that, or rather, this is not, okay, look. What do I always tell you? It's not about being right and then telling people how right you are and then, telling people how wrong they are. This is an opportunity. This is a learning opportunity, okay? What caused you to believe this? What caused you to be like so firmly committed to the notion? Because I was also worried. I was worried as well. What changed my analysis? She did an early endorsement of Chiyose earlier than Zoran. That's it. That's what changed my analysis. But like, I need you to understand. I was still worried. Like I kept saying it. I kept saying like, what the fuck's going on? My point is, AOC is a careerist from our point of view. No, I understand. But for the record, endorsing Zoran can still be firmly within the careerism route, okay? Like that in and of itself is not necessarily like you can still maintain your, AOC is just a careerist, like, but then endorsing Zoran doesn't like take that away at all. Delaying her endorsement this long was also careerism? No, it wasn't. I don't think it is. My point is, regardless of the disagreements that I have with AOC from time to time, I'm not going to fucking sit here and act as though AOC's endorsement of Zoran came at the time that it came specifically because like she was trying to maximize her endorsement from a point that like, causes her the least amount of damage or whatever. That's not the reality. Okay? That's not the reality. I think she endorsed Zoran at this point because people are fucking paying attention to the elections. Okay? That's it. This doesn't make like, that's it. I think that the reason why she held out on the endorsement is because she wanted to have maximum impact when people are paying maximum amount of attention. This is the New York City mayoral primaries for the Democratic Party, guys. It is not exactly the talk of the town. Okay? It's not something that people care about. You care about it, and in a lot of instances, you have a hard time overcoming your own little bubble. We care about it because we're fucking autistic nerds that love politics and cover it non-fucking stop. So obviously, you're in the community of a dude who fucking flew out to New York and met up with Zoran months ago. Of course, we have a very different assessment of the importance of this than the black and brown aunties and uncles that live in fucking Bronx that are just now realizing that there is even a fucking New York City mayoral primary taking place and might not even be currently registered to vote. That's what's so crazy about it. Like you get so defensive, and I think it makes your argument sound weaker. I hear you're saying though, wait, what? You get so defensive over what? So just work through all of the stuff, all of your analysis that led you into believing, that like, oh, this is definitely not going to happen. and then make sure that you don't feel that way again, or make sure you don't make that mistake again. Wrong analysis. That's it. Don't you ever put that much stink on the Bronx ever again. I'll beat you up. I love the Bronx. I have no problems with the Bronx. Yeah, this was my assessment too. AOC promoting Zoran any earlier than she did would have also extended the window of defamation. It also helped maintain focus on Cuomo last night. Yeah, because like if Zoran came in as the number one candidate to the debate last night, I feel like everyone would be out. Knives would be out for him. Whereas last night, knives are out for Cuomo. A lot of people that are just now paying attention, to the fucking debate are recognizing that, you know, Cuomo's a bad dude. That's it. And I think it was good that it came now. All right, let's do before we get into the Elon Musk drama, baby mama drama, let's briefly cover the debate last night. And this was the worst part of it. Here's Christian Devine doing a meme about it.
Donnie, what will be your first international visit as the mayor of New York City? I actually plan on staying here and running the city that I am running to be mayor of. 5 boroughs, New York City, running for New York City mayor. Will you visit the state of Israel? No, because I'm the mayor of New York City and my plan is to run New York City. However, there are many historic Jewish communities here and I plan to support them and visit them here. Do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel? I mean, I believe in Israel's right to exist.
See, he won't say it. He won't say it.
He won't say it. He won't say it. Me personally, the first day I'm in office as mayor of New York City, I'm flying straight to Tel Aviv and sucking the first dick I see. I'm sucking it hard.
On a serious note, though, it is
That was literally okay. That's verbatim what happened. It's also verbatim what I joked about as well.
currently June 4th. You have until June 14th, 10 days to register to vote in New York City.
When you write it out so plainly like this, everyone can see. If anyone was curious, the moderators of the New York City mayoral debate asked each candidate where they'd first visit a mayor. Zoran said he'd stay in New York City to address New Yorkers' problems. And then they asked him if he would go to Israel. He repeated his answer. And then they asked him if he believed Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish homeland. I'd argue that's a normal sign that things are going well. Like, that is so crazy. And this is cope, okay? New York City has a large Jewish population, most of whom are pro-Israel. Shut the fuck up, okay? What are we doing? What are we doing? There is no planet where any of this is normal. Stop trying to normalize this. Stop trying to make it seem as though this is a valid concern for the New York City mayoral primaries for the Democratic fucking Party in a country where across the board, like 80% of Democratic Party voters, probably even a higher number, want to fuck a ceasefire in Israel, want Israel to cease murdering children in Gaza. And we're making it seem we're like this kind of conversation is not normal. Like, this is not a normal question to ask. It's not a normal question to ask. People that actually look at this question do not react in the normal way. Like, do not react in the way where they go, well, I guess there's a lot of Jews that love Israel, so I guess that makes sense. Like, no, that's dumb guy shit. Stop normalizing this kind of fucking idiotic. Doors open. Stop. There is no other country that gets this treatment, okay? It's fucking insane. I hate it. I hate when people actually go, nah, there's a lot of Jews that love Israel. You got to ask them this question. Nope. No shot. They're Americans. They're New Yorkers, okay? They're New Yorkers. Jews living in New York are American New Yorkers first, okay? They're not living in fucking Israel. I don't give a fuck what their opinion on Israel is, and I don't give a fuck what Zoran is going to say about the situation at all, okay? They got American New Yorker concerns first and foremost, okay? Maintaining the Jewish ethno state that is doing a fucking genocide is not going to cause an American Jew living in New York to be able to pay their fucking rent. This framing is one that benefits Zionists. I don't like it. Stop entertaining this fucking stupid ass framing. Okay? when someone encounters this framing, oftentimes it'll be a Zionist who will tell you, well, you have to talk about this. A lot of Jews in New York, they all care about Israel. That's what they love. They do the woke dual loyalty trope, right? Not even fucking dual loyalty, woke single loyalty trope, okay? But wokely. Okay, when someone says that, be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why does anybody give a shit about this? Do they ask you what your opinions are on Jamaica? There's a lot of fucking Jamaican expats living in New York too. Like, are they asking the New York mayor? They don't even ask the New York mayor about Puerto Rico. And there's hella fucking Puerto Ricans. And Puerto Rico is an American territory. And they're not asking the New York mayor about Puerto Rico. Be for real. What the fuck? Mr. Cuomo, what is your thoughts on Italy? Like, asking someone about Puerto Rican statehood would probably be a lot more significant because it's still America in a place where there's a lot of Puerto Ricans. Okay? Puerto Ricans are American citizens. Puerto Rico is an American territory. Israel is not an American territory yet. Okay? Maybe not on paper. Maybe, it kind of is. It's the most important state for American interests, but it's not an American state. Like, here, Felix has a good take on this as always. I always imagine people doing this with similarly sized countries. I think about someone getting absolutely hysterical because a municipal politician won't commit to visiting Baku in their first 100 days in office. Wait, why don't you live in Azerbaijan, you ask? They call 911. Does Papua New Guinea have a right to exist as a Papuan state? As the sheriff of McHenry County, Illinois, will you affirm Belgium's right to exist? Do you agree that Belgium should get the last say on any potential nuclear deal between U.S. and Iran? I make these jokes too. It's like, that's the reason why I love bringing up Estonia, okay? Does Estonia have a right to exist, sir? Your silence on Estonia is deafening. It's like, why? I'm the fucking mayor of New York. I'm running to be the mayor of New York. The fuck do you mean, Estonia? Sir, please, you need to reaffirm your commitment to Estonian defense. Why? What? Shut the fuck up. Anyway, what is this? Yeah, I already read this take. If Estonia was invaded by Russia, it would be a legit question though. Okay, why don't they ask the fucking New York mayor about their commitment to Ukraine then? Huh? Why didn't they ask him about Ukraine then? There you go. That's a fucking country that's being invaded by Russia. Why did that not come up? Huh? Why did that not come up in the New York mayoral debate? America has plenty of security commitments to Ukraine right now. Why did that not come up? Zoran could have immediately won the debate and gained 30 points in the polls by responding, what will you do if Trump says the hospitals must stop caring for undocumented immigrants with I will demolish Trump Tower? Oh, that's fucking awesome. The New York Times is peddling the same bullshit in the article about the AOC endorsement. Why does New York Times keep lazily saying this? It's simply not true. Mamdani is polling second with Jewish voters. Again, yeah, roughly consistent with his overall polling. The conflation of criticizing Israel with alienating Jewish voters is just vibes, a racist mirror without empirical basis. It is woke dual loyalty. It is woke dual loyalty. It is the New York Times wokely saying Jews only fucking care about Israel. I'm losing my mind. This isn't to say that there aren't Jews that do fucking care about Israel, okay? I'm not saying that there aren't. A lot of them are voting for Donald Trump. A lot of them have voted for Donald Trump. A lot of them are Republican, firmly committed Republican voters, okay? They've always, the Orthodox communities in New York that are insanely fucking reactionary have almost always been firmly committed right-wing Republican voters, okay? They have always been a firmly committed right-wing Republican voting bloc in New York. They are not voting for the Democrat. You can say Am Israel Chai all day, every day. They are voting for the Republicans because they're right-wing. Are there Democratic Party donors who are Jewish, who care about Israel? Sure. But overall, the overwhelming majority of Jews living in New York are American New York Jews. They are not Israeli. They are not living in Israel. They are living in fucking New York. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. It's especially crazy to say this about Jews in New York who have been there for so fucking long. They've been there for longer than Israel as a nation state has existed. And you're over here being like, well, these guys, I don't know, man. Maybe they really love Israel. I hate this fucking stupid ass bullshit.
He's a reflection of themselves.
All right, yes or no, because
they're still hitting him on this. They're still plastering him on this shit, which is so goddamn annoying. Oh, excuse me, sir. Does Rhodesia have a right to exist? Excuse me, sir, does apartheid South Africa have a right to maintain its apartheid structure? After all, if the blacks were allowed and the coloreds were allowed to get the same rights, things would be bad. It would ruin the sanctity of South Africa. Like, blacks. It's fucking so stupid. It's a stupid ass question. No one would be entertaining the question. It's the same exact question for Israel, okay? It's so dumb. I was not looking at the stream. I had no fucking idea. Hassan, that's insane. Was that good? Was that a good South African accent? I don't know. Probably not. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. You've got a lot of energy today. It's getting a little bit better, I think. Afrikaner.
I feel like you did not want to make a definitive statement on this. Do you support Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state?
I support Israel's right to exist as a state with equal rights. I believe that every
Why
state...
not as a Jewish state?
Because I'm not comfortable supporting any state that has a hierarchy of citizenship on the basis of religion or anything else. I think that...
Oh, so good. Great. Perfect. Now it's up to her to sit there and fucking defend a Jewish ethno-state. Now it's up to her to be like, well, Zoran, it's actually very anti-Semitic of you to not let Israel exist as an ethno-state.
In the way that we have in this country, equality should be enshrined in every country in the world. That's my belief.
All right, let's talk a little bit about defund the police.
Great way to fucking say it. Obviously, I put a little bit more seasoning on when I say things like this. Okay? Yeah, there you go. He fucking demolished the argument. No counter necessary. She quickly moves on. As a black South African, I can safely say you're the only one outside of South Africa I've heard who has pulled off the Afrikaner accent. Okay, you're lying. Okay? You're lying, but thank you for lying. But that made me feel good. I think that was really... My Afrikaner is bad. Is fucking so bad. I know it's bad. It's like embarrassing, and I don't like doing it because of how bad it is and how embarrassing it is, but I still try to do it regardless, but thank you. And I didn't pay that chatter. Everybody shut the fuck up. I did not pay that chatter at all. Anyway, here, AOC endorses, we'll read the New York Times report in a second, but before we read the New York Times report, here's Eyewitness, ABC News.
With just a few weeks to go until the primary, 9 Democratic candidates faced off for their first debate. The debate included attacks on the frontrunner, former Governor Andrew Cuomo. Eyewitness News reporter Phil Tate is live at City Hall. And Phil, one of the candidates just picked up a big endorsement. Isn't that right?
Yeah, Tanya, that's right. One of the most progressive voices, if not the most progressive voice here in New York. Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has endorsed Assembly member Zoran Mamdani. The big question this morning is what impact will this have on the race as he's already broken through in the polls. And this comes after last night's debate as he, along with so many other candidates, had spoke out on several issues important to New Yorkers as they'll head to the polls in just a couple of weeks for the June primary. Now, several of these issues were from public safety, housing, and even dealing with President Trump and the administration when it comes to the city. All in just 30 seconds, they had to answer these questions. Now, as 9 candidates vied for the party's nomination, it appears 8 of the candidates went after one of the race's main frontrunners, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, criticizing him on a number of issues from his management over the coronavirus pandemic, sexual harassment allegations that caused his early exit from the governor's office. Let's take a listen to a bit of last night's showdown.
One of my regrets is having trusted the leaders within our own party, leaders like Andrew Cuomo.
The people who don't feel safe are young women, mothers, and grandmothers around Andrew Cuomo. That's the greatest threat to public safety in New York City.
It's not only that Andrew Cuomo lied to Congress, which is perjury, he also lied to the grieving families whose loved ones he sent into those nursing homes to protect his $5 million book deal.
Andrew Cuomo has the nerve to talk about defund when he signed the bail reform bill with loopholes that you didn't even read.
No regrets when it comes to cutting child care. No regrets when it comes to slow walking PPE and vaccinations in the season of COVID to black and brown communities. Yeah. Really, no regrets.
Yeah, none of these candidates really held back last night, and while several of them looked to knock Andrew Cuomo off his game, the former governor only seemed to target just one candidate, that's State Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani, the only challenger to break through in the polls. Let's take a listen.
Donald Trump would go through Mr. Mamdani like a hot knife through butter. He's been in government 27 minutes. He passed 3 bills.
The difference between myself and Andrew Cuomo is that my campaign is not funded by the very billionaires who put Donald Trump in D.C.
Now, we'll have to see how this endorsement plays out for Mamdani and the impact that it could have. Now, one person who was noticeably not on that stage was Mayor Adams. He'll be running as an independent and looks to meet whoever is able to pick up the Democratic nomination in the general election come this November. We are live outside of City Hall this morning. I'm Phil Tate, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Mr. President. The criticism that I've seen, and I'm sure you've seen, regarding Elon Musk.
Sorry, we're going to get here. Hold on. Very quickly, just going to go through the stupid fucking New York Times article, as I said, because it has that like classic part that I absolutely despise. There are some of the things I said. Some of the things I said last night, I already gave my opinion on it. I think Zoran did a decent job, but he didn't have the strongest showing. I think he did a fantastic job of like redirecting attacks back to Cuomo whenever they actually came after him. But the New York Times covers the AOC endorsement, as I said it was going to happen after the debate. I gave you the fucking date, and it actually took place. So remember that next time you doubt me. New York City Congresswoman said she would list Adrienne Adams on her second on her Democratic primary ballot and urged the left to unite to defeat Andrew Cuomo. Representative AOC, New York City's most prominent progressive leader, endorsed Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani for mayor on Thursday, throwing her clout behind the upstart socialist who has galvanized young voters. The endorsement, shared in an interview with the New York Times, represented perhaps the most significant attempt yet to push fractured progressives towards a single strategy to block former Governor Andrew Cuomo's path back to power. Assemblymember Mamdani has demonstrated a real ability on the ground to put together a coalition of working-class New Yorkers that is the strongest to lead the pack, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez said. In the final stretch of the race, we need to get very real about that. Time is of the essence. With just weeks left before the June 24th Democratic primary, Mr. Cuomo has maintained a steady polling lead, stirring memories of 2021 when progressives did not coalesce and lost the mayoralty to a moderate. In elevating the assemblyman, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, 35, chose the candidate closest to her own mold. Mr. Mamdani, 33, is a leftist representing Queens, a millennial and a person of color who entered the race as long shot, only to jump to second place by igniting grassroots support with memorable policy proposals and viral videos. His platform echoes the Congresswoman's and has inspired pushback from more moderate Democrats. He wants to make city buses free. He wants to freeze rent, increase on rent, stabilize apartments, and open city-run grocery stores, all funded by a $10 billion tax hike on business and the super rich. He's also been a sharp critic of Israel. But Ms. Ocasio-Cortez stressed that to defeat Mr. Cuomo, a moderate who she said belongs to the hedge funds and other wealthy interests funding his campaign, the left would have to build a bigger tent and urgently begin working more collaboratively. To that end, the Congresswoman says she would rank Adrienne Adams second, citing her record as a city council speaker and Ms. Adams' genuine inroads and connections in working class black and brown communities like the ones Ms. Ocasio-Cortez represents in the Bronx and Queens. She plans to rank Brad Lander, the city comptroller, third, followed by Scott Stringer, former comptroller, and Zelda Myrie, a state senator from Brooklyn. Several of the candidates hold positions to the Congresswoman's right. Even if the entire left coalesced around any candidate, an ideological coalition is still insufficient for us to win, the Congresswoman said. We have to have a true working class coalition. Okay? Not trying to be a just curious Andy, but was this a situation where you had a source that she would endorse, or would you just? I know, it's speculation off of the Chiose endorsement. Anyway, the intervention has the potential to shape the race's final stretch, given Ms. Ocasio-Cortez's stature among liberal advocacy groups and among the candidates themselves, as well as her growing popularity among more traditional Dems. But it remains far from clear it will be enough to either unite progressives or actually push Mamdani to victory. He has already maxed out campaign fundraising limits and saturated support among the young and very liberal voters most closely associated with the Congresswoman. That is fucking bullshit, by the way. AOC herself does not have just a base of like young and very liberal voters. AOC in New York especially does have incredible name recognition with even the older black and brown aunties, okay, the abuelas and the unks. So that actually will play a major role. This endorsement will play a major role in getting that last coalition. AOC had fucking Trump voters, man. What are we talking about? The idea that this is like, it's just the wokes that go for AOC in New York is fucking bullshit, okay? That's bullshit. We're talking about New York. AOC nationally polls fine with a lot of constituencies, but we're talking about New York. In New York, she got it down, okay? She has locked it down. Her endorsement may further motivate supporters of Mr. Cuomo, who frequently blames the Congresswoman and other members of his party left wing for alienating middle of the road voters. Again, New York Times talking about a person that does not fucking exist. Okay, New York Times inventing a guy that doesn't exist with the hopes that this guy that doesn't exist is actually a very significant guy who is going to look at all the policies that Zoran is presenting and go, I don't like it. Stop doing this. You are making this shit up. Why are you making this shit up? I hate that they are making this shit up. This is a valid point of criticism. I'm really glad she endorsed, but I do think she really bungled it because she wasn't transparent. She should have set a date and organized an event, including all the people she wanted to rank and encourage them to cross-endorse. Why not organize a rally with Bernie and do that, make her endorsement event, pull the group together? That's what I also said that she should have done as well. Okay? I said that. I said that as well. I think that like a big banger organized event around Zoran will be it would have maximum impact. Yeah, fuck yeah, politics is fun again. Oh yeah, the girlies are fighting. We're going to get into it in a second. Cuomo secured most major labor union endorsement and has the support of congressmen from Queens, Harlem, and the Bronx. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez indicated that no immediate joint appearances were scheduled. Her 2021 mayoral endorsement almost exactly 4 years ago helped give Maya D. Wiley, another progressive, some late momentum, but she still lost. Since then, strategists on the left have lamented they failed to follow a cohesive ranked choice strategy, allowing Eric Adams, a moderate former police officer, to narrowly claim victory. Mr. Adams is running for re-election as an independent. This time, Ocasio-Cortez ranked slate mostly aligns with that of the Working Families Party, a bulwark of the left. The party has urged its supporters to rank 5 candidates on their ballot: Mr. Mamdani, Mr. Lander, Ms. Adams, Mr. Myrie, and State Senator Jessica Ramos of Queens in that order. Ms. Adams picked up a second congressional nod on Thursday from Representative Yvette Clarke of Brooklyn. Mr. Mamdani found out he has secured the endorsement among the most coveted in New York politics last Wednesday after he walked off the stage following his contest's first televised debate. In a statement, he called Ms. Ocasio-Cortez once-in-a-generation leader. In 2018, AOC shocked the world and changed our politics for the better with her historic victory, he said. On June 24th, we will do the same. I think there's something important about this, by the way. You have to also be a little bit quiet when you got guys like Zoran, because if you get too much name recognition, too far out from the actual deadline, then all of the attacks and all of the oppo can kick in early on and flood the market. And then all of that opposition, like they're doing right now with the Israel shit, will gum up the works. They'll constantly try to get you to, they'll constantly put you on the defensive about Israel. And then you can't talk. Every time you're talking about Israel, you're not talking about the fucking things that you want to do for New York and New Yorkers. You're running for fucking mayor. What the hell? I'm not running for mayor in Tel Aviv. Ask me about that if I was running for mayor in Tel Aviv. I'm running for mayor in New York. I'm not Eric Adams, you know? New York is not the Tel Aviv of America, okay? New York City is the New York City of America. It's so goddamn annoying. Anyway, here's a guy that does exist. Famed Trump AOC voter, Yahya Obeid, a Yemeni leader in the Bronx, will also be a Trump Mamdani voter. That does make sense. Anyway, not caring about New York is the most New York thing you can do, bro. Anyway, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and her aides spent weeks studying the race. They asked candidates to submit their polling and opposition and strategy memos to make their case for their viability. She has faced criticism for not weighing in sooner, but a person familiar with her thinking said she had long planned for her announcement to coincide with the final weeks of the race when many voters are just tuning in. Okay? Her decision to rank Mr. Mamdani first will be a particular disappointment to Mr. Lander, who has assiduously courted the Congresswoman for years and has entered the race as a progressive favorite. This is why I was like, when Greg Kazar did an early Brad Lander endorsement, I was disappointed. I told him when I interviewed him, I was like, "What are you doing? Like, come on, give our boy the fucking push. You know, you're the leader of the Progressive Caucus." Anyway, Mr. Lander, like Ms. Adams, has a prominent citywide leadership position, potentially broad appeal, but they both have struggled to generate that kind of excitement Mr. Mamdani has. Though neither candidate has openly attacked Mr. Mamdani, they have privately made the case that he has unique weaknesses that could limit the support and help elect Mr. Cuomo, who resigned as a governor. Oh my God. They're trying to fucking cultivate drama to be like, well, Zoran is weak. Yeah, unique weaknesses. What are the unique weaknesses that Zoran has? He's fucking Muslim, okay? That's it. The unique weaknesses are that he's fucking brown, dude. That's it. That's the unique weakness that he has. Oh, he's a brown socialist. It's scary. No, that's bullshit, okay? Brown, Muslim, socialist, scary. Okay, brown, Latina, socialist, not so scary with AOC. One of the most popular politicians in New York politics. What the fuck are we talking about? Mr. Mamdani, for example, has alienated parts of the city's large Jewish community with his outspoken support. Bullshit. Zoran Mamdani, right now, across the board, on all demographics, is literally the runner-up, okay? He is the fucking runner-up. He's the runner-up. He's number 2 with Jews in New York. The Honer Strategy Group of 412 likely Jewish voters in June 24th Democratic primary conducted May 15th through May 18th shows Cuomo with 31% of support and Mamdani, a Democratic socialist who supports boycotting Israel, with 20%. Lander, who is Jewish, is in 3rd place with 18%. The other Jewish candidate, Scott Stringer, has 5% behind Council Speaker Adrienne Adams with 8%. So clearly the notion that like, oh, Zoran Mamdani is alienating New York Jews with his statements about Israel is fucking stupid. Okay? It doesn't even have anything to do with their opinions on Israel. If that was the case, if Jews in New York State, for example, only cared about Israel, AOC would not be defeating Chuck Schumer right now amongst New York Jews. Okay? AOC has like fucking 12 points on Chuck Schumer, who is Jewish and fucking talks about Israel all the goddamn time and is a soldier for Israel, basically, okay, goes to AIPAC conferences, has stated on the record that his goal is to make the left support Israel. Why the fuck are New York Jews more on board with AOC, who has said Israel is doing an ethnic cleansing campaign fucking almost a year ago at this point? Why? Perhaps it's because they're Jews in New York. They're not Jews in Tel Aviv. And when you are a Jewish person living in New York, in the United States of America, you have concerns that resemble the rest of the fucking electorate. That's my point. Caring about Israel is irrelevant in this process. It is a concern, certainly, but not one that is so overwhelming. Not one that is so fucking overwhelming that they're going to be like, nope, can't do it. As other candidates call for increasing the size of the city's police force, Mr. Mamdani once endorsed calls to defund the police and has proposed funding more violence interruption and mental health services instead of traditional law enforcement. Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe he would do such a thing. How dare he? Other Democrats are scared away by the socialist label he embraces and by his lack of experience. Mr. Ocasio-Cortez conceded that Mr. Mamdani had to work to do into cutting the Mr. Cuomo's support among Black and Latino New Yorkers. That's the whole point of the AOC endorsement, though. Trust can't be built quickly, she said. Ms. Ocasio, yeah, it's not even trust, okay? It's not just fucking trust. Bro, Elon tweet right now. Okay, we're done with this. Time to drop the really big bomb. Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not made it public. Have a nice day, DJT. Oh my God. What? Oh my, what the fuck? Bro, oh, brother. The tea is fucking hot, dude. Elon, Tesla has crashed by 15%. Oh my God, Elon has taken it down. Elon has taken down the ship. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the big story of the day. The girls are fighting. Now that I'm done with the vindication hour early on, when I talked exclusively about how I was right about the AOC endorsement that was coming after the fucking debate, this is the second thing that I was obviously right about, which is, of course, the inevitability of the two girls, the drama that would happen in spectacular fashion once the Elon-Donald Trump bond would break. Donald Trump loves money. He loves money. This is his favorite thing, okay? He loves people that give him money. Elon Musk gave him a lot of it. And that is the reason why, despite the fact that he can't stand socially maladaptive, unkempt people like Elon Musk, who have also major egos, he still kept them around. But those three factors always remained. And I felt always like it was just like right under his skin. He was just fucking sitting there as Elon Musk was in a fucking K-hole gumming, okay, in the middle of the goddamn White House, as Donald Trump, the teetotaler who does not do any fucking drugs except for Sudafed potentially, and no alcoholic beverage consumption whatsoever, had to sit there and watch this man look gross as fuck and constantly run his fucking mouth, constantly attack other people who are loyal servants of Donald Trump. And that was always going to be a major issue. So early on today, before we get to the last, part of this, before we get to the the holy grail of tweets, let's take a look at what took place today. Now, all I'm going to say is this. The factors that I explained to you last night played a major role in Donald Trump eventually severing ties with Elon Musk. Elon Musk's own narcissism also played a major role here because he couldn't just take a back step and not be the beloved figure that he always wanted to be, even though he was never going to be a beloved figure because he is an incredibly repulsive individual. Like, he is horrifyingly grotesque, both in the physical attributes that he has, like his weird shaped barrel-chested body, and the way he carries himself, the way he communicates. He is what is known in the old-fashioned term, a grotesque, right? So, as a grotesque, I think Donald Trump, who loves being around like handsome men who suck his dick nonstop, Elon wasn't sucking his dick hard enough and was maybe a little too worried about his own narcissistic tendencies, and also looked ugly in the process, and also unkempt, wearing t-shirts in the fucking Oval Office. How dare you? Okay? Elon did not look like he was out of central casting. But the worst crime of all was that regardless of the amount of money that he was pumping into these races, because he claimed he was going to be Donald Trump's attack dog, he was going to go after people with his money that betrayed Donald Trump and his agenda, Elon Musk ran out of goodwill when he lost the Wisconsin judicial race. He didn't have to go into the Wisconsin judicial race, as I said at the time, but he wanted to prove a point. He wanted to let everybody know that he could actually spend enough money overtly, outwardly, and basically steal a fucking election. But Americans did not want this grotesque, repulsive man to openly state that they were going to steal the election with money. They were not fond of that, and they rejected it. And that's why I said it's over. As soon as Elon Musk attempted to buy the Wisconsin judicial race and fail, I told you it was over. Their relationship was done from that point on, because the one thing that Donald Trump cannot fucking stand outside of all of those factors is losers. And yes, if you're sending me the Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein files thing, make no mistake, I am aware, okay? And of course, Can't Ever Die brings up a good point. Why would you willingly work with a pedophile then? We have that tweet on the docket, do not worry. But here it is. I think Elon Musk's physical presence on this race and his direct interference was a major burden. And it was very important for Elon Musk to actually win this race. Because Elon Musk's time in the administration, as he uses the administrative state like a fleshlight, is predicated upon a couple things. One, direct cash infusions to the Trump administration, to the Trump campaign, to Donald Trump in general. But more importantly than that, Elon Musk presented himself as an attack dog for Donald Trump. Elon Musk stated time and time again that he would spend endless amounts of money on primaries against Republicans who actually dared to step out of line with Trump's agenda. Elon Musk wanted to prove himself in this space by going foolishly to Wisconsin to prove that he could spend endless amounts of money on a Wisconsin race, a Wisconsin special election that was more costly overall than a senatorial race. Think about how insane that is. And last night, he failed in spectacular fashion in a way where every analyst basically reported Elon Musk's presence in this race was a giant burden for the Republican Party. And I also predicted last night that this would be the turning point and it was the turning point. He saw the tweet. I know, I did. I saw the tweet, okay? Elon just added to the tweet It's time to create a new political party in America that actually represents the 80% in the middle. Oh, yeah, the middle of the road, the American Nazi Party. Okay, so listen. Easiest way to save money is terminate Elon's subsidies and contracts. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's amazing. Oh my God, this is amazing. I feel like I'm on fucking crack. Okay, so earlier today, what is the first tweet? Stop sending me the pedophile tweet. Okay, I have it already. Earlier today, at a certain point, Elon Musk finally, after spending the last week subtweeting about Donald Trump and saying that the big beautiful bill is disastrous, partially due to cutting the EV subsidies that Tesla was benefiting from, Elon Musk turned around and finally said something really mean, okay, directly. Also, my guest is here, but I'm going to have him on later. Doors open. Yes, Asana has seen the Elon tweet of the fucking pedophiles. Yes, I have seen it. I just want to show you the Tesla stock, by the way. Oh my lordy lord. Another thing that I told you is the consequence of key man, okay? Elon Musk is a key man for Tesla. So as long as Elon Musk can lie and maintain, as long as Elon Musk lies and people believe his lies, every fucking quarterly earnings report, every time he does like one of these announcements, then as a key man, he's beneficial to Tesla. But inevitably, there was going to come a day where he was not going to be fucking seen as a benefit to Tesla, but a clear-cut negative to Tesla. And that is precisely where we are. We have arrived at that position. And by God, I am so excited. Let's see. Elon Musk makes a statement. Hold on, I got to open the door for my guests. And I'll
your
be back
big,
in 1 second.
beautiful bill. What's your reaction to that? Do you think it in any way hurts passage in the Senate, which, of course, what is you're seeking?
Well, look, I've always liked Elon, and it's always very surprised. You saw the words he had for me, and he hasn't said anything about me that's bad. I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill is incredible. It's the biggest cut in the history of our country. We've never cut. It's about 1.6 trillion in cuts. It's the biggest tax cut. You would say, people's taxes will go way down, but it's the biggest tax cut in history. It's we are doing things in that bill that are unbelievable. And when you look at what we're doing for small businesses, for people, for middle-income people, all of the things that we're doing, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And, Elon's upset because we took the EV mandate, and, which was a lot of money for electric vehicles. And, they're having a hard time, the electric vehicles. And they want us to pay billions of dollars in subsidy. And, Elon knew this from the beginning. He knew it for a long time ago. That's been in there. I would say, JD, that hasn't changed. That's been right from the beginning. Mr. Secretary, that hasn't changed at all, right from the beginning. But I know that it disturbed him. He wanted, and rightfully, he recommended somebody from that he.
2/3 of Tesla stock is owned by institutional investors. Tesla's the most valuable auto manufacturer. Tesla stock crashing, of course, will also crash the rest of the market too, because everything is so will harm the rest of the market too, because everything is so fucking intertwined. That's part of the reason why people had to make it seem like Elon Musk was actually a valuable commodity, was actually a brilliant guy. Because the moment that you realize that he's not a fucking brilliant guy and he's just an idiotic liar, okay, the moment that you reckon with that reality, all of a sudden everything falls apart. What did I tell you for years and years and years? That Elon Musk was a dumbass. Elon Musk was a fucking narcissist. Elon Musk was not this like brilliant fucking comic book hero like Iron Man or whatever. And that all of these people that had a financial incentive in the Tesla stock thriving is the reason why they just like kind of kept up these appearances that he was actually brilliant. It was like, it was all of these insane people that were invested in lying about Elon Musk, in faking the confidence that they have in Elon Musk when they knew that he was a dangerously unstable person. But as the key man, as the fucking key man for Tesla, his instability is something that they had to overlook. Like, it was inevitably going to pop. Today might be the moment that it pops. Who knows? Maybe it'll recover again. Because remember, just like with the tariffs, just like with the fucking tariffs, what happened? Everyone was like, oh my God, the market volatility is out of control, but we have to make it seem as though this market is stable, that it will inevitably go up again. Okay? Chat, is the Elon tweet for real? Yes, he fucking said it's real. It's real. Time to drop the really big bomb. Stop asking me about the fucking Elon tweet. I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. And no, I'm not going to watch Doom Scroll right now. I'm not going to watch Doom Scroll right now. I'm not going to fucking watch my Doom Scroll appearance right now. Shut the fuck up. Stop. God damn, you guys are fucking feral. Have you seen the tweet? Have you seen the tweet? Have you seen Doom Scroll? Doom Scroll is out. I have a guest in the house. He's in the back. I'm gonna talk to him as well. Some of you are literally sea cucumbers in the way that your fucking brains work. Anyway, most of this is just Elon back and forth, okay? All right. Musk comes out and says new spending bill should be drafted, okay? Musk says call your senators, call your congressmen, kill the bill. Quadriplegic, thank you for the 50 bones, okay? Then Trump comes out this morning and says he's losing patience with Elon, that he's disappointed in Elon Musk after criticism of the president's budget bill.
I guess knew very well. I'm sure he respected him, but to run NASA, and I didn't think it was appropriate. And he happened to be a Democrat, like totally Democrat. And I say, look, we won. We get certain privileges, and one of the privileges, we don't have to appoint a Democrat. NASA is very important. We have great people. General Kane is going to be picking somebody with our. We'll be checking him out, seeing. But he wanted that person, a certain person, and we said no. And I can understand why he's upset. Remember, he was here for a long time. You saw a man who was very happy when he stood behind the Oval desk, and even with the black eye, I said, "Do you want a little makeup? We'll get you a little makeup." But he said, no, I don't think so, which is interesting and very nice. He wants to be who he is, so you could make that statement too, I guess. Look, Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we're well anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. He said wonderful things about me. You couldn't have nicer. Said the best things. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill. We call it a great, big, beautiful bill because that's what it is. And again, biggest tax cuts in history, biggest economic development moves anywhere. But I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem. And he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate because that's billions and billions of dollars. And it really is unfair. We want to have cars of all types. Electric, we want to have electric, but we want to have a gasoline, combustion. We want to have different. We want to have hybrids. We want to have all. We want to be able to sell everything. And when that was cut, and Congress wanted to cut it, he became a little bit different. And I can understand that. But he knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost anybody. And he never had a problem until right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape. He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next. But I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Mr. President, I just want to clarify, did he raise any of these concerns with you privately before he raised them publicly? And this is the guy you put in charge of cutting spending. Should people not take him seriously about spending now? Are you saying this is all sour grapes?
No, he worked hard and he did a good job. And I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. I think he got out there and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office, and he's got nice offices too. But there's something about this one. I was telling the Chancellor, this is where it is. People come in here, even from Germany. They come in and they walk into the Oval Office, and it's just a special place. It's World War I, it started and it ended here, and World War II, and so many other things. Everything big comes right from this beautiful space. It's now much more beautiful than it was 6 months ago. A lot of good things are happening in this room. And I'll tell you, he's not the first. People leave my administration and they love us. And then at some point they miss it so badly. And some of them embrace it and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it. But
that's the perfect bar. Claiming that Elon has Trump derangement syndrome is amazing. That is amazing. It's spectacular. Obviously, Trump, first of all, Trump is still being kind of nice in comparison to how Trump normally reacts to this level of backstabbing. Trump normally would be way more aggro. He'd be like, I don't know who this guy is. He's a fucking loser, all this stuff. I hope that they bring this up a lot. Okay? I knew that it was going to inevitably happen. Everyone knew that this was going to inevitably happen. They have there are too many big personalities in one fucking room. Like, the Trump-Musk crash out was going to be legendary. I just never thought that it would be this disastrous. It's perfect that it happened if one more person sends me the fucking Jeffrey Epstein bomb while I'm in the process of literally highlighting, I'm going to fucking lose my mind. You're not realizing that this kind of commentary is absolutely rage-inducing, and a guy like Elon minimizing his impact is far more upsetting and offensive than him blowing up at him in a mirrored kind of manner? No. You will hear Donald Trump blow up at him as well. The reason why he didn't actually blow up on him this way is not because he wants to cut at Elon in a way that hurts the most. It's, I think, because I think Trump still realizes that Elon is super fucking wealthy. And also, he gave him the fucking nuclear launch codes, man. He gave him the keys to the castle for $250 million. So Elon does have a lot of money and does have a lot of power, but so does Donald Trump. You have the wealthiest person on the planet now fighting against the most powerful person on the planet that is in charge of the most powerful nation on the planet. So things are fucking heating up. But what I was going to say is basically, Elon Musk, hearing all of this stuff, said, oh, this is ingratitude. You would not have won without me. Okay, you would not have won Pennsylvania without me. I've done so much for you. How dare you? Let's see what the CNN is saying.
All of Musk's injection of capital into the race. We can debate exactly how much it helped, but it helped a lot. And Musk is right to take a lot of credit and to feel now, as he says, like Trump is being ungrateful. This reminds me of that slogan back well before social media.
I think one of the most annoying aspects of Elon Musk is that he has permanently warped discourse in this goddamn country. Okay? He has permanently warped discourse in this fucking country. He has played a major role. Okay, stop sending me the Ashley St. Clair thing. I think it's desperate, okay? This isn't like a top rope take. I think it's just a desperate take, okay? Please. Ashley St. Clair is not relevant in this conversation, okay? Yes, it's Elon Musk baby mama saying, oh, if you need advice on breakup, great, okay? She's just trying to place herself in the combo, and I assume, okay, well, there you go. Fucking another person that is trying to insert himself into the conversation. Stop with this shit, okay? This stuff is irrelevant. Lock in. Stop libbing out. Speaking of which, this is something that I had already planned, but I'm going to have Elon Musk's daughter, estranged daughter, Vivian, on the broadcast on Saturday. But that was not relevant to what's going on right now. I was going to do that already. We had set it up for Saturday a long time ago. So, but yeah, in any case, let's get back to the situation at hand. What I was going to say is Elon Musk's impact. Yes, IRL, she's going to be here. Elon Musk's impact on political discourse, American politics, has been cancerous, toxic, disgusting. Elon Musk has found a way to unleash the neo-Nazi scourge upon every orifice of political discourse in this country. He has normalized neo-Nazis. He has promoted neo-Nazis. He is the reason why he plays just as big as a role in the reason as to why anti-Semitism is exploding everywhere as much as Israel. He has played as big as a role as Israel. And I mean it. When I say this, I mean it, okay? A lot of people who are conservative that love Israel never want to fucking point to Elon Musk, Sieg Heiling at the goddamn inauguration, that Elon Musk, who has actively allowed neo-Nazis to run amok and turn Twitter into fucking 4chan, turn it into a goddamn open season 4chan neo-Nazi infested shithole. And they refuse to reckon with that reality. That played a major role in anti-Semitism exploding. Elon Musk then unfollowed Charlie Kirk. Elon Musk then unfollowed a bunch of Republicans, including Steve Miller. Ironically, what's really interesting about this process, of course, is that Steve Miller's wife is still, as we, unless things changed, Steve Miller's wife still works for Elon. Elon actually poached Steve Miller's wife from the White House to work for him. So he's in the cuck chair. Steve Miller is.
Brand for the past few months. We know that Musk was being used by Democrats in campaign ads, for example. It reminds me of that line, never wrestle with a pig because you'll get dirty and the pig likes it. Well, everybody in this situation is dirty now.
That is, yep, that's it.
We won't ask you to identify the pig in that metaphor.
Brian and Hadass, I want you to stay with us. We're gonna take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Yeah. So the final culmination of all of this, this back and forth led to Elon Musk tweeting about how it will massively increase the already gigantic budget deficit. Elon Musk actually quote retweeted an early tweet from Donald Trump from many, many years ago about the debt ceiling, raising the debt ceiling, because Trump had tweeted in the past like, oh, I'm a Republican. As a Republican, who wants to fucking raise the debt ceiling? And now Trump is directly talking about terminating Elon Musk's contracts. And in that process, here is Trump saying, the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it. And then, of course, the final point of this back and forth was when Elon Musk said, time to drop the really big bomb. Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. I don't know if Donald Trump has retaliated to this since then. It doesn't seem like he has, but he said Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do, and he just went crazy. That's Donald Trump's that's Donald Trump's take on the matter. Elon Musk basically called him a pedophile. And I don't know what he has tweeted. I have to unblock him for this, by the way, because he's actually now posting something relevant for the first time ever, I think. Yeah, he said such an obvious lie, so sad. So now we are in this weird predicament. First of all, if I was Elon Musk, I probably wouldn't be talking about Jeffrey Epstein too much. Part of the reason why is because Kimball Musk, Elon Musk's brother, literally lived in the Jeffrey Epstein mansion, if I'm not mistaken, and dated one of Jeffrey Epstein's girls. So the idea that Elon Musk is also not connected to the pedophile sex trafficker in very meaningful ways is silly. This is how all of these super wealthy, super rich people operate. They all are up one another's assholes. They're all directly related to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? Elon Musk also said this, responding to Laura Loomer. It's heating up. Will be interesting to see what Republican lawmakers do now. I know lawmakers who are asking if they should side with President Trump or Elon. I've been on the Hill all day, and it's all anyone's asking about. The most powerful man in the world versus the richest man in the world. Elon Musk replied and said, and some food for thought as they ponder this question. Trump has 3.5 years left as president, but I will be around for 40 plus years. One thing's for sure, it ain't boring. Smiling, crying emoji. It's like Elon Musk wanting the credit, saying that he deserves the credit for Donald Trump's victory. Donald Trump saying, you didn't do shit for me. You're lame. You're boring. You're a loser. I'm not interested. And here we are. Okay. This is the final culmination of events, which led to Elon Musk accusing Donald Trump of being on the Jeffrey Epstein list and accusing the Trump administration on an area that actually is quite impactful for all the dumbest people on the planet who thought that like the Trump administration would ever actually leak the Epstein files, and clearly they will not, partially because Donald Trump would be implicated, partially because Jeffrey Epstein is an asset, both for the CIA and Mossad. Not just Mossad, but the CIA as well. So that is where we're at. Yeah, such ingratitude. Mike Malak weighs in, says Trump's ego will not allow him to back down. Elon's ketamine Molly cocktail will not allow him to back down. We will go nuclear here. I don't think it's Elon's ketamine Molly cocktail will not allow him to back down. I think it's ego plus ketamine and Molly cocktail. Do you think this forces their hand to release the files? No, they won't do that. They'll find another cloud of dispersion and they'll cast it. Okay. Here is the BBC News live reporting, which is really funny. Musk played a pivotal role in Trump's election, Georgia voter. We went and asked the Georgia voter what they think. Who gives a fuck what they think? Okay. Interestingly enough, I despise both of these figures. I hate them. So obviously, we are the real winners here.
17% now.
It's fantastic.
Impact on SpaceX. Trump is threatening to cancel contracts. Not clear how he does that because there's no clear replacement for SpaceX. Starlink as well. Again, this is not just a personal Twitter.
Yeah, look at this shit. Look. This would both end the International Space Station and simultaneously provide no way to safely deorbit it. As their blow-up escalates, Trump suggests terminating Musk's federal contracts. The easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it. Elon Musk turns around and says, this just gets better and better. Go ahead, make my day. The worst people on the planet are fighting. Wait, Elon Musk just banned Trump from Twitter? No. What is going on, bro? It ain't no fucking way. Shut up. Are you serious? Hold up. What? I think, no, he's still there. What? No, real Donald Trump. No, he didn't. He's still here. Why are y'all doing fucking fake news, dude? Why are y'all doing fake news? You know what's not fake news? Tesla stocks crashing, plummeting, and bringing down all of the other institutional investors that are tied to Tesla stock. Anyway, oh, so fucking good. Oh, so good. Oh, so fantastic. I need to see what Fox News is saying about all this, by the way. We have to tune into that.
A policy bill, but we shall see.
Yeah, we'll see. The other thing I didn't have on my initial list, getting longer by the minute, Doge.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the spirit and the leader behind Doge with the chainsaw, etc. Its work had already slowed down. Is Doge done?
Bro.
Now, if Musk is expelled voted off the island?
This major event is taking place. It's like a world-changing event. What's Fox News doing? Karine Jean-Pierre faces Democrat backlash after leaving party. Thanks, Fox News, for covering the most important news of the day.
Having Musk people inside agencies?
Well, we'll see. I mean, these are fairly mid-level people who have they have changed how government has worked. But the whole idea of Doge writ large largely was not a success. I mean, don't forget, he was saying
Asmongold was shook after looking at Tesla stock and Trump coin crashing amid Trump Elon beef. God, I've got to call my accountant.
But a lot of damage has been done, and maybe it's just the beginning of that as well.
Yeah, and God, you make it's such a good point, which is no one was closer to him than a family member. And when that much emotion and closeness is involved, things can get very ugly.
And he has shown that he's not afraid of Donald Trump, and that is also a rarity in this town in terms of Republicans.
That's true.
Yep.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much.
The power of Dell AI.
What the fuck? Oh my God. Incredible things happening. Incredible things taking place, Chad.
We have it with others, too. They leave. And they wake up in the...
Will he deport Elon? Oh, my God. Will he deport Elon? Will he revoke Elon Musk's citizenship? Will he deport Elon? Oh, my God. The opportunities are endless. The opportunities are fucking endless, dude. What a spectacular situation.
In the morning, and the glamour's gone. The whole world is different. And they become hostile. I don't know what it is. Someday you'll write a book about it and you'll let us know.
There are decades where nothing happens.
Elon Musk is stepping up his attacks.
There are weeks where decades happen, boys.
$2 trillion.
It's happening.
It's happening. Rachel Scott at the White House.
Yes.
Hey, George, good morning to you. And Elon Musk.
Okay, by the way, I'm going to repeat that call for the second vindication of the day. Once again, this is why you pay me the big bucks. This is why you subscribe, because I fucking tell you what is going to happen ahead of time, baby. That's right. And you can do that for free with a Twitch Prime, or you can do that for $6. Okay? If you want to show support, subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime. Also, I'm still collecting on that one chatter who said AOC is not going to endorse. I'll gift you 100 gifted subs if AOC endorses Zoran by the date that you said. Hassan's predictions for 2025: aggressive prosecution in direct violation of First Amendment, pro-Palestinian, worse than even Brandon. Mamala writes her book, it sucks, everyone makes fun of her, career over, no liberal resistance this time, Trump and Trumpian far-right politics are now the norm. Institutions that previously would present themselves liberal now behave openly and outwardly right-wing. Trump, Elon fallout, crash and burn, thin skin, China, Elon's connection to China. Mass deportation initiatives are started but never reach the number Trump promises. Okay, every single thing I've said has been correct. Trump gets Bibi to secure hostage deal where North Gaza is permanently annexed only to rearm Israel as it increases hostilities in West Bank to permanently annex West Bank. Aggressive prosecution in direct violation of First Amendment over pro-Palestinian sentiment. Oh my God, my 2025 predictions. Oh my God, we're halfway in through the year, and I think I got literally all of them. Trump is going live. AOC already endorsed Zoran according to the majority report. What do you mean? I know that already. We covered it earlier. Truth bomb. This guy's a pedophile. I also made him president. More celebrities are openly Trump. TikTok doesn't get banned. Bibi doesn't get locked up by the ICC. Trump will go to great lengths to protect Israel. Trump sucks. Will cause the right-wing content market to continue growing, but will set the stage for their inevitable demise. At least one massively consequential natural disaster. Canada will not be annexed into the U.S. PP victory. Oh, I was wrong about PP victory for Canada. But to be fair, a lot of things changed in that process. Okay? Like, I think this is before Trudeau stepped down. And also before Canadians were like so fucking frustrated with Donald Trump constantly saying he's going to Grand Theft Auto 6 is delayed, already correct. Marvel Viral's dead meta Overwatch 2 style. Packwatch Joe Brandon. Oh! Packwatch Joe Brandon, Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell. Oop. I'm not saying nothing. Goddamn. Wait, hold on. I'm going to keep this tweet up because I feel like he's going to inevitably delete this. Mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. All right, let's keep going.
He's not backing down. He's now launched a pressure campaign against this bill as the president is pushing senators to get behind it.
This morning, a growing rift between the president and Elon Musk.
We'll tune into the White House when it goes live,
chat. That marked Trump's first 100 days. The billionaire who spent more than $270 million of his own money to help get the president and other Republicans elected called Trump's signature budget bill a disgusting abomination. Musk now ramping up the pressure, writing, "Call your senator, call your congressman. Bankrupting America is not okay. Kill the bill." Musk warning about the level of spending in the bill, which the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office estimates will add $2.4 trillion to the national debt.
This isn't
Sources
it,
tell us
dude.
he also expressed frustration that the bill cuts the electric vehicle tax credit, which benefits owners of electric vehicles, including Tesla, and that he personally pushed senior lawmakers, including Speaker Mike Johnson, to keep it in. Johnson telling reporters the president was not pleased by those comments from Musk.
He's, as you know, he's not delighted that Elon did a 180 on that. But look, I don't know what happened in 24 hours. Everybody can draw their own conclusions about that.
Other Republicans pushing back.
He's one man. He's not my constituent. He's not even a donor that I know of. So, he's one guy.
Give us some productive feedback that we can operate on. I can't operate on platitudes, or I can't respond.
The president meeting with key senators at the White House, urging them to pass the package, which extends the 2017 Trump-era tax cuts, sets aside nearly $50 billion to resume construction on the border wall, and pushes work requirements for Medicaid. By some estimates, the changes to Medicaid would force 11 million Americans to lose their health insurance over 10 years. Jesus Acosta is his mom's full-time caretaker after she was hit by a car. He worries she would be one of those millions of Americans.
She relies on Medicaid for her medication, for her doctor visits, pain management. And if Medicaid gets cut, then that would be an expense that's coming out of my pocket. And I would have to be forced to work more hours and spend less time providing care for my mom.
So Musk is also calling on Republicans to rip up the bill, but senators I've spoken to say they do not have time to start all over, especially because the president wants this bill on his desk by July 4th. As for now, President Trump, we still have not heard from him directly on these comments by Elon Musk. Rebecca?
All right, Rachel, thank you.
Israeli authorities say they are fighting Hamas in various ways. The announcement comes after an Israeli opposition leader.
Okay, we're not doing this yet. Okay, not live yet is a roundtable discussion. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Holy moly. Breaking news.
President Trump is scheduled to appear at the White House.
Another tweet has hit the towers.
Event, but we will be watching to see if he now responds, adds to the ongoing attacks between him and Elon Musk that is now exploding online, and it is covering everything from Musk now claiming he won Trump, the 2024 election, to Trump threatening to cancel Musk's federal contracts.
It is ever escalating, and I would assume we have not heard from Donald Trump since he threatened to cancel Musk's contract. So there is probably more to come. But what you're looking at is Friday, not even a week ago, when these two stood next to each other and said very nice things, and Elon Musk was given a golden key to the White House. So things have unraveled.
That's passed.
Quite quickly.
That moment is passed.
And look, Trump's legislate a lot of things, as you've noted, hang in the balance. But for Republicans right now, it's that legislation on the Hill that certainly is getting a lot of attention. So we're going to keep an eye on all of that. In the meantime, the highly anticipated testimony from a key accuser in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial is now underway. This woman who's testifying under the pseudonym Jane.
Boo, no, I don't care about this right now, please. Oh my God. Fox News, once again, manhunt for father of 3 murdered girls in Washington State. Funniest day online since the billionaire submersible went missing. Yeah, no, it's fucking good. It's a good day today, folks. Now, remember something, okay? Remember something. The feeling that you have right now, the happiness that you are exhibiting, and it is shared by so many others. Why? One must ask the question, why? It's because you are not alone, okay? You are not alone. No matter what the fucking media tells you, you are not alone. There are so many other people exactly like you that fucking despise these freaks, whether it be Donald Trump or Elon Musk. Certainly they have their fans as well, but a lot more haters, baby. Wisconsin showed that, and I think this is yet another day where everybody unites all together, with the exception of the likes of Asmongold and them, who are trying to find which daddy to side with right now. And my heart goes out to them. I know it's a difficult day for the likes of MAGA Trump and Elon Musk lovers who are like, oh no, daddies, why are you fighting? You know, the Kanye West of the world. But for everybody else, for all the normal people, remember, for everybody else and for all of the normal people, this is a moment of celebration. Never forget, they might make you feel as though you are alone. They might make you feel, the media might make you feel as though their people don't actually fucking agree with you. That like, no, people love billionaires. They love billionaires. Billionaires are so brilliant. Elon Musk is so brilliant. Okay? Clearly, there are a fuck ton of people who resent billionaires directly buying elections and billionaires directly interfering in the affairs of the American government. Okay? Billionaires leaving the shadows. I was thinking about this. If I was Jeff Bezos, or if I was like Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, or whatever, I would do everything in my physical power to get Elon to stop appearing in public. Because for as long as super wealthy people have existed, they have always moved in silence for a reason. They don't make themselves the primary focus. They don't try to desperately win favors. And the reason for why they don't do that is because most people have to still believe that these guys are actually brilliant, okay? That these guys actually arrived at the position of endless power because of this meritocratic process. Because when you realize that Elon is a mere mortal just like you and not a particularly smart one, all of a sudden this entire thing falls apart. People start questioning. People start thinking, wait a minute. Why the fuck does he have $700 gorillion? What the hell is going on here? Did he work smarter or harder than anybody else? It breaks the system. Why is my dad calling me? Baba, I'm live, I'm Sean. The Nevad.
He hasn't said bad about me personally.
Hello?
I'm sure that'll be next. But I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot. I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. I think he got out there and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office, and he's got nice offices too. But there's something about this one.
And it didn't take long for Musk to respond, taking to X to say, without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House, and Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. Such ingratitude. And that was all it took to get the back and forth going. President Trump threatening Musk's government contracts, writing on Truth Social. The easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was surprised that Biden didn't do it. And in another post, Elon was wearing thin, wrote Trump. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do. And he just went crazy. It did not stop there, though. Elon writing, time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. Seems a Rubicon that Elon Musk has crossed, that it appears it's hard to see a path forward for these two to repair their relationship. This is not a story that anyone was looking for. Perhaps somewhat predictable with two big personalities, but not a story that we wanted today for America. It's too soon to tell how far this will go, but House Speaker Mike Johnson thinks he can still get Elon back on board.
That's so
the
funny.
Big Beautiful Bill.
Bro, they're talking
yet,
like
right?
their dads. They're talking like two gay dads are divorcing.
What is the message you need to hear from him to make sure you guys? What's the message you guys need to hear?
I just want to answer any questions Elon has and make sure he fully understands this is not a spending bill. It's a budget reconciliation bill, and we're achieving the largest tax cuts in history, the largest savings in history, and real reforms to the programs that people rely upon.
All right. Joining me now on this escalating war of words is Texas Republican Congressman Chip Roy. Congressman, I appreciate you being here today. I also appreciate your willingness to talk about this subject. You were booked, we should acknowledge to the audience, to talk about something else today, something that I hope we get to, and that is visa overstays and the threat to Western civilization. It's important, but so is this topic, Congressman, and I appreciate your indulgence. First, let me just get your initial reaction on everything that's unfolded today between Elon Musk and President Trump.
Well, great to be on, Will, and happy to talk about any topic. These are all important to the American people, and in fact, it's all related, right? Obviously, the big, beautiful bill deals with the issue of immigration and border security, visa overstays. We saw the horrific tragedy that unfolded out in Colorado. Look, I think a couple of things are going on, and several things can be true at once. Let's remember first, Donald Trump is the president of the United States, okay? We're members of Congress, and we have an obligation to do our job. We follow the law, we pass bills, the president signs it. That's how this works. We're the ones with election certificates, and people should remember that. But Elon has points that he's making that I think we should actually take under advisement. He went out and he saw a lot of the waste, fraud, and abuse. We need to act on that. The American people were excited about that. I think Congress needs to act with dispatch. I think the big, beautiful bill has a lot of really good elements in it, enough that it got me to reluctantly vote for it when I voted for it 2 weeks ago. But I think it could be better. I think it could be better on deficit reduction. I think we could be more aggressive on spending restraint. I think we could be better on making sure we terminate the entirety of the Inflation Reduction Act. Whether the president, because that's something the president campaigned on, and whether Elon likes that or not, I think that's something we ought to do. So look, this is all unfolding in public display, as pretty much everything we do does now. But this is not actually the issue the American people care about. They care about debt, they care about taxes, they care about the economy, they care about inflation, and that's what we need to deliver on.
You know, Congressman, regrettably, my business, cable news, in fact, the news business at large is often predicated upon heroes and villains and choosing sides.
That's
There's not a
so
side
funny.
that I choose in this fight.
I
I choose to talk about the substance, as you just
the side we're choosing today is America.
And I want to start there. We will regrettably have to return to the personalities because it's part of the substance. But let's talk about the bill, because that is the source of this disagreement. As you point out, it is the bill. Elon wants greater cuts. He's disappointed in the level of deficit reduction and the mounting debt for the United States. Is it possible, I mean this now, in a reconciliation bill that will only need 51 votes to get more out of Congress? Is it possible, when reconciliation is limited to mandatory cuts, mandatory spending, can you find more in Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, and the military? That's the focus of this bill.
Yeah, so let me answer that. Absolutely, we can find more, and we should. We have done some really good things in the bill. Let's be very clear. We restricted and terminated about 2/3, maybe 60% of the Inflation Reduction Act Green New Scam subsidies. We made Medicaid work requirements move up to 2026 to make sure they would actually apply. We applied work requirements to food stamps. We have a ban on funding of transgender surgeries for adults and children. We have a ban on money going to Planned Parenthood. We support Second Amendment rights. We have a lot of great things in the bill. And
God, Chip Roy fucking sucks. Shut up, Chip. Nobody cares. Talk your shit or get off, okay? Either shit or get off the pod. God damn. Anyway, President Trump on Elon Musk. Elon has never asked me for a thing. I mean, I got rid of the EV mandate, but he's never asked me for a thing. I think that's an amazing attribute. Elon is a patriot. We want to thank you very much for the job you're doing. So here's the thing, okay? Elon just retweeted this just now, literally 3 minutes ago, with a thinking emoji face, right? Now, what's interesting here is Elon Musk literally undermined every single federal regulatory agency that was at that point, investigating him, okay, and his companies. So he did get a lot out of this. He also got access to a tremendous amount of information. So Elon Musk thinking that he is going to, Elon Musk got a decent amount of clout off of this. But if he thinks right now that he is going to be able to rip apart the coalition and have all of these people who are Trump loyalists somehow land on his side, he is out of his fucking mind, okay? He must be off of some new kind of ketamine if he thinks that the only reason why he had this level of prominence and this level of support was on his own. He is more delusional than I thought. The level of clout that he got was because Trump supporters were giving him clout, because daddy liked him. Okay? That's it. Here's a new Truth Social from the God King himself, by the way, my goat. I don't mind Elon turning against me, but he should have done so months ago. This is one of the greatest bills ever presented at Congress. It's a record cut in expenses, $1.6 trillion, and the biggest tax cut ever given. If this bill doesn't pass, there will be a 68% tax increase and things far worse than that. I didn't create this mess. I'm just here to fix it. First of all, you quite literally did create this mess. In terms of the tax hikes that are going to take place, that was your bill, okay? He wrote the bill. I mean, he didn't literally write the bill, but that was his bill. All of the tax cuts that he gave to corporations that were permanent, but all the other tax cuts that he gave to Americans, which were modest and marginal when it came to the fucking working class, but ginormous when it came to the super wealthy in the country, the top marginal tax bracket, that was his bill. He just did not factor that he would be the president after losing the 2020 election. Oh my God, he's breaking stuff. In light of the president's statement about cancellation of my government contract, SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's not going anywhere. I didn't create this mess. I'm just here to fix it. This puts the country on a path of greatness. Make America great again. Okay, I'm not going to lie. Judging by just like vibes alone, I must admit, Donald Trump sounds kind of bitch made right now. He sounds like he sounds like a president who really wants this bill to pass that doesn't have enough support within the Republicans in the Senate to pass it. That's what it feels like. Here are the ways that the U.S. space program dies if Trump cancels SpaceX contracts. A remarkable schoolyard brawl erupted online. Okay. Musk's space company is presently NASA's most essential contractor with the Falcon 9 rocket and the Dragon spacecraft. SpaceX provides the space agency's only operational transportation for crew members to the ISS. Additionally, when Northrop Grumman's Cygnus spacecraft was damaged in transit earlier this year, it left SpaceX as the only provider of cargo services to the space station for more than half a year. Trump tweeted that Elon cheats in Diablo. He did not. Stop. What? Stop memeing. President versus Elon. Who wins? My money's on Elon. Trump should be impeached and JD Vance should replace him. Elon says yes. The White House is live? No, they're not. We're waiting on the White House to go live. Wait, what do you mean he's talking live? Why am I not seeing it?
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, accompanied by Patrick Yost, President of the Fraternal Order of Police.
Hostile takeover of SpaceX incoming would be so OP. Putting it back under the control of NASA. Oh my lord. Oh, that would be so incredible. By the way, what is this? Yes, I know. He said he's going to cancel. He's going to decommission Dragon.
Fraternal Order of Police Executive Board, representing nearly 400,000 officers nationwide, and they were with me right from the
Bro, nobody
beginning.
cares about this cop shit, okay? Get to the fucking drama.
Your members are the backbone of American law enforcement, and we're deeply grateful for your service, and you have done great service indeed. We're also joined by our great Attorney General, Pam Bondi. Thank you, Pam, for being here. For generations, this institution has served as a powerful voice for the brave men and women.
The Doge kids don't work for Trump. They work for Elon. They're not even real government employees.
Country, and they do it as well as anybody or better. I was delighted to earn your endorsement in every one of my presidential campaigns where we did very well, record-setting well, and I'm proud to stand with you today as the most police president, I would say, without question, in the history of America. I don't think...
Okay, normally Will Stansel's a lib, but he is right about this. The Doge kids don't work for Trump. They work for Elon. They're not even real government employees. They're on loan from his companies, and their boss apparently wants to expose Trump at all costs. Would be insane not to eliminate the entire agency tonight. Doge and its Elon toadies are literally in possession of massive amounts of data that could be leveraged against Trump. He's allowed them way too much access and control, and now they're an enormous danger to him. He's not wrong. He is not wrong on this take. He is actually correct on this take, for the record. I mean, I don't know if Elon would entertain that, but who knows? I mean, he's literally gone crazy. He said that Donald Trump is a fucking the pedophile Jeffrey Epstein affiliate, which we already knew, but Elon Musk saying it makes it even crazier.
Recruitment, retention, and pay. And I've asked Attorney General Bondi to pursue the death penalty for anyone convicted of killing a police officer, which is very appropriate.
So many, dude. There are so many. He's just talking about cop shit, and I don't really care about that right now. But there are so many opportunities. Like Elon Musk, by way of Doge, could absolutely leak unimaginable amounts of information if they chose to do so. That's one. Okay. Donald Trump, on the other hand, could use the machinations of the state to punish Elon Musk directly and take perhaps one of the most, like, from pure spite, one of the most anti-capitalist things that any American president has ever done. Bro, turn the sound on. Why? He's just talking about cops who are under attack. Shut the fuck up. Stupid. Do you care about what he has to say about cops and the Fraternal Order of the Police? Who gives a shit? Okay, shut up. When he's done doing his pre-written, pre-scripted speech and starts talking about Elon Musk, that's when we'll fucking actually hear what he has to say. He's not saying nothing that's important right now. Oh, he did this again. The relationship between Trump and Epstein is well established. Trump flew on Epstein's plane at least 7 times, though it's not clear he ever went to the island. Here's what Trump said about Epstein in a 2002 New York Magazine profile. Obviously, we know that Trump has been connected to Epstein and has like even said stuff about Epstein as well. Elon Musk is highlighting that once again. He's talking about the bill now.
Additional wall where we feel we probably should build it after a little trial and error. And we're going to end up building more wall than even I built, and we built a lot. So I want to thank you for your support. And now let's get the bill passed. We want to get it passed through Congress without delay. In everything we do, we will give our police the respect and the protection and all of the resources that you need. I did that, as you know. Nobody wanted to do it before me, where I gave you the military equipment that was excess. They called it excess military equipment. You know that very well. I think every one of you benefited by that. It was in warehouses, billions of dollars worth in warehouses all over the country, and other presidents didn't want to give it to you. I did, and we gave it to you, and it helped out a lot and saved a lot of police officers' lives. I'd now like to ask Attorney General Pam Bondi to say a few words, followed by FOP National President Patrick Yoes, and then Washington, D.C. FOP Trustee.
Someone lied to me when they said he's talking about the bill, okay? Here, JC Medlock, when Patriot Josh Levin speaks on Sun Tzu tactics, I sit my White House down and listen. Strategic deception, Elon versus Trump, the feud that isn't. To the untrained eye, the current feud between Elon Musk and President Trump might appear to be yet another case of ego, ambition, or ideological friction, because it is. It's that stupid. But these guys have to do 5D chess, okay, on everything that their dumbass, narcissistic man-baby fucking idols engage in. But to those trained in the military strategy, psychological warfare, and counterintelligence operations, this is a textbook execution of Sun Tzu's cardinal principle: appear weak when you are strong. Let's dissect this. Elon Musk, arguably the most powerful civilian technocrat in the Western world, launches a public poll proposing the creation of a new centrist political party. Meanwhile, Trump, the architect of the modern populist revolt and the face of the MAGA movement, criticizes him openly. The media predictably bites the bait like starving fish, amplifying the schism. But here's the truth. This is an orchestrated psyop, a strategic feint designed to lure the deep state into a false sense of confidence. Why? Because ammo, both literal and informational, is scarce in the information war. Patriots want the enemy to expand it all prematurely. Psychological Warfare 101. The brain seeks a binary conflict. When two icons appear divided, dopamine surges and tribal loyalty increases. The deep state sees division. They relax. Meanwhile, behind the curtain, full spectrum coordination. Trump and Musk are running asymmetric information ops, allowing the enemy to believe the internal fracture exists just long enough for them to drop their guard and go all in. Yeah, dude. Elon Musk tactically is calling Trump a pedophile, and also that he should be impeached. Real tactics here, okay? Yeah, that's right, you simpleton. You thought that Elon Musk was calling Trump a pedophile because they're both narcissistic, thin-skinned man-babies. Turns out, Otacon, there's something more severe at play. He's tactically calling Donald Trump a pedophile because the Lolly-Lule-Lo are actually in charge. Real Alex Jones says, God help us all. Oh my God. This should be Alex Jones's fucking payday. And yet he is such a charlatan and such a fucking, he's such a charlatan and such a man of the state that he can't even actually talk about like all of these conspiracies. Yeah. No, God is helping us right now, Alex. Alex Jones says, God help us all. It is. God is helping us all finally. Holy shit. After 6 months of endless back and forth, endless domination from right-wing reactionaries and fascists, finally we get something, anything. And the Democrats, of course, predictably did nothing to cause this. And it happened exclusively because these people are man-children, literally man-children. Steve Bannon, who has been one of the most vocal critics of Musk for months, said he is advising the president to cancel all of Musk's contracts and launch several investigations into the world's richest man. They should initiate a formal investigation of his immigration status because I am of the strong belief that he is an illegal alien and he should be deported from the country immediately, he said in a phone interview with me. Bannon said the Trump administration should also investigate Musk's drug use, as reported by the Times, and his effort to get a classified briefing on China from the Pentagon, which was also reported by the Times. Bannon said Musk's security clearance should be suspended during these investigations. Oh, I'm nutting. I've nutted so hard. Trump's new foreign policy by tomorrow. Yeah.
Alliance shoot to kill Amazon, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer.
Trump's like, I'll show you a real white genocide. All Afrikaners are deported back to the grips of white genocide in South Africa. I'll show you the real white genocide, Elon. Oh my God. Yeah. Also, I do think that Elon might try and relapse on the woke shit. Okay. I can see Elon trying to hit the woke route again. And I suspect that the dumbass Democrats will probably see this as an opportunity to signal to every Silicon Valley tech CEO that Trump is unstable and that they will give them the same level of access that Trump gave them while simultaneously trying to desperately claw them back onto Team Abundance, Team Democrat. Ay, ay, ay. Welcome to the resistance, Elon Musk. It's so stupid. Blue and On is already at it. Wouldn't it be great if Elon Musk confirmed what we already know, that Trump's assassination attempt was staged to solicit sympathy from his base? Wait, what? Oh, Blue and On is so annoying. Oh, yeah, here it is. From Nicholas Wu for Politico, some Dems want to bring Musk back into the fold. Representative Ro Khanna instantly jumped on the gun and said Democrats should be in dialogue with Musk, given their shared opposition to GOP's mega bill. Dude, his opposition to the mega bill is that it doesn't actually starve the working poor hard enough. Ro Khanna cycle in full effect, by the way. But to be fair, this has always been Ro Khanna. One day he'll say some shit that comes across as progressive, but he will always ultimately defend Silicon Valley and the tech CEOs in Silicon Valley. Not the true constituents, but the true constituents for Ro Khanna. It's so frustrating. Democrats eye a villain to ally arc for Musk. Yes, this is an incredibly, incredibly stupid decision. Okay? This is an incredibly dumb decision, and it is expected from the Democrats.
About him that really affected me, which was
new Elon tweet just hit the timeline.
There was a story that I read about him that really affected me, which was when he was talking to Bill Gates, and Bill Gates had just taken out some huge short on Tesla. It was like $1 billion short or something. And, and Elon was like, why would you do that? Why would you short Tesla? And Bill goes, well, I talked to my financial advisors and I looked at the math and there's no way it's overvalued. And so I'm going to make money on the short. And Elon goes, what do you care about making money? I thought you were into electric cars and climate change and saving.
Okay, dude, I don't care about this. He's fucking tweeting self-promotional shit. It's time to create a new political party. The Trump tariffs will cause a recession in the second half of this year. Can I finally say that the Trump's tariffs are stupid? Trump tariffs will cause a recession in the second half of the year. Yep, he hates the tariffs. He hates that the bill doesn't fucking starve the working poor hard enough. He wants better tax cuts while simultaneously maintaining EV credits. Fantastic stuff. March 3rd, 2026. Elon Musk, you're kicking me out of my position as the head of dank memery and toxic waste reduction. Go fuck yourself. Starts running towards Trump. Kanye West, head of the... what? What the fuck is this? This is like insanely racist tweet, okay? The only good tweet from a politician so far, and I still think it's too nice. We warned at every step that the GOP planned to do this. They said so, but y'all decided bullying trans people was more important than sensible energy policy. Republicans are fossil fuel extremists. They are owned by oil and gas and committed to ending EV, solar, etc. You supported it. I'm literally in a bill markup today where Republicans are working to define reliable energy standards to only allow oil, gas, and coal. They're doing it as we speak. I genuinely do not know what else you expected. They campaigned against renewable energy the whole time. I mean, AOC is right, but it's, not... AOC is not going hard enough. He tweeted again. Another Elon tweet has hit the towers. Meanwhile, the Tesla stocks are still fucking crashing. I'm going to go on her podcast for Sky News, by the way. She's great. Tesla investors were rattled by escalating tensions between Elon Musk and Trump, and the company's stock plunged, wiping billions off the company's market value. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I forgot something. Oh my God. Hold on. Guys. Elon Musk is over leveraged to shit right now. He might lose Twitter. If his stocks take a fucking nosedive, his entire net worth is reliant on Tesla's overvalued, overhyped dog shit stock prices. Oh my God. I mean, I think there's a point. I don't know. We're not there yet, but there's a point where if his Tesla stocks go down so hard, couldn't he technically... Oh, Twitter was bought by XAI. Oh, shit. He bought it to... He tied it back. Wait, does he lose the power? Does he lose control over... I mean, he still loses a shit ton. He still loses a shit ton of money in the process. I mean, he's wiping out ginormous amounts of his net worth right now. Nope, you jumped the gun on that. He still loses a lot, and XAI is going to lose as well. It's $200 a share. If they fall below, he has to put down more equity. Oh, so fucking good. Oh, it's so fucking good. Oh, Tesla's shares slide as most fuse with Trump. President Trump said on Thursday that Elon Musk was upset about the repeal of an electric vehicle tax credit, a claim that Mr. Musk swiftly rejected. Tesla investors were rattled on Thursday by escalating tension between Elon Musk and President Trump, and the company's stock plunged, wiping billions off the company's market value. Shares of Tesla fell 15% in the afternoon trading after Mr. Musk, Tesla's chief executive, ramped up his public criticism of the House Republican domestic policy bill, calling it an abomination. The move is set to wipe out more than $100 billion from Tesla's roughly $1 trillion valuation. A dispute over the policy bill spiraled in a matter of hours into a broader rupture in Mr. Musk's relationship with the president, raising concern among investors about how the tensions might harm Mr. Musk's businesses. Remember, when Elon Musk purchased Twitter, I told you that this was inevitably going to happen because more and more people were going to be fucking increasingly annoyed by him, and that the key man that Elon Musk is for Tesla, which was initially seen as an asset, would very quickly turn into a liability because the entire fucking stock prices rely on just people believing Elon Musk and whenever he lies. That and also obviously all the institutional investors that have pumped up the stock that now have too much investment for this stock to crash, because if it does, then all of a sudden their stocks are going to come down as well. Trump takes no questions after his remarks. Boo! Lame. Fucking lame. That sucks. Let's see what Elon Musk just tweeted. Okay, nothing new. All right. Nothing new. Now he'll solely focus on his Mars project, Starship, and try to desperately escape the Mars within his lifetime with a group of like-minded billionaire. Space accident is bound to happen. No, that's not going to happen. Everybody knows that that's never going to happen. Elon Musk himself knows that he's not going to fucking happen. Cenk poking Elon to mention Israel. If you think the Trump-Elon fight is big, wait until Elon Musk mentions Israel. I don't know if he has big enough balls to do that. But now we're at least finally talking about the real reason why the Epstein files haven't been released. What has enough power to stop both parties? Yeah, I don't think that Elon is going to go there. That's insane.
I just want to thank you all for being here. We're going to have a little discussion now, very private. And I just want to thank you all for being here. And thank you very much, media. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, any response to Elon Musk complaining about the Epstein files?
He's acting like he can't hear them. This is the Joe Brandon method, except when Joe Brandon did this, he literally did it because he's fucking senile. And Trump is doing this because he's a catty bitch and he doesn't want to say anything. Oh my God. Taco Trump. Taco. Trump always chickens out. Will he chicken out again? And Taco Trump.
Good job.
People are on the phone right now trying to calm the parties down. It's just a question of how far it gets pushed and the egos get pushed past the point of no return. I think we have moved beyond the point of no return. These guys actually do care about market stability at the end of the day because their jobs rely on it. Elon Musk's jobs relies on it, and Trump's job relies on it as well. He can't molest the money too hard. You know what I mean? As you saw, that's why he's Taco Trump. But it's important to note that they are also the only thing that causes real instability, that causes either of these parties to behave in a way that does not protect the interests of capital, is their fucking fragile egos. Okay? You did mention during the transition period that this administration has too many narcissistic personalities and it's a ticking time bomb. Yeah, of course. Of course. The problem here is both Donald Trump and Elon Musk are exactly the same type of guy when it comes down to their fucking insane narcissism. They are both entirely ego-based demons, okay? They are ego demons. Elon Musk knows chirping like this is destroying his net worth, okay? He's a lunatic. This is suicidal. Like, what he's doing is suicidal. Adults, especially at this level of wealth and this level of prominence with so much to lose, do not behave in this way. Ironically enough, Trump is behaving like an adult right now. Elon is the one who is not behaving like an adult because Trump still has a country to fucking run. Do you see what's happening? I can't believe I'm saying this, but ironically enough, Trump is the fucking one that is behaving more like an adult by not responding to questions, for example. I really thought that he would, though. I was, I really wished he would. It was wishful thinking, but that would have been sick if he did do that. That would have been dope. But Trump stupidly gave Elon unlimited access too. Okay. That was another idiotic thing that the Trump administration did. They gave Elon so much power. They gave Elon so much access. Elon has endless amounts of power right now. Oh, God. Amazing. Fucking amazing, dude. Elon will do a George Eastman, look it up. He's going to do a business plot. But because everyone is incompetent and capitalism has eroded all of the institutions, that his business plot will be idiotic, childish, and a massive failure. What will happen next? I mean, you're seeing it already. Democrats are gearing up to immediately bring Elon into the Democrat side because they're fucking stupid. The idea that Democrats are going to hug and kiss a fucking narcissistic, ticking time bomb billionaire like Elon Musk, who has opened up the floodgates of neo-Nazi sentiment after purging Twitter. Like, you have to be the dumbest fucking party on the planet to engage in this. All the Democrats should do right now is to sit back and agitate. Okay? That's all they need to do. They should not be running to Elon Musk. Elon Musk is probably the least popular political figure in the country, even while he was firmly in the bosom of Donald Trump. Elon Musk, in many ways, was a shield for Donald Trump. He was basically a magnet for all the criticisms of Donald Trump. If anything, Donald Trump severing ties with Elon Musk like this and then behaving like an adult in this process is going to make Donald Trump look better and Elon Musk look like a psycho. Do you understand? Steve Bannon says Elon should be deported. I mean, yeah, that would be amazing. And I wouldn't put it past Donald Trump to do such an insane thing. But so far, Donald Trump has shown stability in this dangerously unstable environment. Donald Trump has behaved like a fucking adult, ironically. This is Bi-Sister for white supremacists. I don't know what Bi-Sister is. Yeah, Representative Ro Khanna, who represents Silicon Valley, has known Musk for over a decade, said Democrats should be in dialogue with Musk, given their shared opposition to GOP's mega bill. We should ultimately be trying to convince him that the Democratic Party has more of the values that he agrees with, Khanna said. He is a white nationalist, man. What values? What fucking values? What values does the Democrats are so ass. Oh, Elon Musk is just as big a demon as Donald fucking Trump. Some might even say Elon Musk in the future could be a bigger demon than Donald Trump. The idea that there is any networking here that will be beneficial for the Democrats when he was already the least popular political figure in the country, when he was already pro-Donald Trump, even with the Trump base, he was unpopular. The idea that we're going to turn around and actually hug and kiss this fucking repulsive loser is insane. But of course, predictable from the fucking loser party and all of the fucking losers that advocate for the loser party to do more loser shit. Matt Iglesias. I feel like Jeffries and Schumer should give Elon Musk a call and tell him about the Democratic Party's longstanding interest in electric cars, solar panels, and space exploration, and a balanced deficit reduction. You think he doesn't know that? You think Elon Musk doesn't know the Democratic Party's long-term interest in electric cars? You fucking egg-shaped moron! Oh my God! Why would the Democrats should not? Oh, no, Hassan, this is the show what Dems are really like behind the scenes. This is how they court their donors and shape their policies. I know. It's unimaginably stupid. I don't know why you're surprised. Democrats love sucking $1 trillion dick, no matter how deformed or disgusting their character. I know. Lol, stop saying Trump is behaving like an adult. You know he has to respond to Musk, but he has people telling him not to. He cannot help himself. Yeah. You think Elon doesn't have people in his fucking ear telling him not to call the president a pedophile? One side is not listening to any of his advisors. The other side at least recognizes the responsibility that they have as the president. That's my fucking point. That's my point. Yeah. Elon is out of his fucking mind. This is like Kendrick versus Drake, but with two Drakes. Exactly. The Epstein part is applicable to both. You could say that for both Elon and also for Donald Trump. Elon Musk is a political loser, even with a Trump base in tow. The Democrats should not offer a lifeline. But of course, Just use who gets custody of Joe Rogan? I don't know. I need to know how Joe Rogan feels about this. I need to know how the Nelk boys feel about this. I need to know how. Wait, I'm gonna call Steiny. I'm gonna call him right now. I'm calling Steiny. We need to. This is real journalism. Hold on. He's not gonna pick up. I don't think. He might, but who knows? Elon can go on the tour with the Cheneys. Pick up Steiny. Hello? Okay, he didn't pick up. Who's he calling? I'm calling Steiny. I'm going to text him. I'm going to be like, I'm live. I need to hear your take. And I desperately need to hear your take on the Elon Trump drama. Call Bradley. Bradley Martin's going through it right now. Bradley already doesn't even, I've been talking to him. He already is like not very happy about, hasn't been very happy about the way that Trump is like Bradley is the guy who actually did believe Trump when he said like Trump is going to fucking, end all wars and shit. You have to remember, he's not as invested with like either political party. He's just a guy who believes when Trump is like, I'm going to do these things. Okay. So I have talked to him already, and he has said far before this, he has said that he's not exactly stoked on the way that Trump said that he was going to end all wars and certainly did not, and how much he dick rides Israel. What more?
Giving Epstein his personal attention.
It is kind of crazy because like Elon Musk doesn't have motion like that, but he does have an entire social media platform, and he can at least like use at least like all of Trump's enemies right now, myself included, people like ourselves, to really fucking try to attack Donald Trump as aggressively as possible.
Of a Mar-a-Lago party shows Trump giving Epstein his personal attention.
Oh, wait. Steiny called. Hold on. He called me back. He said, are you live?
Hello?
Hello? I'm live. You're live. They can hear you.
Who's this?
Oh, okay. Don't do that. You just fucking texted me back, dickhead.
What's up? How are you?
All right. It's Hassan. Okay.
I know who it is. What's up?
Okay. All right. So I need to hear like your take on are you familiar with what's going on right now? The Elon Musk Donald Trump drama.
I think Elon hit K really hard this morning. I'm not kidding you. I think he just hit K really hard this morning. I saw Trump's interview briefly on Fox News about saying what did he say is like it's a bitter relationship. I don't think it'll ever be the same. And then he said something else, right?
Uh-huh.
I just saw Elon's tweet, which was like break the internet tweet. But I think that'll be the most viewed tweet ever.
Calling him a pedophile? Yeah. So
he said he's on the Epstein list, right?
Yeah, and then he said that's the reason why he won't release the Epstein files.
Well, that doesn't mean that's all factual.
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
what's your take? Whose side are you on? Well, I know the answer to that.
I am for our big beautiful president. Are you kidding me? I'm an American patriot. I'm an American patriot,
yeah, right.
and I believe that Donald Trump is truly going to make this country great again. And Elon Musk, the South African illegal immigrant, illegal alien, Elon Musk needs to be deported immediately.
You think it'll happen or no? I think Trump could do that and be a savage. That'd be crazy.
So you're off the Elon train, is what you're saying?
I think that it was if you want my honest opinion, I think it was a little bit, I don't want to say naive, but I think he didn't really like look into the future. Dude, you can't have two of narcissists like this, like just come together and form this alliance in politics and expect that relationship to last forever, especially when they don't agree on one thing. That's never going to work, bro.
Yeah. No, I agree.
It's like you and H3 trying to do a podcast. Like, obviously, that's not going to last forever.
It's definitely not at the same level of severity, I think.
Yeah, maybe not the same level, but
especially because
maybe when it comes to the narcissism, maybe.
Well, that's how every internet podcast is formed. You know what I mean? There's so technically, that's that's.
What do you think will happen? I'll ask you. What do you think is going to come from this? Because Trump's a savage, and his ego is when it gets hurt, he's going to do something crazy.
Well, so far, Trump has actually surprisingly been the adult in this conversation, as far as I've seen. Like, he just did a thing with the Police Benevolence Association, and like he didn't take any questions. He like Truth Socialed a couple times, but even in his Truth Socials, he's like still talking about his fucking dog shit ass like big beautiful bill that he wants to push. Yeah. And he's like desperately trying to get that across the finish line. So it feels like he's more invested in that as opposed to getting in the mud with Elon. But I don't know how long Elon's attacks will. I don't know how long Elon's attacks will continue.
I think well, we'll see. But I mean, Trump's a ticking time bomb. I think if Elon keeps pressing him and keeps tweeting and going crazy, he's gonna respond or do something crazy at some point and put an end
Well,
to
he
it.
did. He said he's gonna fucking revoke all of his contracts, and Elon Musk has like so many fucking contracts with the federal government.
Do you not wake up and think like, this is crazy? This is the world we live in?
I do. I think it's insane that
It's insane, bro.
that
Only in
narcissistic.
America, this shit'll happen too.
I know we have become a content country, and we are led by narcissistic man children, and I think it's really fucked up and really annoying because people's lives will be at risk eventually when these people behave in this way.
It's embarrassing a little bit, but whatever. It is what it is.
All right, well, thank you,
I was gonna go
Steiny.
sit by the pool and have lunch. Can I help you with anything else?
No, this is perfect. I just wanted to hear what your take is.
Did
Since
you and H3 make up yet or no?
no, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
What do you think happens first? That Elon and Trump make up or you and H3 make up?
I think that neither is going to happen at any given point, probably.
All right, I'm gonna get to work on both. I'll keep you
Okay,
posted.
yeah, you are the great negotiator. Fix
That's
it.
true. Very true. All right, bro.
All right, peace. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Steiny from the Nelk Boys of the Full Send podcast. Like, you have to, a lot of people are like, who is this joker? Why do we care? This person literally has interviewed both Elon Musk and Donald Trump on numerous occasions. Okay? Do you understand? Like, I'm not just randomly calling a random guy, even though he technically is a random guy, or should be considered a random guy when it comes to political commentary, but he is quite literally a person who has directly corresponded with Donald Trump and Elon Musk, like direct access to both Donald Trump and Elon Musk. If I had access to JD Vance, who Steiny also has access to, I would also call him up and I would see if this tweet is real, if there's any veracity to this. JD Vance, real sad right now. Okay. I swear this tweet was like a monkey's paw. I mean, look. We all knew it was going to happen eventually, okay? Kanye, Elon, Trump, 10/6/2022. Incredible stuff. Incredible things are happening. Charlie is still licking Elon boot despite being unfollowed. There will be a lot of fighting and attacks in the days to come, so I just want to say something at the outset. We should never forget how terrible the environment was online prior to October 2022. No matter what happens, I'm grateful that Elon Musk bought X and liberated free speech in America. His contribution to America and the civilization from that alone is immense. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is this a leaky faucet? What's going on? Are the rats? This is a major Elon booster. Why isn't JD tweeting? Yeah. Elon Musk unfollowed Charlie, and Charlie is still dick riding him. Marjorie Taylor Greene replies, says, yes, you are right. And we have seen the highs and lows before. And I am thankful at Elon Musk bought Twitter and gave me my account back after I was permanently banned. And I am also glad we won the election and Trump is president. Now we have to work it out and continue to MAGA. Real Candace Owens comes out as pro-Trump. Trump is implicated alongside a pedophile, and I knew it, but I didn't care because we were friends, is not the flex you think it is. Wait, no, this isn't even pro-Trump. This is anti-both. The shocking take here is that this is correct. This is a correct take. Candace Owens has, oh my God, what is happening? Candace Owens has hit a correct take here. This is literally attacking Trump and Elon. This is the hell has frozen over. Hell has frozen over. What the fuck's going on? Oh my God. Not one to like on this tweet at Dana White, but this shit has me dying. Dana, what's going on with Elon and Trump? Will they be sitting together on Saturday? This guy's asking the real questions. Oh my God. Think about it. This is a huge part of the right-wing apparatus. Without Twitter, what does the right even look like? I think I have here's what I think, okay? I have this sneaking suspicion that Twitter in the long run is not going to be beneficial for the right, but it's actually going to be negative for the right. What do I mean by this? Twitter has caused this immense echo chamber that made Republicans believe that their insane statements and their insane points of view, no matter how radical, no matter how ridiculous, no matter how racist, is actually popular. It's not. It is a consequence of the algorithm that Elon Musk designed that these ideas come across as popular. Now, does that actually have the capacity to change political discourse? Absolutely. It has changed political discourse even on this platform. It is, I would go so far as to say, like, the likes of Asmongold becoming the top political content creator and things of that nature are directly related to Twitter, okay? They are directly related to Twitter because Twitter is one of those social media platforms that works with all of these other social media platforms, right? So it has, if you tune up neo-Nazi statements to 11 on 1, all of these other platforms also respond to that, okay? In ways that are more significant than even Facebook, because Facebook is like more isolated, I would say, than Twitter, okay? Twitter seeps into Reddit, Twitter seeps into Twitch, Twitter seeps into TikTok in ways that Facebook does not. Facebook's user base is international and very old, okay? So Twitter has unironically changed political discourse permanently in this country, but it's also created this vacuum of information that causes Republicans to legitimately believe their own bullshit, that their own bullshit is actually fucking popular when it's not. The average person still to this day, I believe this in my heart, the average person still to this day finds a lot of the stuff that gets incredible amounts of fanfare on Twitter repulsive. Adolf Hitler fan cams on Twitter get hundreds of thousands of likes. In the real world, if you were to do the real world version of this Adolf Hitler fan cam, you'd get your ass beat. You'd get your ass beat by Republicans. Do you understand? But I think that Republicans believe that that kind of sentiment is popular because they spend all their fucking time on Twitter and thinking, yeah, this is a space that is the true nature of political discourse in this country. Do you understand what I mean? This has caused Republicans to believe that their shit is actually popping. This, paired up with the marginal electoral victory that they had over the Democrats, caused them to lean in to their insanity, okay? Lakshya Jain has a correct political take. Hell is freezing over. On the whole, welcome Elon back to the Democrats thing. I think people are overlooking how he is perhaps the most toxic, high-profile political figure in America. Exactly. He's permanently burned bridges with people across the spectrum. That's not going to go the way people think it will. He's right. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Lakshya Jain is right. So the abundance girlies are fighting as well. Because the reality of the matter is, as I said, he was a political loser, an incredibly toxic figure, even with the Trump base pumping him. He was even toxic for the Trump base. It's fucking, it's so unimaginably stupid to welcome him back with open fucking arms to the Democratic Party. But it's also expected because Dems are fucking losers. That is perhaps yet another example that Twitter is not real life, by the way. That is perhaps yet another example. Here is Manu Raju reporting live from Mike Johnson, Michael Penis, holding a press gaggle. This just happened 7 minutes ago. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Secure, making energy dominance a big thing again, and that's what our bill's going to do, and that's what I'm focused on, and the really important things in life. Okay, this is my chief of staff speaking.
He said that you've changed. He criticized
Elon said I've changed?
He said,
No.
yeah, you used to be concerned with a deficit. You no longer.
I responded to that. I'm the same guy that's always been a deficit hawk, and now I'm the Speaker of the House. And
Asmold doesn't know what to say and who to side with. He's breaking law. Incredible. Oh, I love that.
I'm working on a multi-step plan to reverse the fiscal insanity that has haunted our country. We're going to get back to...
Why is that
fiscal
demon holding a baby?
And this is the first step of many. It's a multi-step process. We have to get the big, beautiful bill done. It's a historic step forward. And I know, right? I know. And, I mean, look, we're going to say...
He said that he deserves credit for winning the House. And do you give him credit for that?
As somebody who traveled nonstop last year to win the House majority, I don't think any one person deserves credit. But if there is one person, it's Donald J. Trump.
House
Okay?
Republicans for months have reviewed.
Someone said he packed the lunch. Yo, you guys are nasty. Not even someone. Like 100 people said that's his lunch. Oh my God. Okay, we're back. We're so back. See, everyone's having fun. Oh, thank God. Thank God, dude. Thank God these ugly, narcissistic, egomaniacal bitches are fighting in broad fucking daylight. Oh, hell yeah. Hell fucking yes. Noah's take is correct. This is like a nut that took 3 to 4 years to bust. No, I will not be deleting this, no matter how upset it makes people. These are difficult truths, but we must hear them. This is how it feels. It feels spectacular. This is my favorite type of vindication. With Israel, when people arrive at the position that I have been maintaining since, day one, I'm still punished for it, right? Because people never let you forget that you made them feel bad when you were right and they were wrong, even if they inevitably arrive at your position. But this one is fantastic because this is one of those things where everyone can fucking celebrate because most people had this expectation. Most people wanted this drama to take place. Oh, it's so fucking good. It's so good. Yeah, the biggest win Dems have stakes so far in the second Trump era has been entirely driven by the negative polarization of Musk and Doge. So naturally, some Dem elites are trying to rationalize ways to rehab him with shallow praise to court his fortune. Do not forget this. This is 100% correct. Democrats have not secured any victories. Democrats have not secured any fucking victories at all. All of the seeming defeats that have come from the Republican side have come entirely due to the Republicans being corrupt, narcissistic, egomaniacal man-children. The Democrats didn't win. The Republicans lost. Okay? And a big part of why the Republicans are losing is because of this, is because of all the dumb shit that Elon did, and also how fucking bad Elon is at doing said dumb shit. How repulsive he is. My horny text plug came through. Uh-oh. Donald Trump and his used to be number one hoe Elon have broken up. And Trump is in the Epstein files. Boy, oh boy. That's a juicy scandal full of messy secrets and dirty laundry. Is it true? Asman just said about the Epstein tweet, I don't think things at face value. Oh, no. Oh, no. I fucking knew it. Dems are already trying to rehab Elon. Democrats landslide laws in the midterms incoming. Okay, I don't really need to know what Asmold has to say. I'm going to be honest.
The Doge efforts were heroic and important, and that doesn't change. And look, Elon is a friend. I texted him, called him this morning as we were scheduled to speak, and we haven't yet. I sent him a lot of information via text, hoping he reads it and considers it. And this isn't personal. Policy differences should not be personal.
He's made it personal.
Thanks, guys.
He's made it personal. Yeah, get ready to drive a Chinese EV. Trust the plan. Another Epstein tweet? What the fuck's he doing? Oh no, we saw this already. Oh my God, he's pushing like, he's pushing. God, I need something new from him. Okay, I'm sorry, MSNBC coverage on this shit is not going to do it. He already pushed for impeachment, which was good. Oh my God, the Fox 5 is live. Oh my God.
He is the first person in the Republican Party to win the popular vote in 20 years.
Yes!
He had the highest raw vote total of any Republican nominee ever in the history of the party, increased double digits over the last 4 years among Latinos, Black, and young people. No amount of money bought that. What bought that was a movement. And Elon Musk had to decide, I'm either going to fold into this or go away from this. And he chose to go away from this. I think it's a sad thing to see. I agree with you, Greg. I don't want to see the adults fighting, but I do think this was predictable.
Well, Harold, what are your Democrat friends saying about what looks like a breakup at the moment?
So, Sandra, I'm glad you're here and glad Kayleigh's here. My Democrat friends are disappointed, too. No one wants to see this. I don't think this is a Democrat or Republican thing. We should just call it for what it is. The adults are not in charge. The president did benefit from Mr. Musk. If you go back and replay and we talk about the things that we say on this show, we were right on border security. We were right on the cognitive decline of the president. And we thought we were right about this relationship with the two of them. I'm hoping, I agree with you, this is not a partisan thing, but I hope they're able to repair this. For the richest person in the world who happens to live in America and has dual citizenship, I think, here in South Africa, and for the president of the United States who had a relationship a year ago, they were the greatest of pals. And for the world to see this is just simply not a good thing. Two, he said something. He said two things, Mr. Musk did, and the president said another thing. But Mr. Musk said that he was responsible for this win and responsible for the Senate and the House. It's interesting the way he said that. I don't know if I agree with him on that. I think you make a good point, Kaylee, but we're going to see what he means by that. Then he said something else. He said, the president's only around for 3.5 years. I'm around for 40 years. Now, I take that to mean to those in politics, Democrat and Republican, that I'm going to be a kingmaker, continue to be a kingmaker in politics. And then the president said that he would cancel some of the contracts, that the way to save money would be to cancel contracts. I've never been one to think that the president was totally consumed by revenge and retribution. Not in my party, and others have said it. I think at times he's human. He's got flesh, so he wants to punch back at people who punch him. But why, if you really believe, we said 8 weeks ago, 12 weeks ago on this show that but for Elon, we wouldn't have a space program. But for Elon Musk, we might not have the ability to communicate around the globe like we do. And certainly Ukrainians wouldn't have been able to do what they did against Russia, but for Starlink. I've sat on this show and we bragged about his prowess as a technologist. So I just hope to Greg's points, I agree with you. I hope they're able to dial this back and de-escalate, because we may be motivated by different reasons, but I don't like it because it's not good for the country. It's not good for how we look around the globe. But I got to tell you, there are some of my Democratic friends, Andrew, who are saying, let them fight, just like they just going with the old political kind of thing. My enemy, if my enemy is fighting with the enemy, then it's okay. And then remember, Elon was a Democrat for a long, long time. So, and last, I don't mind the travel ban, but I do. It's interesting that Egypt is not a part of it, and the guy was from Egypt in Colorado. And as we talked about before, I wish they start tracking people who want to learn how to build Molotov cocktails online. If you go and try to build a bomb, we should know who you are. I can't buy Robitussin at a drugstore.
They already moved on. They're talking about how we have to stop access into the country. I wish Jessica was here. God, I can't believe they don't bring Jessica. I can't believe they don't have Jessica Tarkov on when, like, this is her opportunity to fucking pop off.
Between the purist and the pragmatist. I don't like it. I want it to stop. I want to tell them, if they're both watching, knock it off. We're done with this. This is an incredible moment for our country. It's awake. It's optimistic. It's on board with the golden age. Don't sabotage it with a self-inflicted feud. You know, don't let the Dems get back up from the floor where they belong.
Going with this.
Well,
they're doing couples counseling for them. What is this? I know Kamala somewhere laughing her ass off. Don't think she knows about the news. Just think with all the pills, you know how she is. Oh, they're back. Wait.
The media said Trump was doing favors for Elon Musk. Well, if you look at this big, beautiful bill, there's no favors for Elon Musk in it at all. Now, the big, beautiful bill, now he's got a beef with it. These are the things that Trump ran on and won on. Wall, ice skies so you could do mass deportations, military, F-35 ships, pay raises for the troops, and tax relief for everybody, no tax on tips. These are the things that won him the election. He didn't run on balancing the budget.
Yeah.
So this is the priority right now. You have 4 years to balance the budget. Yeah, there's a lot of pork in this thing. There's always a little pork, all right? But this is not a spending bill. This is the signature piece of Donald Trump's second term. This may be the last major piece of legislation Trump ever passes. Well, he might have 3 terms, but for now, we're saying this is it. Now, I don't like the fact that he said that he won the election. This guy got shot, popped back right up. Exactly. He won all the swing states. He was always ahead in the polls. The money was great. Trust me, the money helped. Thank you, Elon Musk. But if money wins elections, Kamala should have coasted. She had twice the cash. And if money wins elections, then Elon should have been able to win those seats in Wisconsin. So Trump so far has taken the high road. I think Elon right now, think about it. Yes. I thought he was going to call him a drug addict about an hour ago. He hasn't called him that yet.
Let's see.
I think Trump should just take the high road, let Elon blow off some steam. They're both powerful men, great men, and they'll patch it up.
Patch it up. The night is young, that is for sure. All right, just ahead, the knives are out for Karine. Biden world is savaging KJP for ditching.
No one cares. No one cares about this. Shut up. Shut up. No one cares about Karine Jean-Pierre. She's washed. She's washed.
It's his entire legislative agenda. The midterms are just a couple miles ahead.
And he's realizing, like, this is the most damaging thing at this moment that could be happening. And for members of Congress on Capitol Hill, the conversations that they're having, the ones Scott's avoiding right now, are, listen, if you're up in these midterms, you really don't want to get crosswise with Elon Musk, who's willing to spend basically endlessly in your district if you support this bill. Now, if you're somebody who's not up this cycle, you might wait it out. You might say, you know, I'm not going to get on the bad side of Donald Trump right now and be with him. But there's like actual conversations countless members of Congress are having right now about where to be on Donald Trump's signature legislative item because of this rift.
And Paul Begala, we should point out, first of all, none of this back and forth between President Trump and Elon Musk does one thing to help any member of the American
I'm memeing,
people.
chat.
Not one American.
I
is
literally
helped
just said
by
deport
this,
Elon
except,
Musk
you know,
right before
potentially,
this.
People who traffic in fun tweets. But Elon Musk also tweeted that in light of the president's statement about canceling his contracts, Elon Musk wrote, SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately. So there are really some actual impacts of this messy divorce.
Yeah, one of the funniest things about this was AOC watching the news after spending 2 months perfectly timing her endorsement. It's so crazy that she was like, this was the perfectly crafted moment to fucking drop the endorsement of Zoran, and then immediately got swept away with this madness.
Adds $2.4 trillion to the debt. That seems to be Mr. Musk's concern. He is right. It takes the largest debt in American history and then adds another $2 trillion to it. And at the same time, it punishes the working class. So people ask me, are you for Musk or for Trump? I'm for the guy trying to like fix my car. That's who I'm for. Democrats ought to step in here and not choose between these two bloated, doughy billionaires, but get back to the working class. Donald Trump won the working class. It breaks my heart. He won voters who make less than $50,000 a year, and his bill hammers them and betrays them. This is what Democrats ought to be saying. This is two billionaires fighting. It shouldn't affect
Excuse
your
me,
life,
but
it
this
does because
is
they want to take away
this
your
is
Medicaid.
breaking my
They're
brain a
hurting
little
our
bit.
veterans. They want to take away food assistance from
What
people
did he
who are
know?
suffering. So that's, I think, where Democrats need to go with this, not get into the drama of these two.
When he felt
gentlemen,
like Batman
fighting.
or Halo, he was actually the true.
Elon Musk
he was
left
actually
the
a
White
true
House, got sad
future
about it,
seer.
and then developed Trump derangement syndrome, as he said others have done. What's your reaction to that, Scott?
Well, my reaction is these two guys have, they're fighting, and they're fighting publicly, and it sucks. I mean, I don't like what Elon has said about the president today. I don't like this back and forth because when
He
they're
couldn't
fighting,
say, I
and
don't
these
like
are
what
two
Trump
guys
said
who
about
have enormous
Elon. He couldn't
constituencies
say it.
in the broader conservative movement.
Coward!
The president is the unquestioned leader of the Republican Party, and Elon has a following as well of people who may not have thought of themselves as Republicans before, but maybe came over because of his support of the president. So, there's a fusing here of two great constituencies that led to an amazing victory last year. So when they're fighting, my reaction is, what does that mean for, the future
Libs
of our
and
country, for the
MAGA
future
are
of
both
Western
gonna keep my
civilization?
Tesla
and
now.
The answer is nothing good. And so, like I said earlier, Jake, my hope is that cooler heads prevail and that ultimately everybody can realize here outcomes can be had for both people. The agenda can pass, which I dispute everything Paul Begala just said. This is a great piece of legislation. And Republicans can also get serious about what Elon told me when I spoke to him a few weeks ago. His number one priority is to keep America from going bankrupt. He deeply believes in that, and he's not wrong about that either. So they're both right about their priorities.
Oh my
and they
God!
can both be right
Oh,
about
dude! Oh wow! Oh wow! They actually are Republicans. Scott Jennings is a Republican, for the record. For those of you who don't know at this point, maybe you're not as invested in the primetime melodrama that takes place on CNN, but they are so like they love Trump. Trump is a fucking Trump is a beacon. Okay. Trump is the most significant character in this process for the Republican Party, but also there's still such money cucks that they have to find a way to say that Elon Musk is also right. Okay, what is he right about? He called for Trump's impeachment while also calling him a pedophile. There is no both sides in this. There's no both sides in this. The fuck
What's
do you
at stake
mean?
as these personal attacks continue in public view? Plus, I'm going to talk to the brand new German chancellor who was in the Oval Office when the president was first asked about Elon Musk today. We'll get his take on the back and forth and on world conflicts that he came to D.C. to talk about. Stay with us.
Dan made
It's kind of crazy that no one is talking about the Epstein shit.
New details of a very public spat that's just turned nasty. Donald Trump once described Elon Musk as his first buddy. So why has the billionaire made unsubstantiated claims that the US president appears in files relating to pedophile Jeffrey Epstein? There's been a lot going on in the past hour, and we've approached the White House for comment. Let's just try to start from the beginning. This is what Donald Trump said in the Oval Office this afternoon. Have a listen.
He knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost anybody. And he never had a problem until right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape. He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next. But I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
That was Donald Trump this afternoon. Let's bring in our US correspondent, Mark Stone. I mean, Mark, these statements, these tweets, or, on Truth Social and X, have just been quite something in the last hour or so.
Yeah, this is utterly extraordinary. The wheels have firmly come off this relationship. We've all been wondering when it would happen, but I don't think anyone expected it to spiral quite so quickly. Yeah, let's try and break it down for you. So it was last week on Friday that the two appeared with a very fond farewell, so it seemed, in the Oval Office. Elon Musk had come to the end of his 130 days serving in the White House, and he was saying goodbye. It all looked pretty good. But as soon as he left office, he started to complain about Donald Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill. This is a spending bill that Donald Trump is trying to push through Congress. It would, says Elon Musk, raise the government and the country's debt massively. And so he started spouting off about that bill on social media. The first opportunity we got to question Donald Trump on his views of what his old pal Elon Musk was now saying about his spending bill was today when Trump was in the Oval Office with the German Chancellor. You heard there what Trump said about Elon Musk. To which Elon Musk first replied online on Twitter, of course. He said, whatever, keep the EV solar incentive cuts in the bill, even though no oil and gas subsidies are touched. And then he says, even in the entire history of civilization, there's never been legislation that's both big and beautiful. Everyone knows it. Then the wheels began to come off because Musk carried on.
Brace is such a freak, dude. He posted in the Elon Musk community, if Elon told you to hurt someone, would you do it? And it's all Brace's reply guys responding to him. There's
on by saying, without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House and the Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. So it was looking like the wheels were coming off.
I'm sorry. I'm covering this in the way that I'm supposed to, okay? By enjoying the show. Crashing and fucking burning. Newsflash. Some of y'all can't handle two high agency males going at it, and it really shows. This is direct communication, phallocentric versus indirect communication, gynocentric. I understand you aren't used to it. Oh my God. Imagine Donald Trump using the awesome powers of the federal government to seize all of Elon Musk's assets and bring it under the banner of the state. Oh my God, he goes Chinese mode on him. Can you imagine? He goes Jack Ma on Elon Musk. Oh my fucking God, JD Pondon. Oh my God. He literally is like, listen, SpaceX is now under NASA once again. Also, Elon has gone on a little trip. He's gone to the countryside. He's going to learn to work the rice paddies. Elon. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Give him the Jack Ma treatment. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'd be so sick. Oh, my fucking God. Please. It would be so cool. Oh.
Such ingratitude, so said Elon Musk. Trump then replied with
remember what we once
Musk
had?
Clearly took as quite incendiary.
This
Trump
is
said
sad.
the
I
easiest
can't
way
even
to
watch
save
this.
money.
I can't watch this without tears in my eyes. I can't watch this without... I'm crying. Think about how much they used to love one another. You hate to see lovers fall apart like this. Over what? Over politics? Normalizing AI. Shut up, bitch. Take 30 seconds off. They're breaking up. Look how Elon used to talk about him. Hold on. Let's see. Guys, this is too hard for me. Okay? This is too hard for me. I love real Donald Trump as much as a straight man can love another man. Time to drop the really big bomb. Real Donald Trump. Guys, I don't want to think about this. Okay? You guys are sick. You guys are enjoying this so much. A family has broken. Okay? Classic liberals enjoying the nuclear family breaking apart when two gay dads fight like this and we're at the precipice of a national divorce. Classic liberals enjoying two lovers having a lover's quarrel in broad daylight. Is it just for your pure enjoyment? Is that what it is? You're liking it, huh? You're liking it. I thought the tolerant left would not actually enjoy these two gay lovers falling apart on Pride Month of all months. But of course, you liberals don't care about anything. You just want the country to crash and burn. Remember when Trump said everything is computer? Everything was computer. He was right. And now everything is not computer. Remember the good times we had when Elon Musk would jump up on stage and go, USA, USA, USA. Remember when he did that and we all rejoiced? He was our special boy. It's messed up.
Far worse than that.
Let's get back to
I
CNN.
didn't create this mess. I'm just here to fix it. This puts our country on a path of greatness. Make America great again. And the reason why this is important is that this bill is not just any bill. This bill is Donald Trump's legacy. He believes that this is what's going to cement his legacy. So does his entire administration. So attacking this is personal in itself.
Yeah, and I have to say, I think President Trump, strategically, whatever one thinks of him, he's right to have his eye on the ball here, which is this legislation, which if Elon Musk continues to campaign against it, perhaps it won't pass the Senate. I mean, and that is something that Trump should worry about. Kristen Holmes, Hadas Gold, thanks so much. Also in that Oval Office meeting, President Trump compared Russia's war in Ukraine to young children who hate each other fighting in a playground.
I'm beginning to notice that Elon Musk has stopped tweeting, by the way, which is kind of sad because he was kicking. He was popping off big time, sexual style. And I would like for him to continue tweeting. So I don't know what happened. Maybe he overdosed on ketamine. I don't even know if you can do that. Maybe he's lost in a K-hole. But it is kind of sad that the tweet storm has kind of fallen by the wayside.
In our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden did not do it. And then Musk, first of all, put something on X, effectively musing over whether it was time to start a new political party that represents the 80% in the middle. And then the kicker, that extraordinary allegation from Elon Musk, where he says, time to drop the really big bomb. Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. Now, Sky News has approached the White House for comment. I imagine pretty much every other news organization in the world will have done the same. As I speak, there is no response from the White House yet. Jeffrey Epstein, of course, died in prison in 2019. He was serving time for sexual assault and the trafficking of minors. We know that Donald Trump and Elon Musk knew each other. They were socially acquainted in the 1990s, in the 2000s as well, as indeed many people were with Jeffrey Epstein. He was a socialite in New York for many, many years. But, I mean, this is extraordinary. You may ask, Yelda, why does it matter? Well, we have the America's most consequential president now up against the world's richest man. These two people working together hold massive, massive political and financial clout. And we have seen how that political and financial clout has upended American politics through the election campaign into this second term. But working separately, working apart, working against each other, it could be equally consequential. We await with, some amazement to see how Donald Trump responds to these extraordinary allegations that Elon Musk is now making.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't imagine Donald Trump won't be responding. He doesn't like to be personally attacked in this way. Mark, thank you so much.
Sky News anchor sounds like he's about to say there's going to be a title fight. Generational posting happening right now. The Boer pedo split, part of the Second American Civil War. Elon Musk left, Donald Trump right. Elon meeting with his consultants and advisors right now. Elon doesn't win in all of this though, right? Yeah, no, of course not. Elon already has lost everything. He already aligned with Trump way too hard. Elon lost everything when he had this ambition. Elon lost everything when he had this fucking ambition to be a prominent fixture, to be like a hero, to desperately claw attention from people, to desperately get people to love him. This was a major point of failure for him for two reasons. One, because no one really likes billionaires all that much because they're incredibly, immensely powerful, shadowy figures that dominate people's lives. But also on top of that, Elon is a uniquely uncharismatic, dare I say, repulsive individual. And so for him to try and do this made it even fucking worse. So aligning very publicly with Donald Trump and reinforcing the dynamic that a lot of people despise, the notion that like billionaires purchase our elections in broad daylight, basically proving that thing that people have suspected and have known for years, caused him to become an immensely toxic political figure. Tie that back to his stocks, Tesla stocks in particular, and all of a sudden you have this ticking time bomb waiting to explode. Lex Friedman, oh, we didn't even check in. Podcast with Elon and Trump is needed. Yeah, that's how we solve this, through podcasts. Truth Social is crashing the traffic surge and is doing so accidentally created a hauntingly poignant image. No truths. When this user composes a truth or retruths, you will see it here. No truths here. Assassination watch? No, it's suicide watch right now. Like, Elon has been on a bender, dude, and I think he's falling apart. He has upped his drug use. He's become even more dangerous. Yeah. Elon lied about his visa and his naturalization process. He's an illegal alien. Thank you, Hassan Piker, for letting me know. Bye-bye, Elon. This is true, by the way. I mean, he didn't actually tweet this, but like, it's not wrong. He did actually lie in his naturalization process. Like, he, at a certain point, overstayed his student visa after he left Stanford. So that is unironically a law in the books that could cause Elon Musk to lose his status, to lose his legal status. It's not a joke. Okay, guys, I'm going to repeat this again. This is not a joke. I'm not joking when I say this. Elon Musk overstayed his student visa. He actually did not have legal citizenship in the country or legal status in the country to stay in the country when he left Stanford. But because he's immensely wealthy, it doesn't matter. Obviously, nobody gives a shit. But the reality is the government could legally deport him. The government could legally deport Elon Musk. Obviously, because he's, fucking the wealthiest person on the planet and has numerous companies in America, that's never going to happen. But, if Donald Trump wanted to deport Elon Musk, he could do so legally. If Donald Trump, I'm going to repeat this again. If Donald Trump wanted to deport Elon Musk, he could do so legally. Okay? Legally. Now, Steve Bannon, who is also a monstrous, repulsive individual himself, has already said Elon Musk is an illegal immigrant that should be deported. And he also now is saying, nationalize SpaceX, bring it under NASA.
He knows some engineering. Don't get me wrong. I'd give a hat tip for that. But he doesn't know anything about the real world. Doge was, and for any fanboys that still exist, while you're wrapping up in your cape tonight, understand on Doge, he didn't find any fraud. There's plenty of fraud out there. He didn't fraud. This was President Trump's first complaint. Was this all BS? Right, with the Doge. The act that President Trump should be.
I'm an immigration attorney, and it's more complicated than he can deport Musk, but he could at least pursue denaturalization and start a long process. First of all, I think as an immigration attorney, you and I both know that Donald Trump has been doing whatever the fuck he wants to do regardless. So none of the existing laws matter. Even if Elon Musk did not have his blemish on his record, he could still possibly get, penalized by the Trump administration for nothing, for no reason other than he pissed off Trump. But you're right. It would take a long, lengthy process if it was done by the books. I'm just saying that there is literally a legal opportunity in the books, because if you even get naturalized, okay, if you get naturalized, but at some point in that naturalization process, even after you got naturalized, if they find out that you lied at any point in your naturalization process, they could kickstart the process of denaturalization. Good point. Yeah, they don't give a fuck about the law as is. Would be fascinating shit show if they have Musk versus Trump in the courts. I don't think he's going to happen. Hassani literally can't deport him. He can purchase citizenship. Oh my God, dude. You're on the one hand going, inshallah, nationalize SpaceX. You think that's going to happen? No. So shut the fuck up. Let us enjoy the show, okay? So goddamn annoying. Cal Coomingham, once again. I must repeat, if you are enjoying the show and you have $6, you can support it. Much like PBS, this show is sponsored by you, the viewers. For $6 a month, you can subscribe and support the show, support the stream. You can also support the stream by subscribing for free with a Twitch Prime. That's right, Twitch Prime is free as long as you connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. You can use these subscriptions to, one, use wonderful emotes, show off your cool badges, and also get the opportunity to send me links in the chat. Kanishi, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Was this guy a time traveler? Yeah, no, he was. He knew what was up. He knew what was up ahead of time. It's crazy to me. What did he know? When he said, I feel like Batman or Halo, like I said, he knew what was up. You never open my links when I send them? Okay, well, that doesn't mean I'm going to click on your links. I usually do click on many links, unfortunately. Deportation good now? Yes, just for one person. Ginger Alamode, Gator, thank you for the 10 gifted. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted as well. Virtual Mill, thank you for the 3 gifted. Okay, fair.
Be taking immediately, I think, when he threatens to take one of the big programs out of SpaceX. President Trump tonight should sign an executive order calling for the Defense Production Act to be called in SpaceX and seize SpaceX tonight before midnight.
Ham and Fist.
Know anything?
Thank you for the 20
gifted. He knows some engineering. Don't get me wrong. I give a hat tip for that, but he doesn't know anything about the real world. Doge was, and for any fanboys that still exist.
Caked Up Bot, thank you for the
while
10
you're wrapping
gifted.
up in your cape tonight, understand on Doge, he didn't find any fraud. There's plenty of fraud out there. This was President Trump's first complaint. Was this all BS? Right with the with the Doge, the act that President Trump should be taking immediately. I think when he threatens to take one of the big programs out of SpaceX, President Trump tonight should sign an executive order.
He's right. He's right. People are saying the CIA is ready to jump big balls. CIA after getting permission to waterbird the Doge kids. Not big balls! No! Not big balls. They're saving the country, dude. Elon at the next Tesla meeting, but ICE shows up.
The desk. Press the button, Georgie. What button?
Press that button. He's out of control.
Where's the button?
Good luck, ladies. Guards! Guards! Hands up or I'll shoot you in the fucking face. Guards! Oh, shit. Guards!
The desk. Press the...
My dad thought Big Balls was doing good work. He's going to be crushed, and right before Father's Day, too. This shit sucks, man. I mean, think about it, though. Instead of one Father's Day, you get to celebrate 2 Father's Day now. 2 of America's fathers are now split up. You get 2 Christmases and 2 Father's Day celebrations, you know? Maybe not this year, since it's too close to the breakup, but next year. Just saying. 2 of the most divorced people. Yeah, it's ironic because they have divorced in the past. The world stands on the brink of total destruction. Now you understand the pain in Dan Bongino's eyes. When you see him on any public media, he knows. He knows the reason E's list won't drop. He knows the assassination was faked. He knows the level of grift with the foreign money and Middle Eastern countries. Sad to see. No way did fucking Alex Jones respond to that with a maybe. What? Oh my God. It's actually kind of crazy because I think there was some suspicion that Elon Musk was funding Alex Jones. He definitely entertained the prospect when he got this when he got the major lawsuit slapped on him with $1 billion defamation suit with $1 billion in damages. I'm pretty sure Elon Musk was talking about oh my God, it's real. I wonder if he's like I wonder if he's in this unique conflict of interest as well, because like the Republicans have been so invested in defending rich people. The Republicans are so committed to defending rich people, and some of these rich people like Elon Musk have basically put their tentacles into every orifice of the Republican media ecosystem, but they're also love Donald Trump. Donald Trump is their here. Elon Musk's X is stepping into the legal fight over InfoWars. Experts say it's unprecedented. So he's in this unique predicament. You guys are being way too mean. Can we give them credit? They made it almost 6 months without killing each other. I didn't think they'd last a week. Republicans have to fucking defend Elon Musk because Elon Musk is a major funder. But they also love Donald Trump because Donald Trump is their god. This is a real problem for so many Republicans. I wonder what this will do to the fucking polarization within the base of sport. It's fantastic. Fox News is now talking about centrist Coachella. Oh, they're stealing our jokes.
Trump, and I really like Elon. This is just a really crappy scenario right now, and I really hope these two can patch these things up, because I think Elon took a low blow by tweeting that, quote, DJT was on the Epstein client list. I mean, something that he knows can't be immediately verified. Also, if Trump was on that island doing something illegal, after all the legal battles that Biden threw at him, if he had done something illegal with Jeffrey Epstein, you would think they would have thrown that at him, no? They pulled out the stops on everything else. The only thing we can point to that was a no.
No, they can't. Because who is the most publicly involved with Jeffrey Epstein? Fucking Bill Clinton. They were running around with Bill Clinton. So no, they obviously couldn't actually fucking hit Donald Trump on the Epstein shit because they were running around with Bill Clinton. That's part of the reason why the Democrats still aren't hitting the Epstein angle. What? I'll be going to the Republican-only dog park after work, and I'll do on-site journalism of what's going on with real MAGA Republican voters at 4 p.m. I'll ask them what their thoughts are and report back. My guest is still here. I'm going to bring him on in a second. Since this stuff is quieting down, we'll obviously get back to it later. But in the process of this stuff quieting down, I'm obviously going to have my very esteemed, very special guest who got back from Gaza. He's a trauma surgeon. And we're going to talk about his experiences. No, he's having a great time. Honestly, he's just chilling with Kaya. Hold on, let me bring him in. But before we get started, for the record, before I bring him in here, Israeli opposition accuses Netanyahu's government of arming militias in Gaza. Remember when I covered how Israel is working alongside ISIS and ISIS affiliates in order to disrupt the aid delivery mechanisms in Gaza? And everyone was like, where's your proof for it? Well, here it is. Now Israeli opposition is talking about it, and therefore some Western outlets are finally covering it as well. In the past, the only outlets that covered it were Haaretz. It's now an admission.
Avigdor Lieberman accused the Prime Minister of arming the equivalent of ISIS gangs
Netanyahu
in
himself
Gaza.
admitted
For more
it as
on this
well.
Story, we can go across to correspondent Noga Tarnopolsky standing by. Noga, good afternoon to you. Who exactly is the Israeli government arming here?
Good afternoon, Delano. Listen, this is truly an astonishing revelation today made by the former defense minister, Avigdor Lieberman, as you said, but apparently known by certain top Israeli military correspondents for at least a month now. They were prevented from publishing this information by the military censor, a censorship decision that the former defense minister broke. What we understand is that by a personal decision, of Prime Minister Netanyahu, which he hid even from his own cabinet, Israel has been arming ISIS-linked gangs in Gaza, hoping to turn them into some kind of anti-Hamas militias. And we know from new revelations just in the last few minutes from the Haaretz newspaper that there are armed members of Hamas gangs seen through satellite imagery distributing food and humanitarian aid in areas that are fully controlled by the Israeli army in Gaza. So they seem to be part of this very shadowy effort Israel is running in Gaza to provide humanitarian aid.
All right. Can you explain this? What do you mean? I already did. All right. So we got Dr. Feroz Sedwa. Am I saying your name correctly?
Yeah, Feroz Sedwa, yeah.
Feroz Sedwa in the building. He is a trauma surgeon who went and worked in Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, as the Israeli ethnic cleansing campaign was taking place. I am honored to have him here. He traveled all the way down here to show up in person on this day, a real hero. And we're going to talk to him about his experiences, what he saw over there. But is there anything I'm missing that you want to bring up?
No, it was my second time there. I was there in March and April of last year, and then for 3 weeks this year in March. I think that's about it.
Okay. So obviously, one of the immediate questions I have to ask you are all the stupid questions that you receive whenever you do these kinds of media hits in mainstream news. And I'm just going to run through them very quickly. And we can more so talk about the fact that these people ask these questions even 19 months in. How many Hamas militants did you see in the hospitals?
Yeah, 0. And that's it's kind of a constant thing that you get asked, but it's really it's real weird.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I wrote a letter to the Biden administration last October, and it was signed by 98 other, me and the 99 total American healthcare workers who worked in the Strip, and since October 7th. And what we wrote was not a single one of us has ever seen anything that could even remotely approach militarization of a hospital in Gaza. Even if a Hamas guy walked into a hospital once, that doesn't mean you just bomb the shit out of a hospital. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's completely nuts.
It's illegal.
It's totally illegal, but it's also just no one would accept it if you turned the belligerents around, right? Like Benjamin Netanyahu had his prostate removed in December of last year, and he was in a hospital in Jerusalem, a civilian hospital. It's I forget the name of it. It's a beautiful hospital, but he was there for 4 days. He was running the war effort from his room by every account. No one says it. Well, so he actually did militarize the hospital. But would anyone accept that Hamas can just drop a bomb on it because no? That's crazy. We'd probably have a nuclear war if that happened. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's insane. So it just, these things either work one way or they work both ways, or they don't work at all. You just even if there were Hamas people in the hospital, it would not justify what's being.
Israel has also conducted military operations through the espionage as well, presenting militants in their specialized units as doctors and patients to go into hospitals and actually assassinate non-belligerent, non-combatants. And it barely makes a blip in U.S. coverage and American media.
Yeah, it was. I think it was just before I went to Gaza the first time, maybe February of last year. I might have the date wrong, but and this, just to be clear, this was in the West Bank. This was not even in Gaza. They sent an assassination squad dressed up as doctors and nurses into a hospital in Jenin to kill a guy in the ICU, on a ventilator. And then I think with the 1 or 2 people that he was with. Now, yes, the guy was in Hamas, but that doesn't mean you can just execute people. That's not how it works. That's not a thing.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, there are rules of combat around these sorts of things, assassinating someone while also presenting yourself as a healthcare worker is 3 or 4 different war crimes,
all rolled into one.
Especially when you're assassinating someone who was in a hospital bed getting medical treatment.
Yeah.
That's completely unacceptable.
Yeah, if people don't understand, back in 1864, that's when the first Geneva Convention was signed.
Yeah.
That that's so long ago that the American Civil War was still happening. You know what I mean? Like it's a long time ago. So like slavery was still an open debate when Europeans decided that this stuff, that convention is about the protection of injured combatants.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not about protecting civilians. It's about the fact that combatants, be they on this side of this side of the line or that side of the line, doesn't matter their national origin, doesn't matter their political orientation, combatants who are wounded and not participating in combat anymore. The term is hors de combat. They are protected people. It's not even like, oh, you shouldn't kill them because it's not nice. No. They are a specific protected class of people under international law. And furthermore, even like under American military codes, under Israeli military codes, it's illegal under like literally everyone agrees that it's illegal. But when you say Hamas, people just lose their minds for some reason and forget that.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, it's because of the terrorism designation and also in the post 9/11 universe that we live in. I think that the vague language surrounding the terrorism designation, the terrorism classification, is so that people just lose sight of the, ironically enough, international rule-based order and all of the rules surrounding combat that is associated with it. It is a term that is utilized specifically to deny habeas corpus, to deny due process to people that have been branded terrorists. And on top of that, the Trump administration is actively working and following the agenda of the Biden administration as well, to basically make it almost illegal to have any sort of commentary or coverage surrounding the Palestinian side in this process, while actively claiming every single person is a terrorist, an enemy combatant. Speaking of enemy combatants, this is a little bit gruesome what we're going to be talking about here, but I wanted to talk about your experience first and foremost. How do you get into the Strip? What is the organization that you work with?
So I went with Med Global. So the humanitarian sphere is like totally disjointed and screwed up. But because the Ministry of Health in Gaza is part of the government, which is run by Hamas, which is illegal. Like if I work with them directly, I'll go to prison when I come back to the U.S. You know, so you can't do that. So the way it ends up working is you apply with an NGO, an American NGO. The second time I went was with a group called Med Global. The first time was with the Palestinian American Medical Association, PAMA. And they feed you to what's called the EMT, the Emergency Medical Teams mechanism of the World Health Organization. So you're really like working with the WHO when you're there, but you go through an American NGO. Yeah.
Yeah. And obviously these NGOs, much like all of because I've worked with a bunch of the human rights organizations that are actively working in the Gaza Strip, like they still get, they have to be checked by the Israeli government in order to even enter the Gaza Strip. Nothing goes in or out of the Gaza Strip without the Israeli government's go-ahead and without the Israeli government's constant surveillance. So I assume that there was that as well. Like I suspect you were checked by the Israeli government.
Oh,
as well, at the point of
so,
entry.
on the first time I went was March. I think I went in March 25th of 2024, and at that time the Rafah border hadn't been taken yet, so we went in through Egypt. And the Egyptian soldiers, they checked to make sure we weren't bringing in weapons, which is kind of reasonable. But they did not stop us from taking in medical supplies. They didn't turn anybody away in the team. Now, I think it was May 2nd or 7th. I'm blanking now, but anyway, early May, the Israelis took Rafah and just destroyed the crossing. So it's just completely closed now. So now you have to fly to Amman in Jordan, right? You have to come across the Jordan River, over the King Hussein Bridge into the West Bank. You have to get from your Jordanian bus onto an Israeli bus. And because you have to get onto an Israeli bus and travel through Israeli territory, they say that these people, that meaning us, the medics coming in, that we have to adhere to Israeli tourism restrictions, which is just ludicrous. I mean, it's beyond idiotic, And so that means we can't bring any medical supplies. We can basically only bring things that we need for ourselves, like your own. And they got a little bit better about this, or a little bit less restrictive, I guess. But it was just unbelievably petty at first. Like it was actually to the point where if you brought like a bottle of Tylenol, They would open it, they would dump out all the pills, and then I swear to God, I'm not making this up, they would count out how many Tylenol pills you could need in your like 2 or 3 weeks, and they would say you can take this much, not these ones. It's like these are
they did not want you to give your own personal medicine to the Palestinians.
Yeah, and like you got to remember, these are like uniformed Israeli security personnel doing this, meaning that the state of Israel has decided that this is the highest priority for Israeli security.
I'm losing my mind.
It's completely nuts. Mark Perlmutter he's an American hand surgeon. He happens to be Jewish. He came with some microsurgical instruments because he's a hand surgeon, so he's fixing these like delicate nerves in the arm and the forearm. And so he came with these microsurgical instruments. They're like literally this big pieces of metal. And he's a Jewish person from the United States coming in to help the Palestinians, and they confiscated them. They said, no, you can't take these. He was like, but I need them to do my work. And they were like, well, you can't take them. And you're like, what possible security threat could these things pose? It's just completely silly.
Yeah.
So there's that. But on top of that, the second thing with that is that when you apply, they give everybody, all the medical personnel, they give you what's called pre-approval. This is COGAT, the Israeli office. They give everybody pre-approval. So you fly to Jordan. You've taken a month off of work. If you're, like for me, I told my parents I love them. I made a living will because the possibility of getting killed there, it's not high for a foreign healthcare worker, but it's not zero either. Like I was about 2 minutes away from being killed when they attacked Nasser on March 23rd. But you do all of this, and then literally 6 to 12 hours before you're going to go in, they give you final approval, which half of people are just denied. There's no explanation given.
Oh, so they make it all the way out there, and then they just get denied.
Yes, and then you get denied at the last minute. And on my trip, there were 5 healthcare workers that were going to go in. I got approval, and I'm a man of military age, you could argue. I'm 43, but whatever.
You're brown.
I'm brown. Yeah. I've been extremely vocal since I got out. I wrote an article in the New York Times. I wrote an article in Politico. I've been on, lots of podcasts and on CNN and all that stuff. And so I was approved at the final approval, they call it. I got final approval. Tammy Abu Ghanayem was the other person on there. She is Arab Jordanian. She's an American, but she was, of Arab Jordanian descent. She was allowed in. John Kaler, who's a 78-year-old pediatrician with 2 fake knees, was denied. Bing Lee, who is a 100-pound Chinese-American woman and an American Army veteran, was denied. And Wilhelmi Masi, who is a late 50s Tanzanian immigrant to the U.S. with American citizenship, was denied. So based on what? It's totally arbitrary and totally absurd. And it's to the point that sometimes people have been denied and then literally they just reapply and the next week they're approved. And you're like, what? How did I go from being a security threat last week to not this week? It's completely arbitrary. It's completely and utterly ridiculous. And the Biden administration, remember they sent a letter to the Israelis that was leaked back in October. That was the famous, you have 30 days, which just happens to fall a few days after the election to do these things, and they didn't do any of them.
Yeah.
One of the things they wrote was that you have to get rid of these onerous and absurd restrictions on medical teams coming in. The Israelis just told them to go to hell. They just didn't do it. And election's over. What can we do now?
My attitude on this is that America is the big dog in this process.
Oh, totally.
So everything that Israel is doing, American leadership might claim that there's nothing we can do, but they hold all the cards ultimately.
100%.
And if they wanted to let in as much aid as physically possible, it's all it would take is one phone call.
Phone call. It's literally a phone call. Biden could have done it. Harris could have done it. Blinken could have done it. Lloyd, and literally anybody high up in the U.S. government could do it. Trump could do it right now if he wanted to.
Yeah.
And I totally agree with you. The idea, does Israel have an unusual level of influence in the United States? Yes, no doubt about that. But it's not a case of the tail wagging the dog. The U.S. is absolutely in charge. The second Trump wants to say stop, they have to stop. The second Biden wanted to say it, I mean, Biden didn't know where he was, to be fair, but
but he has. But in 2021, Biden actually stopped Israel's siege on Gaza, one of numerous sieges that Israel had conducted on Gaza, and what they call mowing of the lawn operations.
Yeah.
So
so it's not like these people didn't know. It's not like they couldn't figure it out, but they just chose not. They're and continuing to choose not to.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So in your experience, a lot of harrowing accounts have come out of medical professionals that have gone into the Strip And there was even a unique piece in the New York Times with medical professionals talking about the types of patients they were treating, talking about the types of wounds that these patients had received, specifically children with children that were sniped in the head and on their bodies. Like, is there something that you could? What was unique about your experience as far as doing this kind of trauma surgery in the Gaza Strip as opposed to your normal day-to-day experience?
Yeah, so I work in Stockton, California, which is I work at the only trauma center for about 1 million people in one of the poorest counties in the state, one of the most violent counties in the state, and so we see a lot of trauma, no doubt about it. But it was really, it was just absolutely, there was nothing remotely approximating this when I got to Gaza. The first thing, like when I got to European Hospital. Yeah, Nate Diaz, exactly. When I got to European Hospital, the whole place was actually a displaced persons camp, and like not just the grounds around the hospital, but actually lining the corridors of the hospital were about 1,500 people just living in tents, but in the hospital's corridors. It was impossible to keep anything clean. It was impossible. You couldn't, like, there's no way for a hospital to function like this, right? So that was the first thing. It was just like everything was filthy, and it was completely nuts. Like the whole sewage system would back up every third day, just be, like flood the radiology department with, like literally with shit, just because there was no way to stop it from it was overburdened by like 10 times more than it was supposed to take care of. And so even the normal types of wounds that we would deal with, like a gunshot wound to the abdomen, we open somebody, remove part of their intestine, put it back together, fine. Like that person should recover 100% of the time. Maybe they'll get a small wound infection. It won't be a big deal. They should be home in a week. Those patients would go on to sometimes die of sepsis that we couldn't control because there's no way to keep their wounds clean. They're already malnourished. Even back then, like even a year ago, they were already malnourished.
Yeah.
And so even these minor injuries, again, not getting shot in the ass is not minor, but even these injuries that should have a near 100% survival rate were like 30, 40, 50%, which is just absolutely nuts. But then, yeah, the unique types of injuries that we saw were especially related to children. It was just about, half of Gaza is kids, and about half of the severely injured people we saw were children. And I don't mean like 17-and-a-half-year-old boys. I mean like pre-teenage children. Yeah. Like people who through a scope or on a camera are visibly kids, Yeah. And that was pretty shocking. And, so when I got back, I wrote the first letter I wrote to the Biden administration was 45 doctors and nurses who had worked in Gaza. And one of the things we pointed out was that we all saw children, like, again, small children regularly shot in the head or the chest. So the New York Times opinion team reached out to me and they said, we want to know more detail, like, which is, that seems sensible. So I was like, okay. So we put together a poll of, and I think 65 people responded in total, including me. And of the people who worked in the right setting, meaning like, because like if you're an obstetrician, nobody's going to call you when a kid gets shot in the head. But of the people who worked in the right setting, the emergency room, a neurosurgeon, a trauma surgeon like me, an anesthesiologist, critical care doctor, that kind of thing, I think it was 80, 83, 84% regularly saw children shot in the head or chest. That's wild, You can't argue that, and like the reason I focused on that in that piece was because you can't go when someone drops a bomb and it kills a child or it shreds a child. Of course, it's very dramatic and it's tragic, but you can argue, oh well, there was a Hamas guy right next to him, and human shields, all this nonsense we hear all the time. It's totally false, but you can still claim it. But when a small child is being shot in the head or the chest throughout the Gaza Strip on a regular or daily basis in the catchment area of every hospital where there's an international presence, that you're getting into like ridiculous territory
with no coordination from healthcare officials. But yet they all have the same exact firsthand accounts and firsthand testimony.
Yeah. No, none of us even knew each other before we got there.
Which made it undeniable. And the very fact that it is even a necessity for trauma surgeons and healthcare professionals to come back from the Gaza Strip to reveal this information is yet another testament to, I guess, the success that the Israeli government has had with having zero access into the Gaza
Yeah.
Strip for the media.
For journalists, yeah.
For journalists.
You know, one of the things about American reporters are very, for the most part, are very good. There's lackeys everywhere, right? But the reporters themselves are very smart. They're usually pretty honest. When they've gone to Gaza and reported during Israeli wars, they've been pretty honest, you know? Oh, like, you know, yeah, we saw a Hamas guy fire a rocket from over there, and then a day later, a bomb dropped in this area when there was a crowd there. And you're like, okay, and obviously that didn't do anything but kill the crowd of people.
Yeah.
Or like, you remember when, it must have been during Operation Protective Edge, I think in 2014, there was the shelling of the children playing on the beach. And, you know, the Israelis tried to claim that they came out of a Hamas compound.
Yeah.
And but this happened right across from the hotel where journalists all live. And they were like, that was a fisherman's shack, like a rundown fisherman's shack. You could not possibly believe.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? This is just ridiculous. So like when they see things themselves, they report on them pretty honestly. And that's the whole reason that they're not allowed to go in, you know?
Yeah.
And even Piers Morgan has figured this out. Like like every time he talks to, what do you call it? Like an Israeli spokesperson now, he just keeps pointing out that like, if you wanted me to believe anything you're saying, you would let journalists into the Gaza Strip. It's pretty straightforward.
Even Sky News has started making those calls as well.
Yeah.
Western media has now officially started doing normal coverage on any kind of correspondence coming out of the Israeli government. It took 19 months of unlimited child murder for them to finally arrive at this position, only after Western leadership basically created a new permission structure by saying, we're going to reconsider our free trade agreements in the future with Israel, while they still continue to supply F-35 parts like England does, or even surveillance planes like England does off of Cyprus.
Yeah.
And
I think a big part of it is also now you can blame it on Trump.
Yeah.
And the media hates Trump. And I'm no big fan of Donald Trump, to be honest. But now that it can be blamed on Donald Trump and not the Democrats, all of a sudden it's obvious that what's going on is genocidal and wrong. And all of a sudden it's obvious that when somebody makes a patently ridiculous claim, it's patently ridiculous, and we should point that out in real time. You know, like it's just it's really, and you know, like after almost 3 months of, actually more now more than 3 months of starvation, like literal starvation, no food in or out of a besieged territory that is half children, 70% refugees, and the size of Philadelphia. No food in or out.
Yeah.
And we're confused as to whether or not there's starvation. But no, you know, at least people are waking up to it.
Yeah. Also, on top of that, are you familiar with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation and the scheme that the American and Israeli government has actually coordinated with? Which, of course, again, illegal under international humanitarian law. That the belligerent occupiers that are conducting warfare can weaponize aid. After doing months of starvation, deliberate starvation, to turn around and weaponize aid distribution like this in an effort to then continue killing people that are walking, 7 miles.
Oh yeah,
both
it's completely
ways.
ridiculous.
Children walking 7 miles both ways to get a crumb of food. It's incredibly inhumane. It's unimaginable cruelty. And I'm really appreciative that you took the time out today to come and speak on this with your own personal experience, especially because there's only so much I can do. I mean, I've interviewed Motaz Zaiza and other people, and have constant correspondence with people in the Strip, including now assassinated journalists like Hossam Shabbat, And I hope that more people will take what you have to say seriously. What are some of the more annoying things that you've experienced coming back and having to speak on these issues, having to speak on the bloodshed that you watched unfold?
I think I have a little more grace for people sometimes maybe than other people do, and I totally get why people are like, look, how long does it take for you to figure out what's going on? Like, how many people have to say it? How clear does it have to be before you can just stand up and say what is obviously true? But for me, the thing that's kind of frustrating is just that every time we talk about it on not here, but like in mainstream media of any kind, it's always still presented as the Israel-Hamas war, you know? I just gave some testimony at the UN Security Council the other day. And I just described all the same stuff that I'm describing here, nothing unusual, and nothing they hadn't heard before. And someone actually asked the Israeli ambassador, Danny Danon, I think is his name.
Oh yeah, we are very familiar with Danny.
Yeah, it's kind of,
he's done wonderful things such as make a quilt that children had made at the UN office. He made a big fuss about that, and then took it down because the quilt. I shit you not, I'm not even joking. The quilt had writing on it that said peace.
Yeah. No, that sounds like the kind of thing Danny Danon would do. Yeah. He's a special human being. Yeah, but so somebody actually asked him, they said, you know, one of the reporters one of the briefers that's going to speak today is a doctor who wrote an article in the New York Times about Israeli soldiers shooting children in the head. Can you comment on that? And he didn't quite deny it. He just said, look, we all know there's suffering in Gaza, but it's all Hamas's fault. And every time, again, not here, but like every time I talk about this in any kind of mainstream scenario, circumstance, I have to explain like ad nauseum that no, Hamas is not like forcing the Israelis to drop bombs on schools, you know, or it's ridiculous. Like you can't. This has nothing to do with Hamas. It doesn't even seem like the Israelis are trying to attack Hamas at this point. They just seem to be attacking the civilian population straightforwardly. You know, I was there. I got there on March 6th, and from March 6th to March 18th was what's called ceasefire time. There wasn't really a ceasefire, but I mean, there was a ceasefire from Hamas, but not from the Israelis. But at least the Israelis weren't bombing the hell out of the place anymore, just shooting people occasionally. And but on March 18th, the widespread bombing resumed, and the target, which the Israelis were perfectly clear and open about, there was no attempt to hide it. The target was Hamas politicians.
Yeah,
it was the prime minister, the agriculture minister. Like, what are you doing? Like, does anyone think? Again, just like turn the belligerents around. Nobody thinks that that if Hamas was going to break the ceasefire and they went into they invaded Tel Aviv. And they shot
blew up the Knesset.
Benjamin Netanyahu dead in his bed, along with all, you know, however many kids he has, and his cousin that happened to be visiting, and like, and by the way, it's in the middle of Purim. This is insane. Like, there'd be we would start a nuclear war over this. You know, it's completely crazed what's going on, and there's no attempt to even pretend that it's an adherence with international law or even Israeli law. To be perfectly honest, you know, it's wild. It's just totally wild.
I'm thinking of like what are some of the more common like idiotic things that I hear on a regular basis to have your firsthand testimony against. Like one of the things that during the ceasefire, the limited ceasefire that took place, I, alongside some other journalists, tried to start a petition to open up the Rafah crossing so that Western media could actually go through. Yeah. I was working alongside some people. Obviously, that never happened. Israel did not allow that to happen. But in the process, one of the things that many people were directing my way was the notion that if I were to actually enter the Gaza Strip, that the real fear that I would experience would be from Hamas and not from Israeli rockets or an Israeli assassination from Israeli drone strikes. Now, what do you have to say to that kind of idiotic statement, considering that you are an American citizen and therefore, in the minds of the morons, a high-profile target for hostage taking?
Yeah, and just so everybody knows, I'm not Muslim. I'm an atheist, but my family is Zoroastrians. They're like a non-Muslim ethnic and religious minority in India and Pakistan. You know, so I am not, and I don't speak Arabic. So easy target. High value American physician. Yeah. Furthermore, they're with a Jewish guy, a Jewish American guy, Mark Perlmutter.
Yes, these guys are supposed to be super anti-Semitic.
Yeah, and exactly. This is like those, all the anti-Semitism in the world. And I'll tell you a story, and I don't think I'm outing Mark by telling him this because he's said it before too. Mark is Jewish, and he didn't know much about the conflict before getting there. And he and I were in the van going from Cairo over to Rafah together. and his last name's Perlmutter, so I knew he was Jewish, and he mentioned it. He was like, "Oh, I'm just a little nervous going because I'm Jewish," and I was like, "Mark, I know you won't believe this, but you will never meet less anti-Semitic people than the place you're about to go. I'm sure there's an anti-Semite somewhere, but
yeah."
And I told him, I was like, I don't get it. Like, honestly, intellectually, I don't understand how these people have maintained such a sharp distinction in their head between Jews and Israelis, but they have. It's very odd, honestly. Like, most conflicts devolve into less understanding, but they've maintained that just because Jews were part of the fabric of Palestine before the Zionist project started. But anyway, that night, it was Ramadan back like last year when I went too. That night we got back together for iftar, the evening meal, and I was like, "Mark, how did it go?" And he was like, "Oh my God!" Like, he actually almost came. He's a very sensitive guy. He almost came to tears, explaining what had happened. He was like, "I started off, I just said I'm Mark." And they said, "Hi, welcome, Mark." And then I said, "I'm Mark, and I'm an American." Oh, okay. Oh, well. And they became a little more welcoming. He said, "I'm Mark Perlmutter, and I'm an American." They were like, "Okay." And then, "I'm Mark Perlmutter, I'm Jewish, and I'm an American." And when he said I was Jewish, people would hug him. They would kiss him on the cheeks. They would say, "Oh, my goodness, it's so lovely to have a Jewish person come. I've never met a Jewish person who wasn't trying to kill me." And my grandmother told me all these stories about the nice Jewish family that lived down the street from them in Jerusalem. And that, and he was like, in 12 hours, his whole understanding of who these people are, what they are, what drives this conflict was just shattered, and he's never been the same since. Honestly, he's like, it's really these kinds of stories are, and furthermore, literally every Jewish person who goes to even to Gaza, but just to anywhere in the West Bank and meets Palestinians, they all have exactly the same experience.
Yeah,
because it's not from the standpoint of the Palestinians, this is not a religious conflict.
Yeah,
they don't see it that way. Sorry, I forgot what you asked me, to be honest.
No, that's a great anecdote, though. I mean, no, the question was like,
did I feel threatened by Hamas?
Feel threatened by Hamas?
No, I mean, there's no way I didn't meet Hamas people there, right?
Of course, because they're a part of the.
They're a part of the.
They're a part of the civil governance of the entire Strip.
Yeah.
So there is a distinction between the Al Qassam brigades, which you might have even encountered.
I might
as
have,
well.
yeah.
And again. The way that Western media treats it is as though they're aliens. Like they're actually outside of the Strip for some reason.
Yeah.
No, they're orphaned soldiers that literally are Palestinian that were born into one of these refugee camps.
Yeah. So the guy, one of the people that founded Hamas was a pediatrician, if I'm remembering correctly, named Rantisi, and his father was executed by Israeli forces in the 1956 occupation of Gaza during when Israel invaded Gaza and the Sinai during the 56 war. He was part of the Fedayeen resistance, and he was killed. And so Rantisi went on because his father had been killed, and he went on to found Hamas. Yeah. Hamas has always taken the plight of Palestinian prisoners, Palestinian orphans to heart. There are at least 6 books, and I mean serious books, not what's that guy's name? I forget his name now. He's the guy that just wrote on democracies and death cults. I mean, Israel's the democracy and Hamas is the death cult.
Fucking Douglas Murray.
Douglas Murray, that's his name.
God, what a
that
piece
book.
Of
Yeah,
shit
well,
that guy
it's
is.
just a terrible book. It's like if you can read English, you can read and you can realize what a terrible book it is. But there are 6 books written, almost all of them written by either American or Israeli Jews. And not a single one of them concludes that Hamas is just a death cult of lunatics who just want to murder Jews. Is there a streak of anti-Semitism? Yeah, probably. Again, like I said, it's kind of surprising that there isn't more of that in the Palestinian territories. Yeah. But yeah, no, Hamas is just not there to wage a jihad on any non-Muslim who happens to walk by. That's just not what's going on. It's much more straightforward than that. There is an occupation. The Palestinians have had their country taken away from them. They've already agreed repeatedly to a straightforward 2-state solution, and it's being denied to them on purpose. That's just all that's going on. Yes, Hamas talks in Muslim rhetoric because they're Muslims. Okay, I mean, that's fine.
Yeah,
well,
no,
what do you
absolutely.
want?
This is like an endless battle in the media that I have to wage with regular frequency to try to explain to Americans who just cannot comprehend the level of death and destruction even far before October 7. that Palestinians have withstood and experienced.
Yeah.
And in spite of all of that, like how even militancy has evolved throughout the time, even with Hamas as well, being like a resistance group, initially being a Muslim Brotherhood cutout, like Islamic Charity, turning into a political party and a militant resistance group, to then go from only targeting military and police officers to then also targeting civilians after the Cave of the Patriarchs massacre.
After the Goldstein massacre.
Yeah, after the Goldstein massacre. And changing its targets.
In case people don't understand that, like the Hamas had, and still, you know, I'm a doctor. I don't want anybody getting killed, you know, soldiers, civilians, really anybody. But nevertheless, if you're going to carry out military activities in a military occupation, it's not illegal to attack soldiers and security personnel. It's not pleasant. I don't really like violence, but it's just what it is.
Yeah.
You know, big boys game, big boys rules. So in 1994, this guy named Baruch Goldstein, he's always described as Israeli. Actually, he was from New York.
Yeah.
But
he's also sometimes, depending on the level of insanity, depending on how much of a kahanist you are, sometimes they say Dr. Goldstein.
And he was a physician, actually. He was actually a physician.
Who refused to treat Arabs, by the way.
Not hardly surprising, since he shot them later. Yeah. He just walked into the Cave of the Patriarchs Mosque in Hebron in the middle of prayer and just started murdering people with just incidentally in IDF uniform and with an IDF issued rifle. So yeah, and after that, after the typical the Muslim mourning period is 40 days. After that, Hamas started carrying out suicide bombings in Israel.
Yeah.
Well, that's still bad. Like, you still shouldn't, like, they shouldn't have done that. Okay, yeah, lots of things shouldn't have happened. When you drive people to these extremes, there are people who will respond in extremes. So that's
of course
understandable.
It's an act of desperation.
It is,
like, nobody wants to blow themselves up. There was like a mom that I think one of the bus stop bombings was conducted by, I believe, a mother. Like, you think that person wants to do that? Like, they're you know, people are engaging this as a direct consequence of how if death is inevitable, they're choosing the terms in which they die at that point. And that's how it was seen and calculated by them. And there's a lot of back and forth, even internally within Hamas, as far as everything that I've read on this, about how to most successfully resist against the Israeli occupation. But of course, none of that matters in this process once you slap the terrorism designation, which is very beneficial for Western powers to continue this genocidal campaign.
Yeah. And the big question is always like because you're not Palestinian, right?
No.
Yeah, and neither am I, and I'm not Israeli. Like, we are involved. People like us are involved in this because we're Americans, not for any other reason. So like the political outcome of the Israel-Palestine conflict, we can all have our opinion on that, and that's fine. But the question is always, like, we should always ask, are we committing crimes? And the answer is yes. We are deeply, deeply involved in this. So yes, Hamas shouldn't carry out suicide bombings. That's true. Hamas shouldn't take hostages. That's true. But we also shouldn't be locking 2 million people in a cage and just letting them languish and die there. You know, like, I think it's pretty easy to show that's a much more serious crime. Right?
Yeah.
You can, anybody who wants to talk about Hamas all day long, okay, fine. Yeah. They could probably do everybody a lot of favors by disappearing, but that's not the way the world works. There is a conflict going on there, and we are fueling it by just dumping weapons onto one side as fast as we possibly can. That's the question we should be answering. You know, it's important to understand the history.'re not wrong about that at all, but we have to always understand what our own what are we doing in the world once we're not involved in mass slaughter of children or putting 2 million people in something that amounts to a concentration camp and just leaving them there to languish and die their entire lives. Then we can talk seriously about other people's crimes, but until then it's like some Russian telling the US that that what we're doing is wrong in Israel while they're invading Ukraine. You know what I mean? Like, it's complete hypocrisy. It's absolute moral nonsense from start to finish. And I don't think we should be involved in that kind of thing.
Also, Hamas is very pragmatic, and what you just said, they would do everybody favors by disappearing, is precisely what they have suggested.
They
in the
actually,
ceasefire, in the ceasefire negotiations, where
Yeah.
they said they want and this is something that even the otherwise cowardly Gulf nation states have been on board
Mm-hmm.
with, which is to create a Palestinian National Committee, a technocratic Palestinian National
Yeah.
Committee, and dissolve Hamas politically, while still obviously maintaining the most knowledgeable people on government affairs to work on the Gaza Strip,
Mm-hmm.
to control the Gaza Strip. And yet Israel refuses.
Yeah,
that is a key part of the ceasefire negotiations that Israel actually refuses, because they want Hamas to continue controlling the Gaza Strip,
Yeah.
so they can have just cause.
Yeah, so Dropsite News has done really good reporting on this.
Yeah.
They I think they got all three of the original texts that the Witkoff went back and forth with Hamas and Israel, and this is absolutely shocking. It was Israel that removed the term that Hamas put in, saying that they would give up governance of the Gaza Strip to, like you said, a technocratic group of Palestinians. Fine, they've actually done this before. Incidentally, they've offered to do this before. The history of Hamas being reasonable is actually much more interesting than people know. But they were elected in 2006 or 7, I'm forgetting. 2006.
Yeah.
And then the attempted coup was in 2007, right?
Yeah.
In between that time, from 2006 to 2007, Jimmy Carter, who was he was still alive and he was able-bodied back then, he had monitored the elections, the 2006 elections.
Carter Foundation.
Yeah, the Carter Foundation had monitored them, and he not only declared that they were free and fair, he declared that they were actually better run than American elections are. No, I'm saying I'm not exaggerating for effect. This is literally true. He said they were better run than American elections are, and that the party that got the most votes won. Now Hamas won a plurality, mostly because of its incompetence and stupidity of the Palestinian Authority.
Yeah.
But that's a different matter.
Collaborative.
Exactly. Yeah, because they're seen as collaborators. They're seen as extremely corrupt, which they are.
Which, ironically enough, this election only happened because George W. Bush forced.
He demanded it. Yeah.
George W. Bush demanded, because again, we have all the control in whatever happens with the affairs of the Palestinians.
Yeah, how
and
wild
also,
is that we decide when you have elections. It's nuts,
George W. Bush went to the Fatah leadership. The Fatah leadership was like, the negotiations have fallen apart.
Yeah.
Palestinians do not like us for understandable reasons. They see us as collaborators. If you put together this election, we will lose. It is not the right time. George W. Bush said, fuck off. You're still going to do this election. They did. And then they tried to facilitate a coup d'etat.
Yeah.
And that also failed, and that only galvanized Hamas and gave it more power in the Strip, more command over the Gaza Strip. Exactly. And the only reason why Hamas had actually won a plurality of the votes by, like, I believe 2 or 3% margins,
something like that,
something minimal. Which, by the way, almost every single person that voted for them in 2006 is now dead. Okay, so there's that part of it as well. Remember, 50% of the Strip is children. They only won because they were seen as the anti-corruption party.
Right.
They were running on an anti-corruption, anti-collaboration ticket.
Yeah.
That's the reason why they voted for them.
Yeah. But between 2000, between the election and the attempted coup, Carter went around begging the United States. I still remember he wrote an article for CNN, CNN.com, and the title, the headline was "Give Hamas a Chance." Back then, actually, it was such a reasonable thought that people had that maybe these people aren't just all genetically lunatics for some reason.
Yeah.
I still remember there was an article in Time magazine, of all places, where the reporter just went to Gaza and he walked around and he was like, huh. Everybody told, the Israeli spokespeople said that, now it's like the Taliban. You have to have a long beard and men and women aren't allowed to talk to each other in public. He said, this was complete nonsense. And I still remember there was a really, really interesting, the way the article started off was he described, he literally just followed a Hamas police unit around for a few days. And they went to a guy, I forget which clan he was from, but from one of these more powerful clans in Gaza. And he went, the guy was just walking around a market with a rifle. And so the Hamas guys just surrounded him. They didn't draw their weapons on him. They said, "Sir, you are not allowed to walk around with a rifle." And he said, "Don't you know who I am? I'm from this such and such clan. I can do whatever I want." Yeah, that's it. I can do whatever I want. And they just said, "Look, sir, no one is above the law anymore. Now we are going to have a country of law and order." Now, you might like their law and order. You might not like it. That's a different matter. But it's just like, you know, you can't, there was no reason that you couldn't have peace with these people. The reason that they don't have peace is because the Israelis have, like, ever since the Oslo Accords were signed, in 93 or something? And in the Declaration of Principles, it explicitly says that Gaza and the West Bank are a single territorial unity, right? They are the future state of Palestine. It doesn't say that, but it says that they are a single territorial unity. The instant that document was signed, Israel set about separating them. It immediately instituted a closure of Gaza, because Gaza's main industry was agriculture and furniture building that was then exported mostly to the West Bank.
Yeah.
They immediately set about separating them, which made it basically impossible to have an economy in Gaza. So the separation once that separation got worse and worse and worse. Obviously, then the Second Intifada breaks out in 2000, right? As it goes on, and as Hamas gets elected, now the Israelis say, "Well, crap. What are we going to do?" The Europeans are talking to Hamas. The Americans are starting to talk to Hamas. You know, like, what are we going to do? Coup, right? The attempted coup. And it was a godsend to the Israelis that the coup failed, because Hamas took over Gaza, which is, you know, every government defends itself by force from coups. That's just completely normal. And Israel, backed by the PA, backed by Israel and the United States, went on an anti-Hamas purge in the West Bank. And this was just a godsend for them, because now, what do they always say? There's no one we can talk to. Which government are we supposed to talk to? It's complete nonsense.
Something that Benjamin Netanyahu's also openly admitted, because they understand that, like, the Western perception is one of the most important parts of Israel continuing its domination.
Yeah.
And they recognize that Western perception on any sort of Islamist group is going to be incredibly negative. So they can very easily terror jacket every single person and do whatever they want. I believe it was after 2007, I remember maybe it was in like 2012 or something, when he said, like, we control how high the fire goes, in a private correspondence that was later unearthed, where you know, he was talking about the sieges that are conducted in the Gaza Strip. Whenever Israel increases the pressure in the West Bank, Gaza then Hamas turns around and says, "Don't do that. We will fire warning shots if you do that." And then they lob a couple bathtub-made missiles in the direction of Israel. Obviously, our tax dollars go directly to the Tamir interceptors that are fired from the Iron Dome defense structures that, you know, quickly intercept these missiles, unless you're, you know, a Bedouin, a Druze, and live in one of the areas that Israel surprisingly has no coverage over. So then it ends up killing Palestinian citizens of Israel. But in the aftermath of that justifies another siege, where you conduct yet another, like, smaller ethnic cleansing campaign and destroy the civil existence in the Gaza Strip.
If anybody wants to read this in excruciating and painful detail, read Norman Finkelstein's book, Gaza: An Inquest into Its Martyrdom. I helped edit some of his books before that, like Beyond Chutzpah.
Love Norm.
And you know, he is, his writing is meticulous, you know, and you can't, you know, when he speaks, sometimes he's pretty aggressive, but which is fine. He's not, you know, it's hard not to be sometimes. It's a moral outrage, but his writing is very careful and very meticulous. Basically, what he shows is that every time Israel has conducted one of these massive attacks on Gaza, basically 2008, 9, and 2014, Cast Lead and Protective Edge, is because Hamas has been getting too reasonable. They've been too vocal about about their willingness to do a two-state solution. They've been too vocal about saying that they're perfectly happy with any government running Gaza and the West Bank. They've been too vocal about wanting to get back together with Hamas and have a unity government, including a technocratic government, like you were mentioning. And this goes on, and it's just the record is just played over and over and over again. Furthermore, the Hamas rocket attacks on Israel, which again are criminal, just to be clear, just like Israel's attacks on Gaza are criminal. They're just as criminal, but the level of death and destruction they impose is
incomparable.
Just not to even talk about them in the same paragraph is lunacy, you know?
Yeah.
Like, people talk about how awful October 7th was, right? And just to be clear, they're correct. October 7th was a horrific atrocity. Go back and look at the details of Operation Cast Lead, which started in December of 2008 and finished in 2009. Look at the details. You might notice that they're basically exactly the same thing, except for on October 7th, in the October 7th attacks, October 7th, 8th, and 9th, about 40 children were killed. In Operation Cast Lead, about 330 children were killed. The ratio of combatants to civilians killed is almost exactly the same. One home seems to have been destroyed during the October 7th attacks, and it was destroyed by Israeli tank fire. I forget the exact number, but thousands of homes were destroyed during Operation Operation Cast Lead. And these attacks on Gaza just worsened and worsened and worsened and worsened. Like they just went to such extremes. After Operation Protective Edge in 2014, the head of the ICRC, Peter something I think was his name, he went to Gaza. And this guy's only job is to go to war zones. Like that's literally all he does. The International Committee for the Red Cross, the head of that, he went and he said, "I've never seen anything like this in my life. I've never seen destruction on this scale in my entire life." After just 1 year of the imposition of the blockade, the blockade was imposed into the extreme, like modern form of the blockade was imposed in 2007 after the coup, or after the attempted coup. Just a year later, in 2008, Mary Robinson, who was the president of Ireland, and she became one of those international elders along with Carter and other people, she visited Gaza, and when she left, she said their whole civilization has been destroyed. I'm not exaggerating. And then she went on to say it's unbelievable that the world doesn't care while this is happening.
This is far before October 7th.
This is 2008. Yeah. It's people, I'm sure your listeners have heard a lot of this stuff before, I apologize, but it's the extreme nature of what has been done to Gaza, to actually get into the details of it and explain that all what do people say frequently? Oh, what is Israel supposed to do when Hamas has fired thousands of rockets since 2000, since they came into power? Oh, yeah, technically that's accurate, but if you actually look at the day by day, when did they fire rockets? Yeah, it's almost universally, and I mean 90-something% of the time, in response to Israeli attacks on Gaza. Yeah. Or Israeli assaults on the West Bank.
On the West Bank. Yeah. And because it always escalates. Al-Aqsa is like a major factor in this, obviously. Yeah. And for a lot of Americans, they don't understand it. It's like a very important, very significant religious site for the entirety of the Muslim world. And it's just
and also a symbol of Palestinian nationalism.
Exactly, and they Israel deliberately throughout historic periods of struggle, including the Second Intifada, for example, have
which starts with an assault on them.
Used and abused and assaulted people for trying to continue their religious practice in Al-Aqsa Mosque, and then Hamas will retaliate after warning Israel not to do this every Ramadan. After warning Israel not to increase pressure and not to fight against and not to brutalize the worshippers, and Israel then predictably follows through, they will lob rockets over this Gaza border fence.
Yeah, and it just so people realize, it's you're 100% correct. There's the blocking of worshipers going to the mosque, but it's actually far more extreme than that. Israeli the term right wing is hard to apply in Israel, but it's unfortunate, because it's most of the political spectrum. But I'm talking about the lunatic religious far right, like people who in the U.S. we would call fascists. I mean, they're just religious fascists. They're completely insane. These people regularly try to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque.
Yeah, and there's a project right now. There's a tunnel.
There's a tunnel that's been dug underneath it that might have even made this building. There's a lot of stuff going on there that is not given play in the American media. All of these things should figure into the context that's provided in the regular reporting on this subject, but it's not. And that is what leaves people very, very confused about what's happening in this place and why it's happening. Because again, I can tell everybody about everything I saw in Gaza because I'm a doctor, right? So again, I'm a trauma surgeon. I saw lots of people shredded. I saw lots of kids killed. And you can always turn around and say, well, yeah, that's terrible, but it's all Hamas's fault. And if without context and having been denied context of, the past 20 years, and even before that too, to be sure, but 20 years of context. Yeah.
You know, even post October 7, matching October 7 to what has unfolded post October 7 is the reason, like, a lot of people started paying attention to what was going on, and is the reason why Israel has officially become a pariah state in the Western world. Obviously, the Global South was always aware that Israel was a settler colonial entity that was an instrument of Western imperialism, but now even Westerners themselves have recognized that this is completely untenable. This is incredible cruelty. The reason why I wanted to show you this is what I said recently, as a matter of fact. I said there's no comparison between Israel and Hamas. One is a militant resistance comprised of orphan soldiers born into a 77-year occupation. The other is an ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state with nukes doing a genocide backed by the USA. And of course, the ADL and numerous other outlets like Gabby Deutsch from Jewish Insider have been losing their minds over this tweet that went a little viral, I guess, but and have been saying that this is like, this is completely ridiculous to say. And the only defense that they have to say that this is ridiculous is that they try to imply that I'm saying Hamas is good.
Right.
And at no point did I say Hamas is good here. I'm just literally, accurately, and truthfully assessing the situation and covering it, as is my job. Do you feel like there's anything wrong with this statement, or at least maybe with the way that people are reacting to it?
I think probably everybody listening to you knows that the ADL is a good example. It's run by a guy named Jonathan Greenblatt, I think is his last name.
I know him very well. He
really?
I am his white whale. Every time if someone sneezes in the direction of Jewish people, Jonathan Greenblatt will go on television and be like, Hassan Piker.
So do you know how Jonathan Greenblatt got his start? He's one of the, I think the founder of the original CEO, I can't remember, of Ethos Water. It's that's the water that you buy at Starbucks. So there's no way that somebody who founded I believe it's a for-profit company, but also with at least a good ostensibly message, charitable effort, right? And they very strongly advertise that they're at least some portion of their profits, maybe it's all, I don't know, goes to building water infrastructure in places that don't have it, right? So there's no way.
Insane.
Yes, it's crazy, right? Because you already know what I'm going to say. There is no way that he is not hooked into people from Oxfam. What is Oxfam saying about what's going on right now? Oxfam actually wrote a report last year called Water War Crimes that is shocking. Like, if anybody wants to, because we all know about the violence in Gaza, but the day-to-day deprivation is actually what is the Palestinians in Gaza. And I hate saying this because I don't mean to make them sound like they're nuts somehow, but this one, the Palestinians in Gaza long ago got used to seeing people blown up, that which is horrifying, that nobody should have been put through this, but nevertheless it's true. Despite that, the level of deprivation that is going on, and this is not new, but it's really been kicked up to 11 in this report. It was either this report or a report they put out afterwards, but in this report they point out that at one point, there were 500,000 people concentrated into the Mawasi area. It actually got worse after that. Eventually, there were almost 1 million people there, as far as anybody can tell. But they pointed out that there were 500,000 people, and there were 120 toilets. I just want people to just think about that. It's completely nuts. Like, for leaving aside that they concentrated 500,000 people into something that I think is about the size of Los Angeles International Airport, literally. And again, not exaggerating for effect. I think that's actually correct, just factually correct. The level of deprivation in a place like this is crazed. There was one emergency medicine physician who went over. She works at Stanford. Her name's Aisha Khan, I think is her last name. Who I testified at the UN with last year. And she told us a story about receiving two or three young men who had literally drowned in feces because they were trying to dig a latrine for the camp that they lived in the Mawasi. Like, they had fallen into it. It was nighttime, and they got knocked out when they fell into. They literally drowned in shit. I mean, now Jonathan Greenblatt probably knows that story. because he knows people at Oxfam. He knows people at the United Nations. He knows people who are interested in water issues in the world. It's a major part of humanitarianism, right? How can he still go on television and not like? And furthermore, imagine if Jonathan Greenblatt went on TV and just said, "Look, we all know that Hamas is the worst thing ever, and Hassan Piker is the worst thing ever. We all know all of that, but we should all remember that children are children, and they should be given clean water." All of a sudden, his credibility would be restored, right? People would be like, "Oh, look, this guy's actually totally reasonable."
No,
he can't even do it.
that.
He can't even do it. You know,
he can't do that. But it goes in line with the same thing. Like at a time of unprecedented explosion of anti-Semitism coming from Twitter, that's owned by Elon Musk, and also some of the more like vocal, some of the largest. Supposedly quote unquote pro-Palestinian people who are not really pro-Palestinian at all, that are anti-Semitic. The reason why he puts the crosshairs on people like myself is because I'm not anti-Semitic, and as a matter of fact, I combat anti-Semitism, but also am firmly committed to anti-Zionist statements, which is the real reason why he sees me as a threat and not like a Candace Owens or a Dan Bilzerian who is seemingly more invested in saying this is all because of Jews and because of the Talmud or whatever.
Right? Yeah, and Dan Bilzerian like talking about he's just got all these like this like crazy nonsense that comes out of his head or it comes out of his mouth, or like that. I think it was also it was Piers Morgan. He the other day he said I had Dan Bilzerian on for half an hour spewing anti-Semitic crap before I cut him off. I was like, why did you invite Dan Bilzerian on your? What did you expect him to do?
He's a content demon.
I guess,
yeah. Now he's
Honestly,
now he's Hamas,
it was weird.
though.
It was very weird.
He used to be a content demon. Now he's Hamas. So it's he's
really he's moving up in the world.
Even now he still it will be wishy-washy. But at least like the role reversal has been kind of funny to see. I've been on his show
really
a bunch of times. Yeah. And stopped going on it because I thought it was just like utterly unproductive.
It's kind of a clown show. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird.
I mean, it was good for catharsis. I feel like whenever I yelled at some like weirdo Zionist and everybody enjoyed those TikTok clips, but like, now he's Hamas and the National Jewish Assembly is actually coming after him as well. Here it is.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to see how strongly people turned or how quickly people turned on him. Yeah.
The National Jewish Assembly condemns in the strongest possible terms the disgraceful performance by Piers Morgan during his recent interview with Israel's ambassador, Zipi Hotaveli, who is also another fucking demon. What unfolded was not journalism. It was hostile, one-sided ambush, a spectacle of sneering ignorance and intellectual laziness. No, what unfolded was him actually, for once, after 19 months of child Holocaust that was live streamed that everyone has seen, was him basically treating one Israeli envoy in the same way that he has treated every single person that wants to say anything pro-Palestinian for the first 19 months.
Yeah.
Like every time I went on, it was like, do you condemn October 7? Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn October 7? You can't get a fucking word in edgewise to talk about the situation that's unfolding without people like Piers constantly shoving things down your throat in an effort to make sure that this is like just like bullying you for even trying to maintain the idea that like Palestinians are human beings worthy of dignity,
and also just refusing to marry. I don't like the term Zionism, to be honest, but whatever. Refusing to marry Zionism and Judaism, because if they're the same thing, then obviously you got to support them because Judaism is a rich cultural heritage, rich religion, blah blah blah. That's I forget, it might have been. Who was it? Was it Irving Howe? I don't know. There was some commentator in the 80s and 90s who wrote that if you're Jewish and you have enough money to buy a one-way ticket to Israel and you don't, you're not a Zionist. You're something else. You know?
True. I say it all the time.
Yeah, and it's totally it's correct, but like it's one of those things where. So what are they? Well, B'Tselem actually answered that question pretty well, I think. B'Tselem's Israel's major human rights group. They answered that question pretty well when I think when they said. They wrote a report probably 5 or 6 years ago now, in which they just asked, what is the occupation? What is going on?
The apartheid report?
Well, it's an apartheid report, but the way they termed it is it's the same report where they concluded that Israel is an apartheid state.
Yeah, it was in 2021.
Is that what it was? There you go.
April 2021.
Nice. And the term that they used in that report is there is a single regime from the river from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, and it is a regime of Jewish supremacy.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, what it is. And there are no, I don't want anybody to think that all Jews are Jewish supremacists. In fact, a very small minority of them are. They also, but it's a very real phenomenon. I forget if it's Smotrich or Ben Gvir, but they're one of them. I think it's Ben Gvir. The name of his party is Jewish Power.
Yeah,
it is meant exactly as Ben Gvir. Yeah, it's meant exactly in the same way as White Power is meant.
Yeah, Jewish Power Party.
It's completely nuts, and that's that's what's going on here. And so anyway, but point being, like, if you want to have a regime of Jewish supremacy, if you're going to have certain American Jewish billionaires and other such people funding it and getting their own benefits from it, social or political or otherwise, whatever it might be, you're going to end up in a situation where you're doing a lot of really, really ugly stuff. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
really ugly stuff. And it's kind of hard to justify the slaughter of children. So it's much better to just confuse people and make them look away and say, well, that guy's an anti-Semite, or that guy's this, or that guy's that. But what you can't do is allow people to say, look, I have no qualm with Jewish people. Why would I? That doesn't make any sense. I'm not a lunatic, but I can't support this genocidal lunacy. But that's why these people come after someone who is making their anytime someone interrupts that dichotomy, they're gonna try and make them less available.
Yeah, no, that's what's like really pissing people off right now is the very fact that a lot more people are aware of what Israel has been doing, its conduct in the Gaza Strip. Many people are recognizing that it's a genocide
because it's hard to look away from.
Many people are recognizing that Israel's an apartheid. I think that played a big role too. Like B'Tselem and a lot of these human rights organizations in 2021 openly, actively calling Israel's practice an apartheid, which it was. It was since its inception.
Yeah.
There's never been a moment where Israel was not an apartheid state. But that creates a permission structure. And in that process, I think some people make this dangerous calculation where they think that we can't really solve the PR problem that Israel's having right now, especially as the mass starvation is continuing, because that's the other thing.
Yeah,
just like you said,
pushed a lot of
children dying is undeniably cruel, but the other part of this puzzle is mass starvation. I'm always reminded of the Human Rights Watch. I think it was the head of the Human Rights Watch who is a Jewish himself. I think he's a Holocaust survivor as well, who after October 7 did not think that Israel was committing a genocide, but because of the starvation that was taking place, because of the denial of humanitarian aid going into the Gaza Strip to the civilian population, that's when he was like, no, this is a genocide. This is an ethnic cleansing, because it is impossible to deny that. There is no this is simply collateral damage in our military calculation that we did when we bombed a fucking hospital or a mosque or a school where people were hiding. There is no way to justify it. It is just the most definitional war crime that proves the ethnic cleansing intentions that the Israeli government has.
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but actually the two founders of Human Rights Watch are both Jewish, and they have both come to the conclusion separately that Israel is in fact committing genocide. And exactly like you said, I really should remember his name, but I can't right now. What actually set the one who came to that conclusion off later, the guy who came to the conclusion after the first one, is exactly that. He said, look, you cannot justify Ken Roth is the one that came to the conclusion first. I just forget the other fellow's name, but he said you cannot justify not feeding people. That's completely nuts. And people got to remember, it's not actually just that Israel isn't supposed to stop Palestinians from receiving aid. That's obviously despicable. But they're actually, as the occupying power, they're actually responsible for feeding the Palestinians. They're responsible for it actually meeting the needs of the population. But and just to be clear,
as a belligerent occupier, they're also illegally bombing Gaza. They don't have
exactly. You don't have a right of self-defense. Like stopping people who come over the border. Yes, nobody would deny that at all. That's certainly part of self-defense. But there is no right of self-defense that includes obliterating the Gaza Strip, or honestly even firing one bullet across the fence.
Even as a belligerent occupier, the firing one bullet into the Gaza Strip is technically illegal.
And
as opposed to what Hamas and any other person that chooses to take up arms against the Israeli invasion and ethnic cleansing campaign, there is a law under international humanitarian law. It's called spontaneous militias. And and they don't have to wear army fatigues. That's not that is under international humanitarian law. Hamas is perfectly legally resisting militarily against the Israeli occupation, especially when Israel invades the Gaza Strip. It is directly a legal a method of combat.
Yeah. So exactly. The there's and you could get into all sorts of layers about this, like especially the the International Court of Justice in a totally, it has nothing to do with South Africa's petition about the apartheid convention. It was a case pending, I think, since 2019 or 2020 for a long time, and they finally they went through, do we have jurisdiction, blah blah blah. But finally, the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, which is the highest body at the United Nations, the highest legal body at the United Nations, they ruled that the occupation is illegal precisely because it's not an occupation; it's an annexation. Yeah. And basically, in other words, you can't annex territory under the pretext of occupying it. That's not how anything works. And so they demanded that Israel this is just last year sometime, they demanded that Israel immediately end the occupation, withdraw from the territories unconditionally, dismantle the settlements unconditionally, and negotiate. And I don't think they put this isn't in the ruling, but also implying that they need to negotiate a recognition of the state of Palestine and go from and have normal relations after that. And that is just like the hostages are supposed to be released unconditionally. That's always the term, right? I even said it at the UN when I said the unconditional release of all hostages. And then but I also went on to say other things unconditionally too. But everybody is supposed to adhere to the law unconditionally. If I steal your computer or something and run over to my house and you ask for it back, I don't get to say, well, why don't you let me use it on Tuesdays and then maybe we can talk about what once you agree that I can use it on Tuesdays, then we can negotiate. No, that's not how the law works. The law, either you do what's right or the cops will kick your door down and make you do what's right, right? Yeah. That's how, at least in theory, that's how the law is supposed to work.
In theory, because the cops are America in this process.
Right. And that's the US is a co-belligerent in this, Yeah. People talk about how the US is complicit in, I hate this term. You and I are complicit in genocide as American taxpayers. Yes. The United States government is an active participant in this, just like the UK is, just like Germany is. I would honestly argue just like even the EU still is, but that's, there's no question about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. What else have we not covered that you would want to talk about? Is there,
no, I think,
went through the full spectrum here.
Yeah, no, it just, I just hope people realize that talking about this stuff is important because we all have to, you should always have your own ideas challenged and things like that for sure. But we have to actually do something. Right now, Gaza is just being starved to death. I'm leaving aside the bombardment is horrendous. I still have, I have plenty of Palestinian friends. Most of them are healthcare workers. They've all been expelled from their homes. They're all living in the Mawasi, which is just the beach, in a tent. And they're all telling me they're not eating at all. They can't feed their kids. They can't, if this continues, Gaza is just there's 1 million children there and they're just going to be starved to death. It's this kind of thing is crazy. We do not have to accept that as Americans. We are not helpless people. Yes, it's not nice to be called bad things by the Anti-Defamation League or, you don't seem to care too much.
No, I don't give a shit.
But it doesn't I get people sending me nasty grams on Twitter or fine. But and yes, we should remember we're lucky as American citizens, right? If you're a foreign student right now, you're desperately trying to avoid getting kidnapped on the streets by ICE.
Even walking by a pro-Palestinian rally,
right? Yeah,
is enough for the government to basically black bag you.
Yeah, I don't know if you. I think I was just reading it out there before I came on. Drop Site News just right. No, or I think it was The Intercept actually. They just had a thing about how the U.S. government demanded that Instagram, or they demanded a search warrant for some Columbia University group, some pro-Palestinian group's Instagram, so that they could know exactly who is on it. And the Intercept pointed out it's extremely unusual for a judge to deny just a search warrant, let alone to deny it multiple times. Like that's how thin this crap is. But
I think
nevertheless,
the reason why they're doing that
still
is because
doing
of
it.
the absolutely psychotic civil suit that initially was launched against Columbia students, the Students for Justice in Palestine group, that was actually pushed by one of the hostages that was released, that claimed that Hamas militants had told him that they were in direct contact with the Columbia fucking students, and that one of the other points of evidence that they presented in that process,
no doubt,
was that the dormant account became active after months of not being used right before October 7. Yeah, because school had come back. The school term had started. Yeah. That's the reason why the account became fucking, it was no longer dormant, because over summer break, no student that was running the account was posting.
Yeah.
But that was enough for them to claim this. And now the DOJ is actually pushing for it as well. The DOJ is entertaining these absolutely insane accusations.
Yeah, they're just all transparently ridiculous. But the point is, like, as citizens, yes, we might be called mean names. We might, like, things might, like, yeah, you can suffer some inconveniences. And it's, if you're still a student, I understand. Like, it's very hard to just lose your degree, or like that's all understandable. But people like no one my age should not be doing something about this. You don't have to go to Gaza. Like, I understand most people can't do that, and it is, it's definitely frightening. But and furthermore, you can't get in, so it doesn't matter. But the problem isn't in Gaza. The problem is here. We have the absolute power to stop this instantly. And I have to be honest, I actually think Trump might actually be more likely to stop it than Biden was, which is terrifying. But they're not going to stop it because they came to a realization.
Yeah.
Like I had a meeting. This is in the Biden administration, but I had a meeting with a person who's she's a high level State Department person, not cabinet level, but if I understand how the U.S. government works, which I'm not sure I do, like close to cabinet level, definitely has meetings with cabinet officials, with Biden, with Blinken, with Brett McGurk. He's not in the cabinet, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And I remember asking her, I said, is the issue that the the Biden administration and the major players, is it that they don't know what the Israelis are doing with our weapons, or they just decided it's worth it? And then she said, no, they absolutely know. We talk about your New York Times article. We talk about your Politico article. We talk about stuff that tons and tons of other people have written about. It's no, and no one denies it. Like apparently Brett McGurk doesn't sit there and go, no, that's just the Hamas doctor that you're quoting. He doesn't say that. They just say,
yeah,
okay. I mean, if we have to, if every child in Gaza has to die so that we can control the Middle East by force, well, that's what it is. I mean, it's, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
So that's so in other words, we have to change. It's not a matter of explaining it to power. That power already knows what's going on. We have to impose political consequences on people. Now, that obviously doesn't mean voting for Democrats like that, and that might be part of it strategically in this or that place, but that's not really the major issue, because the Democratic Party was just as bad, or at least Biden specifically was just as bad. Yeah. It means doing things that are disruptive. Like it means doing things that impose a political cost on the administration. Like for me, that means or trying to organize the medical community in a particular way. And most physicians are absolutely horrified by this, but they're also frightened by speaking out because their institutions are cracking down on them. They don't want bad
they
press,
want to revoke
blah, blah, blah.
NIH grants for
and now they're even more frightened now, right?
If you don't sign a BDS loyalty
right,
pledge,
right. Yeah, which is completely ridiculous. Yeah. It's a whole other discussion. But we have to. We can't just say, well, it's risky. Like, yeah, it is risky. I completely understand that. It's not that the risk is zero, but there is. You're literally talking about being too afraid to stand up for 1 million children who are being starved. It's very how are you going to explain that to someone in the future?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't want to lose my job.
Well, they're going to fucking lie.
Or my, yeah, I mean, people
already
do.
started-
No,
people have already started lying about their initial positions. As
yeah,
though, like,
no. Oh, I've always been opposed. What's the name? What did somebody say? At some point in the future, everyone will have
it's a
always been
book,
opposed to
yeah.
this. Yeah, it's a book, exactly. The it's you know, we have to get, and the only way to do that is to get together with other people. Like, one person is not a political force. It's getting people together, and that's why, you know, like, having a forum like this or having participatory media like this is super important, because having the ability to meet like-minded people, have a discussion that doesn't focus on the same 5 stupid questions I get asked if I go on CNN, you know, having people who are serious and actually want to organize together, want to get a city council resolution passed, whatever stupid little thing you can come up with that you think will help, it will help.
Yeah.
You know,
that's why I always say
noise
don't
will
keep
help.
applying pressure,
Yeah.
especially right now, more than ever before, when like there is a tide shift or there is more permission to be able to say certain things without incurring serious penalties. That's why I always try to tell people, like, look, if I'm still doing it with like governments threatening me and you know, engaging in like an incredible amount of reputation smearing, who gives a fuck? You know, that's minor in comparison to being able to do the right thing here. What do you I'll let you take this one. All right, bombing schools and hospitals is horrifying, but what about hiding under those places in order to use those places as your own shield?
Yeah, so I get why someone would ask that based on
You
like
are
the way
so much nicer than me. That's fucking crazy. I was oh my God. Okay.
You forgot to read the one above it. Is the guy sitting next to Hassan from Palestine?
Yeah.
No, I'm like the guy said, I'm an Indian Parsi. But the and I was born in Houston. But but yeah, so you're right. Hiding under schools and hospitals would be
Hamas.
I never got the connection before. Damn it. But yeah, that would be that would absolutely be terrifying and horrifying for someone to do. But let's again, we talked about this earlier. Just take first of all, there is no evidence that that's happening. If you want to reach out to me, I have a public website where anybody can send me an email. Just ask me for the sources, whoever this person asking is. I am happy to show you a history of 20 years of Israel making these claims. They are literally, and I mean this without an exception, literally every single time there's any way of verifying anything related to the attacks on hospitals or on ambulances, which did not start after October 7th. They've been doing this since 2000.
Yeah.
Probably since before, but certainly since 2000. They're always shown to be false.
Yeah.
Always. That's a major reason that there are no foreign reporters in Gaza.
I'll take it one step further. Not only is it false, but it's also pure fucking projection.
Yeah,
that's the most insane part about it. Like, the human shield thing is one that really pisses me off. The idea that, like, Hamas militants are strapping children to their chests or something.
Yeah.
When we know for a fact that there's the Lavender AI targeting system and Where is Daddy, which is an
the name of it is
where that deliberately will consider any Palestinian that is enemy combatant aged male, okay, between 14 and 60 or 65 or something. As soon as they enter their home, that's when an alarm is triggered, and immediately the nearest Israeli Air Force drone or Israeli Air Force pilot will bomb that entire building deliberately, assassinating their entire family.
Yeah. On purpose. Like it's
on purpose.
And quite explicitly, it's deliberate. But just because I saw some stuff,
and they strap Palestinians, and they actually use Palestinians. Like, there was a 63-year-old man that they put in enemy fatigues, like in IDF
Oh
fatigues.
no, it's not just one case. Anybody who wants to read this, search for Haaretz human shields. I forget there's a specific term that they have for them, but there was a report in Haaretz saying that basically every Israeli army unit has a human shield that they walk around with, and at the end they either let go or simply execute.
Yeah,
it is a shocking story. But just to finish up with the hospitals and ambulances thing, let's just take a few examples. Right, number one, it was just, I know it's not Gaza, but still, it just illustrates the point. Yes, I think that's it. And there's I think there's certainly more than that though. In Lebanon, I forget the name of the hospital in Beirut, but it was a Hezbollah hospital. It was a hospital which is owned by Hezbollah's charitable wing.
Yeah.
The
Hezbollah
Israeli,
is, again,
it is not one thing. Yes, exactly.
Hezbollah has a militant faction.
Yeah.
But Hezbollah also is a party in the Lebanese parliament.
Yeah.
So, the idea that even if Hezbollah is a militant faction, the idea that you get to kill every single
the
person.
U.S. Army has hospitals too.
Yeah, in a totally fucking sovereign nation is insane to me.
But so the claim, this is during while fighting was actually going on between Hezbollah and Israel. The claim was that Hezbollah was using this hospital. Do you remember this, to hide gold and cash?
Yeah, I remember.
It was
they said that.
It was such a weird. You were like, I remember thinking like, wait, what? Like, I mean, okay, even if that's true, that certainly doesn't mean you can blow up a hospital because there's money underneath it. Like, that's the weirdest statement ever. But furthermore, because the Israelis don't control entry to Lebanon, a BBC news crew just went there and said, "Excuse me, can we have the keys?" Yeah, here you go. Go look wherever you want.
Yeah,
didn't find anything.
Yeah, and that's how you know it's bullshit, because even in Gaza, because there's no outside, because there's no Western reporters, outside reporters that can report on this stuff. Israel still can't even make up shit. Like the central, the command structure that they claim was under the Al Shifa hospital
is complete nonsense.
Is ridiculous. It's like tunnels that Israel itself built.
Yeah, which are the only tunnels that are there. But if anybody remembers, if you go back and look for what Israel said when it laid siege to Shifa Hospital in, I guess, November and December of 2023. They said that there was a 3 or 4, I can't remember now, 3 yes, this is the report.
Yeah,
there was a 3-story tunnel complex under Shifa Hospital. It turns out that's not there, which is hardly surprising. How on earth would Hamas build something like that?
Oh, here's the 3D diagram.
Yeah, this is the. So now, just to illustrate how ridiculous this is the exact video. This so I was on Israel's Channel 13 News a few weeks ago, and the comment or the interviewer said, "Oh, but Hamas is hiding in the hospitals." And I said, "No, actually, I've never seen any Hamas in the hospitals." And he said, "Oh, no, what are you talking about? We've seen all the videos. There's so much video evidence." And you know what they played? There was a record. They played this crap. And I was like, "What? This is from the real engine. It doesn't even look real. Like, what are you talking about?" He's like, "There's so much evidence." No, so there's none. So I just want to give a few more examples.
It's like having to deal with someone going through a mental health episode. It's like, I imagined an alternative reality. Yeah. I drew this drawing and it scared me, and now it's your problem. I'm going to kill as many children as possible.
And this is it was completely made up. So let me just give another example. On March 23rd, this is me personally, okay? I witnessed this. On March 18th, that's when the big bombing campaign resumed, and the last operation I did that day was a 16-year-old boy named Ibrahim Barhoum. He was killed in his hospital room on March 23rd when the Israelis fired a rocket at it. I was literally 2 minutes away from being in that room, so I was almost killed there. The Israelis fired that rocket at his hospital room to kill the other guy in the room, whose name was Ismail Barhoum. They claimed Nadav Shoshani, I think is his name, the IDF international spokesperson. He claimed that Ismail Barhoum, the target of the attack, who's a 56-year-old Hamas politician that they claimed was the prime minister of Gaza. They said that he had been in the hospital for weeks planning terrorist attacks. Now, one might ask a few questions. Number one, why during a ceasefire, when everyone else from Hamas was just walking around freely, was he hiding in the hospital?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. Why, if there are tunnels under European hospital, which is 2 kilometers that way, doesn't he just go hide in those tunnels? Why is he taking over a ward? Yeah. Thirdly, I walked through there multiple times a day, every day. There are no locked doors. There's nobody hiding anywhere. I never saw the guy. He was actually admitted to the hospital a few hours before he was killed in his hospital bed. So these are just complete. And again, leaving aside that it is completely illegal to kill someone in a hospital, even if they are part of Hamas. That's not a thing. But leaving that aside, even the claims that are made to justify it are completely made up. Thirdly, we just had it also happened to be on March 23rd, this unbelievable all morning long, sustained attack on ambulances in Tal Sultan, I think, in Rafah, where 15 paramedics, rescue workers, and one UN worker were just simply murdered. And this became a huge deal. Like this for some reason, this really caught the attention of the world press. Everybody who has investigated this has found that the Israelis were lying through their noses about this. They and it's just, I don't even want to go through the details just because it's so irritating. Like, you can tell I'm getting kind of irritated. Sorry. But it's just an unbelievable crime. And, so I'm sorry, but every single time there is any evidence, again, if anybody has a counterexample, please email me. I'm very happy to discuss it. I would love to find a single counterexample. The only time it is at least that I'm aware of, and I don't know everything in the world for sure, but the only time I'm aware of that Hamas has actually used a medical facility for illegal purposes, but it was not during active conflict, and Amnesty International wrote a report about this, was after Operation Protective Edge, I think it was 2014, they used a decommissioned outpatient part of Shifa Hospital as an interrogation and torture ward. Now, torture wing. So now, obviously, that's not good. You're not supposed to torture people, and you're not supposed to arbitrarily kill people. But that was after the war was over. So there was no they weren't using it to fire rockets. They were using it to interrogate suspected collaborators, right? So again, I don't like people being tortured. That's not good, right? But that has nothing to do with militarizing a hospital.
Once again, Israel also routinely tortures every single Palestinian that they hold captive under military tribunal, military detention, permanent military detention. And not only that, but also obviously squashing collaborators under complete occupation has been historically common practice amongst.
It was done in the Warsaw Ghetto. It was done. It was done anywhere you want to have any success as a resistance group. You're going to have to do that.
Yeah.
And this goes. It's always important to just
the ANC's practice was far more brutal.
Way more brutal. Soweto necklaces. Yeah. A Soweto necklace is putting a tire around someone's head, filling it up with gasoline, and lighting the gasoline on fire.
Yeah.
That's how collaborators were dealt with in South Africa. It's not pretty, but again, unfortunately, when you are attacking people's most basic and fundamental rights, they will resort to violence. And as the violence escalates, it escalates. Again, it's not pretty at all. It's horrifying. Can you imagine dying that way? I mean, Jesus.
But the standards of violence are always dictated by the colonial power.
Yes, exactly. It's always
Israel.
The more powerful actor is always the one that has the ability to act more violently. That's not surprising at all.
Yeah.
But again, just to bring it back to us, it really tells us something. Because you mentioned the torture of Palestinians, it tells us something about our own society, that Palestinian. So when Israeli prisoners Israeli hostages have been released from Gaza by Hamas, they were going through this big ceremony and which people said was humiliating, and I actually don't disagree with that. It obviously was a show for propaganda purposes. Okay, fine. And people said, "Oh, they're so thin. They haven't eaten." It's like, well, right. No, I mean, number one, they haven't eaten because no food is being allowed into Gaza. So that like I said this on the Israeli show.
Also,
I said,
also their conditions were far.
No, that's
far
exactly
better.
what I wanted to get to. Exactly.
Yeah.
But if you compare that, which no Western outlet has had any concern whatsoever about because remember, these are prisoner exchanges, right?
Yeah.
Or hostage exchanges, whatever you want to call it. They're the exchange of Israelis for Palestinians. Huge numbers of Palestinians were released. They all came out with scabies. Scabies is a disease that is so uncommon that in the United States, if we see somebody in the hospital with it, we assume they are the victims of elder abuse. And I mean this literally. It's a horrifying skin infection. They're all coming out with it. I was with a surgeon named Khaled Al-Ser when I was at Nasser this last time, and he was imprisoned by the Israelis for 6 months, and he was given a privileged position because as a healthcare worker, he was given a privileged position in the prison. He was still beaten senseless. He was still tormented. He was still tortured. He was still starved. But he was relatively privileged compared to those. He showed me a picture of himself when he got out. I thought he was his grandfather. I'm not exaggerating. I said, "Oh, this is your grandpa?" He said, "No, that's me." I said, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Jeez. I couldn't believe it. He showed me all the scars he still has all over his body from scabies. He showed, like, he said when he got to his home, the International Committee for the Red Cross does the exchanges, they facilitate them, and they offered him the opportunity. They said you can make a phone call to tell your parents you're coming. He said no. Who knows what'll happen? I don't want them to know that I'm being released until I'm there. Like until I'm literally standing with them. They didn't recognize him. Oof. When he showed up. He said, "Mom, it's me." And that's. And this is extremely common. People are coming out. There's plenty of video about this if people want to see it. There are Palestinians coming out who are literally rocking back and forth like this, like a torture victim from a Saw movie. And it's horrifying the way they're being released. Has any of this ever been published?
No.
Has it ever been on the front page of CNN? Israel releases batch of tormented, horrendously treated, starved, scabies-ridden civilians kidnapped from Gaza. Has that ever been a headline somewhere?
No.
That tells you something about who we not. Again, we don't run CNN, obviously, but it tells us something about the voices that are prominent in our society. It tells you something about what our institutions actually are, and it tells you why we need alternative ones like this. Actually.
Yeah, Zach Foster pointed to this as well. Said it's an indisputable fact that on average, based on available evidence, Palestinian forces treat Israeli captives and hostages dramatically better than Israeli forces treat Palestinian captives and hostages.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, and
it's the same. It's very similar to the condition of the captives released under NVA care versus under U.S. imprisonment.
Oh yeah,
and even then, the NVA also did torture some of the prisoners of war as well. And
no one should think that being in Hamas captivity is fun. It's terrifying. Can you imagine? First of all, it's terrifying because you're being bombed constantly. You have no idea if you're going to die.
Which is, again, very common sentiment shared by every single hostage that has been released.
And the hostages' families.
Was the fear that they experienced from, not from Hamas specifically, but from Israeli bombing.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No doubt these people were frightened by their captors too. I don't want to make any pretense of anything else. It doesn't seem like they were, like, I'm sure some people were beaten. I'm sure, again, hard to imagine that otherwise, right? I'm sure people were abused, but people's actual terror seems to have come mostly from the bombing, And then on top of that, something just to tie it back to what that guy asked about the hospitals. Another thing that Israel has used to justify attacks on hospitals is saying that the hostages were taken to hospitals. Now, obviously, again, Hamas should just release the hostages unconditionally. That's universally understood. But since they're not going to do that, should they deny the hostages health care?
Yeah.
That's a very strange thing to say. There was just a video maybe probably a month and a half ago of Israel bombing. It was right after Israeli bombardment of a tunnel where a hostage was being kept. And again, the Israelis know the hostages are being held in the tunnels, or at least they claim they know that.
Yeah.
And they're bombing the shit out of them anyway. So there's a video of the Hamas. This is a crazy story. Remember now, everybody who remains in Hamas captivity is an Israeli soldier who was captured. They're not civilians who were captured
at this point.
Now, not before, but now, because of the exchanges that have happened.
Yeah.
So this guy is an Israeli soldier whom Israel just bombed in a tunnel. He's buried. The Hamas guys are digging him out with their hands.
Yeah.
They pull him out and he's saying, I can't breathe. So they administer him oxygen, right? Now, suppose he has a pneumothorax. Suppose he has a bleed in his abdomen from something hitting. In other words, suppose he needs a surgeon. Should they just say, well, we don't want to militarize a hospital, so we're not going to? No, that's crazy. If you're going to hold somebody in captivity, you are obviously responsible for keeping them safe as much as you can. I mean, you can't stop bombs from falling out of the sky.
They filmed it.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, they filmed it for obvious reasons,
Yeah.
So these are, everybody has to take a little bit of a step back when it comes to this idea that Hamas is militarizing hospitals in the Gaza Strip or militarizing ambulances or any other such thing. I think that, this might be it. Yeah.
And the bombings are still ongoing.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, just think about the lunacy of this. Hamas people are pulling Israeli soldiers who would otherwise die, they would die from being buried alive.
Yeah.
How awful is that? I mean, this is crazy.
It goes back to the Hannibal doctrine, obviously, where the Israeli military would rather kill Israeli occupying force soldiers than allow them to be held captive as prisoners of war in exchange for numerous hostages that Israel holds. because it creates a lot of political tension internally. And their ambitions are very clearly to just simply use the hostages and use Hamas as a way to continue the ethnic cleansing campaign.
Yeah, it's a way to solve the Gaza problem. The Gaza problem is that Gaza exists and there are Palestinians there, and that, I mean that quite literally.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, yeah. You know, it's pretty obvious. You know, sometimes people think that it's being cynical to say that, oh no, how can you say they weren't affected by October 7th and they're just taking it? No. Of course they were affected by October 7th. It was, again, a major atrocity. But that doesn't stop state planners from immediately saying, how are we going to use this? The same thing is, people should remember, and Norm Finkelstein's talked about this too, but people should remember on 9/11, 2001, right? Like the attacks on the Twin Towers and on the Pentagon. On that day, Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney sat around, looked at a map, and said, do you think we can attack Iraq? Do you think we can attack Afghanistan? Do you think we can invade Iran? How can we, they literally, on that day.
Yeah.
It was a massive atrocity. It was shocking. I knew people who didn't live through it maybe don't remember. Like, I was in Baltimore in college, just you know, a few miles south, or not a few miles, you know, 100 miles south, I guess. But we were shocked. Everyone was losing their fucking minds about it. You know, we were going, we didn't know, is someone going to blow up Johns Hopkins University too? Turns out no.
Yeah.
But you know, it was people were panicking, and the leaders of the American government were sitting around trying to figure out how to use it politically. That is unfortunately normal state behavior for criminal states.
Yeah.
So the exact same thing was done here. You know, it's just it's very unfortunate, but we didn't make the rules.
All right. One final question I want to ask you. Did you ever, this is a question from the chat, did you ever feel targeted by the IDF?
Targeted? No, definitely not. In fact, you know, one of the reasons that I go to Gaza is precisely because I know that the Israelis will try to avoid killing me. They could kill me and they would 100% get away with it. Nobody would give a shit. I mean, like, you would care, your audience would care, but but nobody in the American government would care.
Yeah.
It would be reported, and it would be a media headache for a few days, and why do our spokespeople have to defend this? And they'd say, well, yes, we understand he's a New York Times author and a trauma surgeon, and he has no criminal record, and he's never been convicted or accused of terrorism, and is but we think he was working with Hamas. And then, you know, CNN would write an article that says suspected Hamas militant Feroz was killed in Nasser Hospital. So in reality, it wouldn't affect them at all, but it would be a headache for them. So the way I actually look at it is that I'm actually providing some protection to my colleagues when I'm there. You know, I was like I mentioned Ibrahim being killed in his room on March 23rd. You know, I went. So I was going down to his room to change his dressings because he was going to go home the next morning. Like, he was fine, actually. He was one of the few patients that had recovered well. And I walked past the ICU, and one of the doctors came out and just said, hey, Feroz, there's a bleeding guy in here. Can you help with him? He'd been transferred from another hospital. His name was Mohammed. He was also a 16-year-old boy, actually. But so I went and I just went and looked at that guy for about 10 minutes, and I said, yeah, you know, he absolutely needs to go to the OR. You guys, I told the ICU team, you get him into the OR, tell the OR he needs to go. I'm going to go change Ibrahim's dressings, and I'm going to come back upstairs, and we'll get this kid taken care of, because the ICU was the 4th floor and the surgical ward was the 2nd floor. And as I opened the ICU door to just go down the stairs and go to his room, that's when his room exploded. So I was pretty. I don't want to be given to false modesty or something. I was pretty close to being killed, and that was very scary in retrospect. But but I didn't think they were actually targeting me. In fact, if they wanted to target me, they would have just waited until I was in the room, you know? Yeah. And then furthermore, they would have had like that would have made it easier for them to justify my death, because everyone agreed, you know, despite the fact that it was, again, totally 100% illegal to kill Ismail Barhoum in that room. Nobody in the American media felt that way, right? So they would have just said, well, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. So, no, I don't think I was targeted by them.
Okay.
Furthermore, if they wanted to kill me, it'd probably be easier to do it in Stockton than in Nasser.
Maybe. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming
No,
on.
of course, man.
This was incredibly illuminating, enlightening. It's, I mean, you're super brave. I'm sure you hear that all the time. This was an incredible, hard to hard to have, but an incredible conversation. Is there any final parting words that you want to leave with the people here?
No, just like I said, get together with your neighbors, your coworkers, whoever it is. Just get together with them and figure out some way. If it's getting a city council resolution passed, if it's talking to more people, whatever it is, it is a political problem, and unfortunately that means it has a political solution. And I hate politics just as much as everybody else because it sucks. But if we're gonna have any success in stopping this, it has to happen now, and it is a political solution to a political problem. That's all there is to it.
Okay, to end it on a lighter note, have you seen The Pit?
Yeah. So I've seen the first like 4 or 5 episodes.
Do you feel like it's realistic?
You know, there's a lot of stuff that medically is nonsense, but kind of like Scrubs, they actually do a good job of conveying like the emotions and the interpersonal difficulties and the stress of working in a hospital, and especially in an emergency room, and especially like a post-COVID emergency room. You know, those guys did go through quite a lot. I'm a surgeon, so I didn't really treat that many people with COVID, and I'm a trauma surgeon, so I'm used to a lot of my patients dying, but most people are not.
Yeah,
most
you guys didn't
get
favorable coverage on The Pit.
Trauma surgeons?
Yeah, they were. Well, they made it seem like the surgeons were upper class as opposed to the ER, the emergency room.
They're the real working guys, and the surgeon, the young lady, the young lady just comes down and is like, I'm just gonna do stuff and get pissed off. I remember the episode where she has a scalpel dropped into her shoe from one of the ER residents. I was laughing about that.
Yeah, surgeons don't know. Surgeons don't understand the ER room complications. Like ER people get their hands dirty. That's what they were implying.
Yeah, it depends which hospital you're at. You know, in mine, we work really closely with our ER docs. Like for every trauma activation in our hospital, I'm right there. Like I'm there before the patient arrives for the most part. And we work them up together. But in a lot of hospitals, it is actually the way they show it in the bed. Not that the surgeons are all douchebags, but just that the ER really does the work until a surgeon is actually needed. Because most trauma patients don't need an emergency operation. The vast majority of the time, you're fine, or you broke your arm, you broke your leg. We'll call an orthopedic surgeon. No big deal. You'll get taken care of tomorrow. Just chill out until then. But for the minority that do, that's what we're there for. But yeah, it's a good show. I like it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hey, thank you
for coming
man.
on.
No, thanks a lot.
Thanks
for
doing
filming.
This is you were all over the place. I know it's difficult.
She's agile.
All right, everybody. Thank you. I'm gonna go back to doing other regular news coverage now. After we had this long conversation.
Thanks,
man. All right. Do you guys want food? By the way, I got to get you guys something. Hold on. I'm going to here 1 second. Unless you want to leave. Okay. All right, hold on. I'm going to order you guys some food. Here. All right. We'll keep up with our coverage right now, but I'll be back in 1 second.
Now, Noga, overnight we had the bodies of 2 Israeli-American hostages deceased, which were uncovered. Yeah. What more can you tell us about this operation?
These are the bodies of Gadi Hagi and his wife, Judy Weinstein Hagi, who were murdered on the morning of October 7th when they were out jogging. A couple in their 70s. We know that he was shot in the head in the start of this attack. She was able to make an emergency call to call for help, to call the police before they returned and killed her too. And their bodies were then dragged into Gaza. We know that they were found as a result of intelligence gathered by Hamas terrorists who were arrested by Israel, and that the Shin Bet and the army engaged in a joint operation in Khan Yunis in the last few days and were able to recover their bodies.
Noga, thank you very much for the update. Noga Tanopolsky reporting that for us from Jerusalem.
Palestinians take cover as pulses of automatic gunfire crackle overhead. Others try and crawl.
I'm going to skip this one for now because there's terms of service violations in it. Hold on. Here's what the Kojat officer fake bullshit that they released from the IDF to justify this act, to justify this attack. Is there anything All right, we'll just
Is the
we'll
only
just go back
reason
to
we
Elon
can
for
now
now,
send
and then
America.
we'll just go back to Elon for now, and then I'll get back to the Gaza stuff.
Get astronauts into space.
We have all wondered when these two would fall out, but could anyone have predicted that when it did happen, it would spiral so fast? With one tweet, a truly imploding relationship after an extraordinary escalation in the space of just a day. Time to drop the really big bomb, Musk wrote. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. And then, mark this post for the future. The truth will come out, Musk wrote. The spiral had begun hours earlier, before those remarkable comments. It was in his lunchtime meeting with the German Chancellor that President Trump was asked about his old pal's criticism of the massive spending bill the president is trying to push through Congress.
I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Musk hates the bill. It will raise the country's debt, he says, and he has been publicly critical of it.
I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem, and he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate, because that's billions and billions of dollars, and it really is unfair.
Musk was watching, of course he was, and he shot back on X, of course, to his 220 million followers. Whatever, he wrote. Keep the EV solar incentive cuts in the bill, even though no oil and gas subsidies are touched, very unfair, but ditch the mountain of disgusting pork in the bill. He went on, in the entire history of civilization, there has never been legislation that is both big and beautiful. Everyone knows this. And then the kicker. Without me, Trump would have lost the election. The Dems would control the House, and the Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. Trump's response? Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave the White House. It didn't look that way on Friday, when the farewell seemed to be a fond one.
Elon's service to America has been without comparison in modern history.
Now Trump is saying this. The easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it. And now Musk is musing with a poll whether it's time to set up a new political party. And then, late in the afternoon, the wheels came off. We do not know quite what Musk is alleging with his reference to Jeffrey Epstein. He and Trump were socially acquainted during the 1990s and 2000s. Epstein died in prison in 2019. He was awaiting trial for sexual abuse and the trafficking of minors. Sky.
I love that they started the conversation by saying, we've all been waiting for this. Like, it's true. It's not wrong. And this is something that we've all been waiting for. And it has finally happened. It has finally unfolded. There's a White House response to Elon's Epstein tweet. White House press secretary issued statement in response to Elon Musk's Epstein files allegations against Trump. This is an unfortunate episode from Elon, who is unhappy with one big beautiful bill because it does not include the policies he wanted. The president is focused on passing this historic piece of legislation and making our country great again. The very fact that they are so aggressively talking about just the big beautiful bill and refusing to cover Elon Musk at all, and even using every opportunity to talk even about Elon Musk in response to Elon Musk, and bringing it back to the big beautiful bill implies how worried they are about passing the big beautiful bill. No denials. No denials. Interesting. Elon retweeted this video. I hate that this needs to be clarified, but no, Elon did not criticize Trump personally first. Trump criticized Elon first. Elon criticized Trump's bill first. Ugh. Trump commented on Elon. Okay. These are just like dick riders. He's so sad. And he's so goddamn desperate. Okay. What? Check this video on Bad Empanada. If Bad Empanada isn't a Zionist psyop, he missed his calling by President Sunday Prime. Are you on fucking crack, dude? I just spent the last 2 hours talking to a fucking trauma surgeon that recounted the harrowing experience of treating children who have been shot in the fucking head by Israeli drone snipers, and you want me to entertain some fucking crackhead slop tuber and his drama-laden, drama-focused, idiotic assessment? Are you insane? No, I don't even entertain Bad Empanada's own personal point of view on these issues. Why the fuck would I care about someone who knows even less than he does? Be fucking serious, dude. Holy shit. If we're going to have fun and we're going to do drama, We're going to do drama that relates to Elon Musk and Donald Trump. We're not going to fucking cover whatever some goddamn commentary fucking YouTuber has to say about Israel, Palestine, or those who speak out against it. Okay? Be for fucking real, dude. Jesus Christ. You always do drama, man. Okay, well, now you're permanently banned, Mohammed Maghazi. Before we move on, Feroz seems great. Frontward-facing speaker for the Palestinian plight. Yeah, when he said he edited his stuff for Norm Finkelstein, I was like, oh yeah, that's how he knows his shit. Because you don't expect doctors to know this much about the conflict and the political back and forth and the history. What? Grok is going crazy again? What? Hey, we saw you from across the bar and we really dig your vibe. Grok, please add a yellow Star of David in front of the beautiful Optimus. Okay, first of all, that's not Grok going crazy. That's Mehmet on this TrueAnon account, not Brace. Mehmet going crazy. Okay. Grok is just an unfortunate bystander in this. Here's how TikTok is covering the Trump versus Elon feud.
Big news. Trump has finally triggered his first death flag route with Elon Musk. We all thought that JD Vance was the most dangerous route, but what we didn't plan for was that there were two yanderes. Elon Musk is the possessive yandere. And what does this mean? Just look at this proof, this screenshot, this concrete evidence I have for you guys. Elon Musk is revealing to the world that Trump was actually on Epstein's island. Why would he do this if not to take down Trump? And in these other messages, you can see him reposting people talking about how Trump and Elon shouldn't break up and how Trump is not the same man he used to be. He misses the old man that he knew, that he fell in love with. And if Elon...
Okay, I'm done. No. Oh, this is Trump's new guy. Trump picked a 22-year-old with no experience to tackle U.S. extremism. 5 years ago, he was a gardener. Last year, he worked in a grocery store. Only the best people. What is happening here? Trump appoints 22-year-old ex-gardener and grocery store assistant to lead the U.S. terror prevention? Who the fuck is this guy? Thomas Fugati, who graduated from University of Texas San Antonio just 12 months ago, is currently heading the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships at DHS. Bro, this guy looks like he stays on Reddit. I am going to jail, my boy. What the fuck? Oh no. Oh no, dude. I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail for sure. Like, I'm definitely, this guy 100% at a point in his existence, in a 22-year-old existence, has been in this fucking chat being like, why do you love Hamas so much? All you do is say America bad. Oh, ain't no fucking way. Someone said he was an intern at the Heritage Foundation. Oh my God, I'm about to be in an internment camp from this fucking intern's attacks. Why he look like this? Guys, don't even make fun of this guy. He might actually see it. He's fucking 22. He's probably a Twitch watcher. The forum, just ran into Zohran Mamdani on the street. Asked him if he meant what he meant last night when he said Israel has a right to exist and has a right to exist with also equal rights for all. Crickets. It means it doesn't support apartheid, do you? Well, the answer is yes, for the record. Like, this is a Just Curious chatter, low key. He kind of looks like that one Child's Show. I think the guy died now, like the dude that was like really athletic with the crazy chin and the eyebrows. You know what I'm talking about? Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, we have to stop dunking on him, dude. He's going to call it terrorism. He's going to, dude, I'm telling you, he's going to cook all of you, bro. He's probably in the chat right now. He's 22 years old. Found a 1-to-1. Stop! Oh my God, we're going to prison. We're all going to prison for terrorism. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck? I saw someone on Twitter say he looked like a Redditor that would argue age of consent laws in r/lolly. Oh, 100%. 100%. That is a iPad kid face. Or no, actually, you know how there's such a thing as like an iPad kid face? He has a Redditor face, okay? He has the face of a man who browses subreddits and maybe even moderates them. I am utterly horrified at what this boy, not man, is going to do. He's got resting Reddit face, which people most commonly think is fast.
News has approached the White House for comment. This is no trivial spat. It is between the most consequential president in American history and the world's richest man. Together, they have massive political and financial clout. We have seen what that looks like when they work together. Working apart against each other, it could be so much more consequential still. And it just got very, very personal. Mark Stone, Sky News in Washington.
Oh, Ben reacts. Oh, baby. Trump versus Elon. What the hell's going on? Oh, my God. Let's hear what this fucking dickhead had to say.
Woo! So
Thanks to you, I'm able to support my sister financially. Thank you for allowing to run the fan channel. I'm so grateful. Hell yeah, Hassan Daily. Keep cooking.
what the hell is going on? That is the question on everybody's mind. Obviously, Elon Musk and President Trump are now going at it like cats and dogs. And there had been a lot of speculation for a long time that this marriage would never quite last. You're talking about the world's richest man versus the world's most powerful man. You're talking about two men who combined made President Trump president. Obviously, most of that is President Trump, but Elon's weight was not insignificant in the last election cycle. You're talking about a coalition between tech and sort of blue-collar workers. There are a lot of issues at play. But I want to break down what exactly is going on along three lines. There is the political, there's the business, and then there is the personal. So let's start with the political. So Elon's term in office came to an end. There is a statute on the books that says that you're basically not allowed to work inside the White House for longer than 130 days without some sort of waiver or without some sort of clearance. And Elon ran out that time. As I said on the air, I thought that what he did during that time was quite incredible. He put his companies on hold. He took a major stock hit. He took a major brand hit in order to come into the government and try to root out waste, fraud, and abuse through the Department of Governmental Efficiency. And Elon came in.
It's gotta be weird to just like, wait, what the fuck? This actually went viral? Y'all are crazy. All right, well, I guess we gotta fucking add more gasoline to the fire, you know?
Believing that he would be capable of doing all of that because, you know, if you don't have a lot of time in the government, you always believe, as President Trump believed in his first term, that basically politics runs just like a business should run. Meaning you can come in, you can fix the problems, and then you can move on to the next problem and fix that. You can come in, cut everybody. You know, Elon was doing the kind of thing that Steve Jobs used to do. Steve Jobs, of course, famously used to go into the elevators at Apple, and if he saw an employee, he'd ask them what they did. If they couldn't explain, he would fire them. Elon actually tried to do that exact same thing with the federal employment base. It doesn't work that way. So Elon was running up against the hard walls of what politics actually looks like. Regulations, bureaucracy, the balance of power with Congress. And within those confines, Elon was doing some pretty astonishing things. I mean, I know people who were working for Doge and with Doge, and what Doge was doing was pretty amazing. Well, in the end, Elon had to leave because his term ran out, and he was unsatisfied with what Doge was able to accomplish, and he was also unsatisfied with the so-called Big Beautiful Bill. Why? Well, because he had spent the last 6 months attempting to cut waste, fraud, and abuse at the federal level. He might have been able to cut $150 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse, but the trillions that he thought he was going to be able to cut in the end have to come from Congress. And so he's looking at the Big Beautiful Bill, and he's saying, why does this increase the deficit? My whole raison d'etre is to shrink the size of government and to shrink the size of our national debt, because it is going to be a gigantic burden on the American taxpayer, on our future, on future growth, on tech, on all of these things. And so here we are blowing up the national debt. So that is Elon's perspective politically. And then there's President Trump's perspective, which is he's the most powerful man in the world, but also he has the constraints of an extraordinarily narrow House majority, an extraordinarily narrow Senate majority. And coming into office, it wasn't as though he ran on these kind of widespread cuts. Elon may have wanted to do them, and maybe President Trump wants to do a few of them, but President Trump had never wanted to restructure Medicare, Medicaid.
Oh my God, no wonder he has no motion now. He's so fucking boring. He's so goddamn boring. Also, apparently there is for the drama obsessed, pathetic fucking losers out there. Ethan takes my, does Israel have a right to exist as a Jewish state? Ethnicity is an insane question to ask the New York primary. Take it in, friends. The dumbest tweet of all time. No state has a right to exist, so Palestine doesn't have a right to exist? Question mark. Further, why does it even matter if an ethno state if it doesn't have the right to exist at all? 24K pathetic brain-dead losers like this. At least we know the radical commies looking for a revolution are debilitatingly stupid. The status quo is secured. To which overzealous reply with, no state has the inalienable right to exist. It just needs to justify its existence. That's what I mean when I say this, of course, as I have said time and time again. Human beings have the right to exist. Again, something that I have also said, repeated time and time again. Furthermore, Israeli law explicitly assigns hierarchical distinctions predicated on ethnicity. For example, the 2018 nation-state law, the fact that 93% of land within the Green Line is exclusively reserved for Druze. The High Court saying that there is no Israeli nation separate from Jewish people. And then the 1950 Law of Return, which stipulates that any Jew born anywhere in the world has a right to occupy Palestine, yet Palestinians are denied their right to return. As affirmed by the UN General Assembly Resolution 194. What else do you call a state that codifies ethno-supremacy if not an ethno-state? Comment Ethan L. To which he, again, he's in his feelings here, I think, as everybody understands that the horrifying genocidal ethno-state that he has actively defended in the most cowardly ways possible, because on the one hand, he'll claim that it is actually an ethno-state. On the other hand, you know, when his wife is not around, he says that. But also will turn around and only attack those who criticize the genocidal ethno-state with terrorism. Terrorism, they're terrorists, at a time when the unprecedented moves from the fascist administration declares anyone an enemy of the state for even saying the things that I'm saying, hoping that maybe one day the manager will come and pack this up so that Ethan Klein can feel good about himself from his fucking multi-million-dollar Bel Air mansion, as he constantly talks about how he's victimized by everyone online. Oh my God, they're so mean to me. They're so fucking mean to me. A pathetic fucking loser, okay? Not worth the words that I'm currently using to even describe how much of a fucking pathetic loser he is. Turns around and also posts this. Epic own, bro. Except I never said it's not an ethno-state. So who are you arguing with? I said Hassan is a fool for describing it as he did. As an ethno-state? Interesting. He's like, I agree it's an ethno-state. But I think Hassan is a fool for describing it like he did. But you guys always show your ass by rushing to defend an imbecilic scumbag for whatever small amount of clout you get from a retweet, who is turning your entire movement into a joke by making you all look like terrorist supporters. It's so funny to me that Ethan, I think, genuinely believes that if he keeps saying that, like, everyone who's pro-Palestine online, like everyone who he has declared enemies in his mind, if he just keeps saying like weird jokes, that in his little hug box, all the fucking pedophilic Nazis that are now rushing to defend Ethan will also then keep saying that, and that the average human beings that encounter those gross scumbags won't immediately go, no, Israel is doing a genocide, and you guys are really fucking weird and gross for constantly attacking these random people. I'm pro-Palestine, except I never talk about Palestinian victims. This is the funniest Ethan has ever been.
It's so pathetic, this activism.
What is this?
That's a great point. How much do prisoners...
Wait, he said it's so pathetic, this activism? Wait, what? He has smoke for my California wildfire prison fighters coverage?
It's so pathetic, this activism. That's a great point. How much do prisoner firefighters in California make? Oh, so, okay, so I mean, they make it sound like they're being paid 2 cents. I mean, in a lot of places in the country, I mean, $5.80 to $10.20 per hour. I mean,
per day.
Oh, per day,
bro.
That's not good.
Yeah, no, it's not good at all. Straight up slavery.
So hold on, what does that come out to? Let's say they're doing 10 hours out there.
10 hours? 10 divided by 10? That's what's happening?
Straight up slavery.
So hold on, what does that come out to? Let's say they're doing 10 hours out there. $10 a day? Jesus, that's fucked. $10 divided by 10. I mean, it's $1 an hour. It's so pathetic.
He sucks so bad. Oh, what a fucking clown, dude. That was okay. To be fair, I know we joke about Ethan being maybe not a comic, but he claims he's a comedian. But that was pretty fucking funny, unintentionally. This is what happens when you're so horny to just like fucking disparage me at every step. Where the fuck was the other? Where was the other thing that we were reading? Overzealots. Oh yeah. But you guys always show your ass by rushing to defend an imbecilic scumbag for whatever small amount of clout you get from a retweet, who is turning your entire movement into a joke. Our movement? I thought you were pro-Palestine. I thought it was your movement too. Interesting. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if some of y'all were later revealed to be Mossad agents. That's the only way to explain a self-sabotage that we're seeing on a daily basis. If you wrestle with Pig, you're going to get some shit on yourself, okay? That's it. That's enough wrestling with this fucking pig. Gross, genocide supporting pig, Mr. Pro-Palestine. I wish he would admit he hated you. It would be so much more interesting. Wait, he has. On numerous occasions. He has. Not dodging the sexual obsession allegations, Ethan. What? I think he's just like trying to make jokes in between, like how seriously fucking pissed he is. I don't know if that. Oh, that's fake. Okay. Just FYI, I think that one is satire. Yeah. Regardless, he'll every now and then like post like my feet or whatever, and he'll add in a couple jokes, which doesn't make sense, right? Because it's like, am I a fucking terrorist that needs to be killed instantly, or am I like your op online and this is just drama? And that's what's so funny about it, where you're just like, it doesn't make sense. Because if you're talking about how like my fans are gonna come after you or whatever, if you're talking about like how truly terrified you are in the comfort of your fucking Bel Air mansion, right? Like, oh my God, it's the Holocaust 2 the real Holocaust 2 is already happening in Gaza, not in fucking Los Angeles, California. But if you're claiming that like it feels like a Holocaust is about to happen in Los Angeles, then like what is, like, why are you cracking jokes in between? You know what I mean? It doesn't really make sense. Anyway, good luck. Good luck on your schizo posting, Ethan. I'm sure there will maybe inevitably at some point be a supporter of yours that isn't like an active sex pest and a threat and can't be around fucking schools, you know? Maybe one day people will be like, yeah, this guy who spent
President
19
Trump.
months of live stream child holocaust attacking every single person in the pettiest, stupidest ways that actually dared to criticize the beautiful nation state of Israel that you have claimed is multifaceted and so diverse. Maybe you'll have a normal fan at some point, you know, that isn't like a Keemstar orbiter. Watch the cutie clip. I already reposted. I watched it.
Hi,
I know.
Oh, no, don't. It's ruining my date. Oh.
Hey, I'll be there.
It always yucks my yum.
I'll be there.
Oh boy, I knew
I'm
it.
freaking out. I'm freaking out.
Don't freak out.
I'm freaking out. Okay, no, it's just, like, guys, be chill. Be chill. Be nonchalant.
Nonchalant. I know I hate him, but I can't think of things right now.
Demir. Second one has 80k likes
One time
too. Nice. Hell yeah. Evet. Ben bu arada sipariş ettim. Yemek yapmana gerek yok bugün. Adamlara da sipariş ettim. Anyway. Trump announces travel ban and restrictions on 19 countries.
Trump imposing a travel ban to the U.S. on a dozen countries and partial restrictions on entry to the U.S. from several more. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, has the story for us. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning.
Oh, no. Pack it up. Pack it up. Fun's over. Fun's over. Fun's over. The Elon Trump drama is done. Okay? We can't have anything fun. We can't have anything fun, dude. Fucking hell. God damn it, dude. God damn it. Siri, play Bad Blood. Oh, my God. Birthday ruined. Yeah. Chuck Schumer came in. Ken Klippenstein earlier posted, enjoy this moment, everyone. Sooner or later, Hillary's going to post about it, and it'll stop being funny. And Chuck Schumer is the one who beat Hillary to it. Get off your phone. I have to fucking set up the podcast. Suck my dick. Okay. There's like a million things happening in the background. I had to order food. You know, sometimes I'm not going to be as attentive. I'm sorry, you little baby. God damn. They're going to fuck this up for all of us. Worst streamer. Other points from a source familiar pushing back on the allegations. Everyone knows President Donald Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Palm Beach golf club. The administration itself released Epstein files with the president's name included. This is not a new surprise. Elon is uncovering. Everyone already knew this. This part is the funniest. This part is the funniest counter because it's like, dude, everybody knew he was affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. What the fuck? Come on, man. Why you got to bring that up? Everybody knows he was besties with Jeffrey Epstein. God. God, we all knew, duh. If Elon truly thought the president was more deeply involved with Epstein, why did he hang out with him for 6 months and say he loves him as much as a straight man can love. Okay, that last part is good. Prime time has started on Fox. Let's take a look at what they have to say. I will say this. Not a lot of fucking drama from the Republicans. They're having a better go at it than I thought.
Musk won't forgive what they did to him. But a little beef about the big, beautiful bill. Guys can get over that stuff.
Never mind. They're just like, they're just joshing.
Pedophiles. But we don't always mean it. These are two big dogs living in close quarters, kind of like roommates. After a while, you get sick of each other. But usually men don't have a change of heart that fast. Just a few months ago, Musk said he loves Trump so much as a straight man can love another.
Elon Musk said today, I love Donald Trump as much as a straight man can love another man. What is the first lady?
Oh, I think she'll be okay with it somehow.
Trump's actually pretty forgiving. Vance called him a Nazi, and now he's VP. Megyn Kelly and Trump hated each other, and now she's at his rallies. Musk was an Obama donor, then he backed DeSantis. Then he went all in on Trump, and now he wants him impeached. So he's been all over the place. Will they patch it up? Only those two know. If you said I was on the Epstein list, it might take me a little while. But guys get over stuff. And if it's good for the country, both men are patriots. And hopefully they'll do the right thing. And if they don't, that's okay too. Newt Gingrich is the former...
Is shocking how, oh my God, this actually shows, again, how flimsy this allegiance is. Cracking McWestside, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, by the way, seven minutes ago. But I'm only getting to it now, which, by the way, you can also subscribe to the broadcast if you want to show your support. This broadcast is funded by you, the donors, who subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
But in the long run, what's happening with China, what's happening with Russia, what's happening with the big, beautiful bill, those are vastly more important than whether or not Elon Musk is having a temper tantrum. And remember, Musk is the wealthiest guy in the world, but Donald Trump is the most powerful person in the world. And I think probably that Musk kind of forgot that. Musk money comes from having met consumers, having been brilliant.
5
Trump
cents an
has
hour.
the vote of 77 million Americans to say he ought to be the commander in chief. And in that kind of a contest, there's no question in my mind that 2, 3, 4, 5 months from now, Donald Trump will still be president, and Musk may or may not be relevant. And that partly depends on whether Musk decides to grow up and find a better way of doing this.
Does this kerfuffle affect the China situation? Does it affect the big, beautiful bill? Does it affect Ukraine and space? And what kind of impact will it have?
I think it depends on whether this is a temporary, very intense exchange or becomes kind of a long, permanent struggle. For example, the United States needs SpaceX. SpaceX this year will launch 97% of the satellites worldwide. It's an extraordinary asset for us. To have the President of the United States end up in a power struggle, which is not really much, it's a public relations struggle. There's no power struggle here. One of them is president, the other one isn't president. And
he called him a pedophile.
And I think it's part of what
who needs to
frustrates
be
Elon
impeached.
Musk is that, he has a fairly high sense of himself, and should. I mean, I think he's a brilliant guy. I think the things he's done are remarkable, but they're remarkable as an entrepreneur. Henry Ford didn't end up running the country. Thomas Edison didn't end up running the country. And
Henry
in fact,
Ford,
in the
also
end,
a Nazi, by the way.
is not going to end up running the country. So I think probably things will calm down over the next 2 or 3 days. Trump has a lot of really serious things to do, and placating Musk is probably down around number 27 on the list.
So Musk says it's all about debt, and this big, beautiful bill doesn't cut it. Does he have any point there?
That's just, no, it's baloney. This bill does more to turn the curve on spending. Look, as you know, I am the only speaker to have helped balance the budget for 4 years in the last century. So I have some notion of how you do this. This is the first step. It's not the last step. It's an important first step. It creates economic growth, which if the Congressional Budget Office wasn't a bastion of idiotic left-wing thinking, by itself, the economic growth would virtually pay for the bill. It has a substantial cut in domestic spending in a very large way. It reforms Medicaid in a very positive way. And I think, Musk probably ought to get a briefing on the real bill rather than his personality feelings.
All right. The only speaker to balance the budget 4 years straight. Gotta love it. Keep giving him advice. Thank you so much, Speaker. And everybody go check out the book, Trump's Triumph.
Well, I guess someone has decided to throw their hat in the fucking arena. It's probably a simple calculation for Asmongold. Is this a real tweet, or did I just get fucking fake tweeted? He's basing Asmongold. Why? One must ask the question, why? Is this the Machiavellian calculation of the intellectual giant that understands politics? Or is it simpler than that? The answer is always, it's simpler than that. It's because one person follows him back on Twitter, the other does not. And of course, the Roach King will go with the one who follows him on Twitter, who has direct access to him on Twitter. And obviously Elon Musk is very, very desperate right now for any allegiances that I suspect Elon will return the favor down the line. He's picking the younger horse. Yeah, it is a real tweet. Yeah. They're technically business partners now, getting X streaming up and running, so I'm not surprised. Yeah. Asmongold streaming on Twitter is fucking hilarious. He already got a kick deal on top of this as well. I talked about it yesterday. One of the things that I get really fucking annoyed by is these very obvious advertisements that people post on Twitter on my timeline. Every now and then I see them. Blue Checkmark Power Farmers do this. Dexerto also entertained it. Asmongold was shocked after making nearly 40K from his first 2 Kick streams, right? This whole like Kick sponsorship, Kick payments are so good. Kick payments are so good, dude. Hey guys, come stream on the fucking pedophile platform, please. To which I responded with, every single one of these accounts is basically doing promo for Kick. All the blue checkmark power farmers is a way to try and lure people into streaming there. Kick dumps money on rich and famous streamers' laps, causing the false belief that the average Joe will also generate dollars. If you're an up-and-coming streamer, try to use TikTok to grow an audience, then lead them back to Twitch or YouTube streams. There's a reason why only weirdos stream on Kick. Twitch has the best community functions plus revenue. Saying this as someone who's been banned 1 million times. Why is it a pedo platform? What was the long 2-parter video series that came out identifying all of the people that disseminate and create CSAM on Kick? The average Joe streamer earns significantly more per viewer on Kick, and it's not even close. The point of Kick Partner is low barrier to entry. Smaller streamers can earn the same per viewing as big names with multi-streaming. There's zero risk. I stream on Kick, and the only growth on the platform are people who already have established communities, and they're going into other streams. Then you go into partner streamers who average 50 to 75 viewers and no one chatting. How does that one work? Is it beneficial to openly view bot? What? As a mom of 2? Oh my God. Are these bots too? Or are these like real fucking people? Something About Chickens was the person who made the video. I'm telling you right now, if you're an up and coming streamer, if you want to make a name for yourself, remember, going to Kick is career fucking poison. Okay? It's going to limit your growth. There is a reason why so many fucking Kick streamers, even the top Kick streamers, have tried to actively make inroads with Twitch and YouTube. Okay? It's almost entirely botted into oblivion. Every single big content creator that goes there suffers negative consequences with it. XQC is the greatest example of this. Once one of the biggest content creators on this platform for years, okay? For years. For like 4 or 5 years, he was the top content creator. He had a longer run of dominance on Twitch than any other fucking content creator. And once they went to Kick, once he went to fucking Kick, I mean, he made $100 million, right? That's it's over at that point. Like, I understand why he did this, but you're not going to make $100 million. You know what I mean? If you look at his statistics now, he has 1/3 of his audience that remains. If you want to grow, you can't grow on Twitch. That's for sure. Twitch is not the platform that you will grow on exclusively. Twitch, on the other hand, is the platform where you will gain more legitimacy as a content creator and will be able to generate a lot of value, a lot of revenue off of the audience that you cultivate. But you bring in new people off of TikTok and off of YouTube. I said Twitch twice. Oh, sorry. Kick is not the platform where you will generate revenue. Do clips. You said Twitch twice? Okay, dude, you understand what I mean. What the fuck are we doing? Okay, I misspoke. It's great. You can at least make 3 to 4x on Kick in revenue. Obviously, can't grow there, but if you have a dedicated community, it's good for small streamers. Try it out. All right? Try it out. Knock yourself out. I wouldn't recommend it. I think it's horrible overall. But the idea that you will have 3 to 4 times, like it's not a guarantee that you're gonna continue growing. All right.
Michael, while President Trump
announces travel ban and restrictions on 19 countries. Thank you for having Froze on. I feel like you guys could have kept talking for hours, debunking all the mainstream crap. Yeah.
is now reviving and expanding one of his most controversial policies, targeting a dozen countries with a full travel ban. It means no visitors from these countries, no temporary trips, no permanent moves, and it is sure to face legal challenges. Overnight, President Trump announcing a dramatic escalation in his immigration crackdown.
Very simply, we cannot have open migration from any country where we cannot safely and reliably vet and screen those who seek to enter the United States.
Trump saying that as of midnight on Monday, he is blocking people from 12 countries from entering the U.S., citing national security concerns. The ban mostly impacting travelers from the Middle East and Africa, including Afghanistan, Burma, also known as Myanmar, Chad, the Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. Another 7 countries facing partial travel restrictions. People from Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela will now be unable to come to the U.S. permanently or get student or tourist visas. The White House says they're targeting countries that lack proper vetting, fail to share identity and threat information, or exhibit high visa overstay rates. The president says he's acting now in part because of the recent attack in Boulder, Colorado. An Egyptian man who overstayed his visa charged with a federal hate crime for attacking a group of demonstrators advocating for hostages being held in Gaza.
The recent terror attack in Boulder, Colorado has underscored the extreme dangers posed to our country by the entry of foreign nationals who are not properly vetted, as well as those who come here as temporary visitors and overstay their visas. We don't want them.
Egypt is not one of the countries included in the ban, though the president is asking his team to review the country's practices and procedures. The new restrictions reminiscent of one of the most chaotic and controversial orders of Trump's first term. Trump barring travel from several Muslim-majority countries, an effort that faced swift legal challenges and was ultimately heavily restricted by the courts. But on the campaign trail, Trump promised to revive it.
The travel ban is coming back even bigger than before.
This new ban is much broader in scope than Trump's first attempt, but still certain to face legal challenges. There is significant overlap between Trump's original 2017 travel ban and this new effort. The only countries not included this go-round, Iraq and Syria. Democrats already sounding the alarm. Senator Adam Schiff warning the ban, quote, will...
It is pretty funny to impose a travel ban using the Egyptian national doing an attack while simultaneously not imposing a travel ban on Egypt. Not saying that they should, but it's funny to point to that.
Will only further isolate the U.S. from the rest of the world. Adding bigotry is not a national security strategy. Now, this is just the latest escalation in the president's aggressive immigration policies. The president is also announcing plans to block Harvard University's international students from entering the U.S., a move that may violate a recent court order.
Any questions, please?
Mr. President, on your new travel ban, why now? And if the Boulder attack was part of your reasoning, why not include Egypt on that list where the suspect is from?
Well, because Egypt has been a country that we deal with very closely. They have things under...
Yeah, I guess that's okay. Also, how the fuck is the World Cup going to work? None of this makes sense.
...control. The countries that we have don't have things under control. And why now? I can say that it can't come soon enough, frankly. We want to keep bad people out of our country. The Biden administration allowed some horrendous people, and we're getting them out one by one, and we're not stopping until we get them out. We have thousands of murderers. I even hate to say this in front of the chancellor. Of course, you have a little problem too with some of the people that were allowed into your country. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It shouldn't have happened. I told her it shouldn't have happened what she did. But you have your own difficulty with that, and we do, and we're moving them out, and we're moving them out very strongly. But it can't come fast enough. We want to get them out. We want to get them out now. We don't want to have other bad people coming into our country. By using the word bad, I'm being nice. Okay,
the Democrats say it's a distraction, President.
In the melting pot that is America, travel bans are highly contentious. This coffee shop in Virginia employs people from countries on the list. The owner herself from Yemen.
I see firsthand the struggles that my employees go through. And they're very hardworking people. Actually, the most hard.
Yemeni people are my favorite people on the planet. Straight up. They're fucking amazing, dude. They're so sick. They're the coolest. Straight up.
Working people that I have here are from Afghanistan. So them coming here, they're adding value to this economy. They're not coming here and causing trouble or anything.
It's devastating for Afghan migrants like Atifa, who fears she won't be granted asylum now.
If I go back to Afghanistan, is the Taliban kill us? Or my children don't like to back to Afghanistan, especially my girl.
So this is not just a matter of education for your daughter, it's a matter of life and death.
Matter of life for me, yeah. For me and for my husband, for my children, for all of us.
The so-called Muslim ban in 2017 triggered airport protests and legal disputes.
So I just want to thank you very much for being here.
But the president, who's been meeting with the German chancellor, says he won't let what happened in Europe happen in America.
And why now? I can say that it can't come soon enough, frankly. We want to keep bad people out of our country. The Biden administration allowed some horrendous people, and we're getting them out.
He says last weekend's firebomb attack in Colorado justifies new restrictions. 12 people were injured at a march in support of Israeli hostages in Gaza. But back at the coffee shop in Virginia, a customer who fought in Vietnam says President Trump's actions won't make America safer.
I'm a firm believer in allowing immigration, and I think it's terrible that we're deporting people that really have never done anything wrong. They just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. They get picked up by ICE and off they go.
Most people who work in this cafe send money to relatives back in their home country. So it's not just those who were hoping to come to America who will be impacted by this ban. It's extended families who rely on that support. It used to be the land of opportunity, but for millions, the American dream has hit the wall. David Blevins, Sky News in Virginia.
The president is also escalating his attack on top universities. He signed a proclamation last night to restrict foreign citizens from attending Harvard University. He's also threatening the accreditation of Columbia University. Nikki Batiste has more on this. Nikki, good morning.
Good morning. The president's proclamation targeting Harvard is part of an ongoing back and forth over its international population, which accounts for more than 1/4 of the student body. In a statement, a Harvard spokesperson called it an illegal retaliatory step in violation of the school's First Amendment rights and said Harvard will continue to protect its international students. The move came hours after the Department of Education revealed its Office for Civil Rights contacted the accreditor for Columbia University, saying the school failed to meet the standards for.
Good thing Columbia cooperated, huh? Remember? Fucking idiots. If this didn't cause tremendous harm to the students that go there, I would be fucking celebrating. I'd be like, you get what you fucking deserve. Harvard cooperated too. They did it quietly, and that didn't work either. So then they were like, all right, fuck this. Who could have thought this would have happened, guys?
For accreditation.
Here, I'll give you one other funny story. Now that Trump's ridiculous attack on all of the fucking legal agencies, all the law firms, is getting absolutely destroyed by the fucking lower courts, all those law firms are cooked. The law firms that basically appeased Trump did it for no reason. Instead of fighting, they just went, oh, sorry, yeah, we'll do pro bono work for you. Good luck, dumbasses.
cited a federal review which concluded Colombia violated 6 anti-discrimination protections by acting with deliberate indifference towards student-on-student harassment of Jewish students after the October 7, 2023 Hamas terror attack on Israel and the subsequent on-campus demonstrations that followed. In response, Colombia said it was aware its accreditor had been contacted and remains deeply committed to combating anti-Semitism on its campus.
All right, Nikki, thank you very much for that.
So we got some breaking news from the White House. There has been a phone call between President Trump and President Xi of China. It lasted about an hour and a half, and apparently it was about trade and only trade. There was a post coming on Truth Social here, and I'll try and hit the highlights for you. Just concluded a very good phone call with Xi of China, discussing some of the intricacies of our recently made and agreed to trade deal. The call lasted approximately 1.5 hours, resulted in a very positive conclusion for both countries. There should no longer be any questions respecting the complexity of rare earth products. Our respective...
Good on Xi to finally pick up the call. Elon gave Asman the boost by commenting on one of his tweets. Correct again? Of course. Yeah. I love that every fucking part of this administration is so bad, so grossly incompetent, so horrible. Like, there is not a single redeemable factor here. Dems are living in an alternative reality, says Jesse. Let's see what he has to...
Not a single American's disappearing. No one's getting sent to re-education camps. And Big Brother is not in your bedroom. He's just on your phone. But Christine Amanpour fears for her life.
I must say I was afraid. I'm a foreigner. I don't have a green card. I'm not an American citizen. I'm fairly prominent. And I literally prepared to go to America as if I was going to North Korea. I took a burner phone, Jamie. Imagine that.
Imagine that. Trump's not arresting reporters. He's talking to them. Something Biden never did because he couldn't. CNN's running around pretending they could be arrested at any time. And they're asking Clooney, you're scared too, George, right? George, tell America how scared you are.
They quite literally are. They are detaining people and taking their phones. They've done it to me. Well, not the phone part, but of course someone like Christiane Amanpour, who is a fucking immigrant, is going to have extra precautions. And they absolutely are black bagging people and shipping their ass to fucking CCOT. Donnie's on CNN. Oh, shit.
People take those lists seriously. Right. There's a lot of people, as you know, you probably saw in your mentions and emails and everything else, people expressing disgust at you. So this, you know, for as much and for as important and hugely important, of course, when it comes to government contracts and the price of Tesla stock and all the fallout that is going to happen because of this feud that these two men are having, you know, Musk really went there, and that is perhaps why Trump chose to respond.
What's interesting, though, is that, you know, Pam Bondi and others who have peddled, or the, you know, people who have had podcasts who have peddled these conspiracy theories, who are now running, you know, the FBI or running, you know, have high up positions, they are in a position where they've actually seen, I guess, these files, and, you know, they are the ones deciding what gets released and what's not. And they are now victims of their own conspiracy theories because there's no there, and they're disappointing the conspiracy-minded people who haven't seen
It's confusing. I mean, there's a clip I saw of Alex Jones tonight, the noted conspiracy theorist, who is...
If there's no there, why don't they release the files?
So used of having good guy, bad guy. Normally, the bad guy's a Democrat or somebody who doesn't like Trump. And now they are really trying to say, okay, well, what does the conspiracy theorist do when another conspiracy theorist blows up a conspiracy theory about a conspiracy theorist?
Daniel Sullivan, thanks very much. Coming up next, more breaking news. Ukraine coming under Russian missile fire in the wake of its strike on targets deep inside Russia. Report ahead.
Teams meeting shortly at a location to be determined. We will be represented by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, and Ambassador Jameson Greer. During the conversation, Xi graciously invited the First Lady and me to visit China, and I reciprocated. As presidents of two great nations, it's something that we both look forward to. The conversation was focused almost entirely on trade. Nothing discussed concerning Russia, Ukraine, or Iran. We'll inform the media as to scheduling, the location, and soon-to-be meeting. Thank you for your attention to this matter, which has been a way to conclude a lot of the Truth Social posts. Jackie, you're there every day.
Yeah.
She should give some pointers on how to deal with fucking unruly billionaires that are trying to forcibly take over the government, you know? You don't need the heavens mandate like Xi has to do what's right, to do what must be done, Trump. What? This is not real, bro. Well, if Musk got high on drugs and accused Xi of being a pedo one day, they'd execute him. Still manning this argument, what's stopping Musk from falling out with the U.S. government and tilting towards China or another U.S. rival in the future? Yeah, 100%. They wouldn't execute him, but they would definitely send him to the countryside, like to do fucking hard labor for a little bit.
What do you make of what we just heard?
Well, I think it's probably the news that everyone's looking for in terms of where things are headed with the trade talks after the president posted overnight the other night that he likes Xi, he's known him for a long time, but he's a really tough guy to make a deal with. So this sounds a lot more optimistic about the direction that the trade talks are going in. I do find it kind of interesting that he noted specifically that there was no discussion about Iran, Russia, and Ukraine.
How come?
Because China's going to be playing a role in, trying to figure out how to resolve some of those issues. And if they can work together, that'll be really important. Yeah, so
no doubt.
We'll see.
Just watching the markets, they've had a bit of a turnaround. Not too dramatic, but they have gone to green since this was posted. Just barely in the green, but it's green.
I'll take it.
To the latest on the war in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin says Russia will retaliate against Ukraine for its drone attack targeting air bases deep inside Russia. Our chief global affairs anchor, Martha Raddatz, is on the scene in Ukraine. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, Michael. This morning here in Ukraine, Russia on the offense and promising further retaliation after Ukraine's bold attack on Russia's warplanes. Overnight, Russia launching a series of brutal strikes against Ukraine. Officials say over 100 Russian drones and a ballistic missile struck targets all over the country, leaving several people dead and dozens injured. Here you can see explosions across the southern city of Kherson. Ukrainian officials say Russia dropped 4 guided bombs in the center of the city, badly damaging its government buildings. The attacks come as new video shows Ukraine's astonishingly well-coordinated drone attack, known as Operation Spiderweb, that left Russia stunned and some of its warplanes in flames. U.S. officials saying a swarm of 100 drones hidden atop trucks and containers with retractable roofs descending on multiple airfields deep inside Russia. These satellite images show the aftermath, multiple nuclear-capable aircraft destroyed.
I think that it's very important now to start to speak with Russia in the languages of strength, because it's one language which this country understands.
Days following the extraordinary strike, another blow to Russia, Ukraine detonating bombs underneath the only bridge connecting Russia to occupied Crimea. Vladimir Putin in a call with President Trump vowing retaliation. President Trump posting, Putin did say, and very strongly, that he will have to respond to the recent attack. Ukraine is now braced for further attacks, prompting the U.S. Embassy here in Ukraine to warn citizens to seek out shelter locations and gather reserves of food, water, and medication.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, so would you consider to put more sanctions on Russia? Because this discussion is going on now for weeks and months, and you tweeted about it once, but then nothing happens. So
yeah, when I see the moment when
I can't get over how he's basically, what are you, fucking Lavrov, dude? Why are you the one who's like releasing communiques from the Russian president about when and how the retaliation will occur? Yeah, I saw JD Vance is hanging out with Theo Vaughn. Slow news day. What are we even going to talk about, Theo Vaughn?
I'm going to make a deal when this thing won't stop. At that moment, yeah, it's in my brain, the deadline. When I see the moment where it's not going to stop, and I'm sure you're going to do the same thing, will be very, very, very tough. And it could be on both countries, to be honest. You know, it takes two to tango. But we're going to be very tough. Whether it's Russia or anybody else, we're going to be very tough. That's a bloodbath that's going on over there. And when I see the moment where I say, well, they're going to just keep fighting. You know, I gave the analogy yesterday when I spoke to President Putin. I had a 2-hour and 15-minute call with him. Sometimes, and this is me speaking maybe in a negative sense, but sometimes you see two young children fighting like crazy. They hate each other and they're fighting in a park. and you try and pull them apart. They don't want to be pulled. Sometimes you.
Why is he talking like he's going to punish Ukraine? Did I misunderstand what he was saying? He's like, maybe on both sides. Ukraine needs a little bit of a punishment too. Sometimes you got to spank both children.
You're better off letting them fight for a while and then pulling them apart. And I gave that analogy to Putin yesterday. I said, President, maybe you're going to have to keep fighting and suffering a lot because both sides are suffering before you pull them apart, before they're able to be pulled apart. But it's a pretty known analogy. You have two kids, they fight. Sometimes you let them fight for a little while. You see it in hockey. You see it in sports. The referees let them go for a couple of seconds, let them go for a little while before you pull them apart. And maybe, and I said it, and maybe that's a negative because we're saying go, but a lot of bad blood. There's some bad blood between the two. I have to deal with it, and the chancellor has to deal with it. It's incredible. The level of, there's a great hatred between those two men, but between the warring parties, great hatred.
Absolutely, and I'm here, Mr. President, to talk with you later on.
I'm sorry, what is the title of this video? Germany's Merz responds when Trump says D-Day was not a pleasant day for you? Dude, stop. I don't care that Charlie is covering the Elon Musk drama. Why are you coming in here and being like, halt the presses? Moist Critical is covering politics again. Yeah, I know, because it's fucking insane.
On how we could contribute to that goal. And we all are looking for measures and for instruments to bring this terrible war to an end. And may I remind you that we are having June 6th tomorrow. This is D-Day anniversary, when the Americans once ended a war in Europe. And I think this is in your hand in specific, in ours.
That was not a pleasant day for you?
No, that was not a pleasant.
This was not a great
in
day.
the long run.
Yeah, dude, did you not see that? That's why I told, don't you want to watch that Friedrich Merz, the German chancellor, visited the USA? He said, that's not a pleasant day, D-Day. We really stuck it to you.
Pleasant day for you?
No, that was not a pleasant.
This was not a great
in the
day.
long run, Mr. President, this was the liberation of my country from Nazi dictatorship.
That's true.
So,
That's true.
And we know what we owe you. But this is the reason why I'm saying that America is again in a very strong position to do something.
God damn it, dude. Have some fucking respect, dude. God, what a schmuck. Yeah, thank God America invaded Germany. Yeah, which technically D-Day isn't even Germany, but whatever. Thank God. What about the USSR, man? Maybe that's what he means. He's like, thank God you guys invaded and you guys came in from the fucking western flank. Otherwise those Russians would have killed everyone.
On this war and ending this war. So let's talk about what we can do jointly, and we are ready to do what we can. And you know that we gave support to Ukraine, and that we are looking for more pressure on Russia. The European Union did, and we should talk about that.
We will talk about it. And,
Yeah.
you know, it's good timing. The numbers for our country are through the roof, the economic numbers, because...
Are there German chatters in here? I want to hear something from you. We've seen a lot of world leaders come and genuflect to Trump. Do you think less of your leadership when you see them have to take a knee and just basically suck Trump's dick when they all know he is a fucking buffoon? Like, what's the attitude in general from other countries? Like, I can't get a good read on this. Are you guys leaving? All right. Thank you for everything once again. All right. Perfect. Can I leak that? No? Okay. All right. Let me know when I can. All right. Merz is a wannabe Trump, so no surprises. No, I just like with the South Africans, like they were talking about how their leadership did like a decent job, all things considered. But that's South Africa, right? Like very different circumstance for South Africa. But if you're like Germany or if you're France or even the UK, like you have probably a different attitude about your own sovereignty, right? Where I feel like imagine getting big dicked by a guy who you know is dumber than you and is like making ridiculous demands of you and you just kind of have to nod along and give in to everything that they're asking for. You mean every single employee ever? I know. It is like every single employee ever, except these guys are not, like, Trump is not their boss. They're supposed to be established. They're supposed to be like individual established states with a much longer history than the United States of America, for example. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, he does not treat these world leaders as peers, but simply like servile little piggies. Okay, not Germany, whatever. I'm not talking about just Germany, man. Like, there were people there for thousands of fucking years. There were barbarics. There were the Barbarian. Like, there were tribal people that fucking fought against the goddamn Roman incursions. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand how you got all of that in your history, and you're just like talking to a guy who's also fucking German himself, like of German origin, and he just treats people like Xi with so much more respect and so much more reverence, which is understandable. That's worthwhile. But then he doesn't offer that same decency to you or your leaders. I guess the question I'm asking is, doesn't that make you realize that America kind of dominates the entire planet? Like, it destroys the notion of like parity among nation states or even sovereignty that other countries have. Like, do you recognize the vassal status that you occupy as a European country? Or do your neighbors, do your parents, like, do they see that? See, there's even chatters right now that go, vassal status, ha ha ha, that is not real. Here's the thing. I'm not saying that to like dunk on European states. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that to make fun of you. I'm simply saying that because, like, on the one hand, European leadership believes and abides by supposedly this proud tradition of liberal democracy. But then they come face this fucking tyrant and they literally they're so cucked, like they can't even fake it. At least previous administrations engaged in diplomacy and made it seem as though they weren't vassals. I don't get it. Because, like, we have been able to dupe everyone around the world into believing that they have a say in this process and they're not just simply servants of America, with the exception of countries that America dominates and punishes for not being servants of America. And obviously, when you look at that deal, with only exceptions like China, which I guess technically were servants of capital for a decent period of time, most of the countries that are not servile to American interests get dominated and punished with ruthless force. And I guess my question is, like, does that not like make people feel a different type of way about America at all? Am I crazy?
Because of the election and because of tariffs and other things, a lot of things. But we've had some of the best.
Yeah, it sucks. Move on. Felt bad as a Norwegian Thor meeting didn't go over too bad. Fragile ass liberal chatters. He is asking, isn't it fucked up? Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying it's fucked up. I guess I'm trying to figure out if, like, people will understand it, or are people close to understanding it, at least from your neighbors and from the people that you talk to. Like, do they see it at all, or are they, like, that's my question. Do they see it at all, or are they completely and utterly oblivious and think like, no, you don't understand. Like, you just got to pay the piper a little bit. You just got to entertain him a little bit. But ultimately, we are sovereign. Because when America says you have to spend 4% to 5% of your GDP on weapons, and every single one of these countries has to jump after America said jump, remember, like, that's coming out of your pockets. Okay? That's your output. That's your taxable revenue. That is, instead of going back to like social safety nets, that's going to American weapons. You know? Isn't that fucked up? Like, Europeans look to America and say, oh, these guys are so stupid. They don't even have health care. What are they doing? It's so barbaric, yeah. And not realize that, like, we got here because domestically we did the thing that we're making you do now. Okay? Now we're making you do it. And you're a whole ass different country. You know what I mean? Like, you're a sovereign nation, dude. It's so fucked up. Stop the bullying. Time out the hate. Okay, time out the hate. You know, stop the hate. That's not what I'm not hating on everybody. I'm just saying, like, before this gets out of hand, you gotta fucking, I don't know, you gotta wake up. You gotta wake your neighbors up. Because if they don't, they're going to keep on hating on fucking immigrants and shit, not realizing where it's coming from, not realizing where the austerity is coming from, not realizing why their living standards have gotten significantly and noticeably worse in the last couple of years.
Best numbers we've ever had. They were reported yesterday, the day before, and even today. Country's doing really well. I think that one of the things you'd be most interested in is that 6 months ago, we were having a hard time getting anybody to join our military. I mean, they just couldn't do it. The numbers were record low. We couldn't get people to join the military. It wasn't me. This was before I got there, the past administration. But 6 months ago, a year ago, the numbers were record low. You couldn't get them to join. That included the police. And you couldn't get them to join. Now, we just hit the highest number in the history of our country, we think, but very close, but the highest in the history of our country, recruitment, joining the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, police forces all over the country.
What did you do for that? What was the reason?
Spirit. They love our country again. They do the same thing. Spirit.
Merz is like, what did you do? I would like to do the same, yeah. We need the armed forces now. Now that we are militarizing at an alarming rate, yeah, we need the armed forces as well. How did you do it? Well, you know, behind closed doors, maybe he'll tell you the truth. I don't even fucking know if Trump knows that this is the truth. But any intelligent person knows exactly why it happens. As material conditions worsen, the poverty draft as an opportunity to get all of the amenities that Germany offers unconditionally to all of its fucking citizens. The only way to access said amenities is if you know, join the goddamn military. That's it. Yeah. Do more austerity, which is going to happen anyway, so you can fucking pay for the weapons that we're forcing you to buy. And then in the process of that austerity, so like all of the social safety nets that people took for granted go away. And then because it's something you have to pay for, do military service. Do military service.
We have great spirit is back in our country, and it's very simple. And, you know, it was only, Susie, 6 months ago, right, that you got reports, you're the one that released them, that you couldn't get anybody to join the military, and now we're stopped. Every service now is packed, and we have waiting lists of people trying to get in, as good as we've ever had in the history of our country. So that's an honor. That's a great honor.
Mr. President, on the war.
You've asked. You've had enough.
Oh shit, they're re-Stalinizing? What a new Stalin statue says about Russia's attempt to reshape history. Oh my god. Yo, they're gonna make me fucking say some things right now.
In Russia, not only do people not know what the future will hold, they don't know what the past will hold. The past here is constantly changing.
They're honoring Mao Zedong, actually. They're not even honoring Stalin. They're honoring Mao because this was an egregious mistake by the period of de-Stalinization was treated as an unfathomable mistake, an unforced error by the USSR at the time, which was met with a lot of criticism from communist China. So now maybe they're doing this to honor Mao, not necessarily to re-Stalinize, but to basically reaffirm their commitment and go back to a period where there is no Sino-Soviet split.
So I'm going down into the Moscow metro because somewhere here, deep underground, a ghost of Russia's past has reappeared. And there he is, Joseph Stalin, a brand new statue of the Soviet dictator. Now, there was a time after his death when all the Stalins...
Yeah, they were fake. They were fake. They were phony. Like, transitioning from the Sino-Soviet split to the Sino-Soviet commit. Yeah, Comintern coming back. International cooperation amongst communist countries.
Statues in Russia were removed, were knocked down, when Stalin's cult of personality and his crimes against the people were officially condemned. The Great Terror, the millions sent to the Gulag, the hundreds of thousands of people executed. But Stalin monuments have been popping up again all over Russia. Today the authorities are focusing on Stalin, the strongman, Stalin, the victorious wartime leader. Stalin is being rehabilitated. What do young people today think about Stalin?
Well, I think that Joseph Stalin is unfairly hated. He did a lot to our nation that we still use.
There was, of course, the Stalin terror, and many people...
Bro, that's so funny. Going up to random people in Moscow, like random teenagers in Moscow, and debating them about Stalin is so funny. Look, the answer is simple, okay? The answer is very simple. No Stalin statues means no Churchill statues, okay? That's it. Like, what are we talking about here, you know? Their contributions are their most impactful contributions to the world are damn near identical, okay? And some of their devastation and some of their devastating impact, one might say some is worse. One might say Churchill is worse on certain avenues. One might say Stalin is worse on others. But ultimately, you know, there's the good and the bad. But if you have an issue with fucking Stalin statues, then you got to have an issue with Churchill statues too. You do know that Russia doesn't have any Churchill statues? No, man. I'm talking about, like, it would be akin to going to fucking a Russian national going to the UK and being like, why do you have a Churchill statue? Do you not know Bengal famine? Suka bliat. That would be dumb as fuck, okay? That's my point. I'm not saying that there's this Churchill statues in the fucking... On the other hand, though, I do think that there are statues that people erect of people who have zero good output and only negative contributions to society. Confederate monuments would be a great example. Famous slavers would be another great example. And of course, the Western world is literally fucking filled to the brim with those statues. And I feel like that's more of a close resemblance to like an Adolf Hitler statue than anything else. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's why I didn't say Jefferson and Washington. Listen, I'm not saying that, like, Washington has, despite being a slaver, Washington has decent fucking contributions, okay? Like, I place Confederate monuments or famous slavers as far as famous slavers like people that participated in the slave trade in the UK is what I was thinking of, okay? Or like people like Christopher Columbus, like shit like that. Like there's no, like their entire output is negative. It's just fine. I find it funny is all I'm saying. I don't really give a shit if they fucking erect monuments back for Stalin. Also, the most negative thing I feel about this is any sort of association with Stalin and current modern day, any sort of association with the USSR and modern day Russia is, I think, completely inappropriate. If anything, you can make a better comparison between modern day Russia and the Russian Empire. And I think the reason why Putin wants to erect Stalin statues is not necessarily because he agrees with them ideologically. He certainly does not. But the reason why he's doing that is because the USSR was a glorious moment for Russians. Like they were a well-established superpower. So it's basically a more appropriate, more appealing way of trying to relive the glory days. You know what I mean? Or maybe even like trying to say that like Stalin killed Nazis and we're killing Nazis in Ukraine, some type of shit like that. When in fact, his irredentist actions, I guess maybe Stalin wouldn't be necessarily against some of those actions, but you know, Stalin's most valuable contributions to global history are his efforts to defeat and his successful efforts in defeating Nazi Germany. It is not a comparison to what Russia is doing in Ukraine at all.
Suffered in the gulags.
About this point of view, we cannot blame only Stalin because it was a system.
Как я могу относиться, если я в России живу? Сталин — это наша история. Поэтому...
Ну, спорный человек, да, типа.
Didn't Putin work as a KGB agent? I would assume he liked the Soviet Union. Interesting question. I would say that era of KGB agents, well, you know, that era of KGB agents are very famously not exactly fond of the USSR and were simply using the opportunities that they had within the internal structure to basically sell off the country and gain as much power in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR.
Миллионы жертв там ГУЛАГа.
Ну, бывает такое, что мы же все как бы не без греха. Поэтому в те времена, видимо, это было необходимо так поступать. Поэтому было принято такое решение. Это его выбор. Подчиняемся.
There's a story about Putin during de-Stalinization time. As a little boy, he would take Stalin pictures in a garbage container and hang them in his room. That sounds so stupid.
Безусловно, он был тиран, тем не менее, как лидер он проявил себя. Но, опять же, да, в каждом человеке есть что-то хорошее и плохое. И вспоминая репрессии, вспоминая вот этот тяжелый период 30-е годы в личности Сталина, конечно, это печальная часть истории нашей страны.
But it's not just Joseph Stalin who's making a comeback. So, would you believe, is the USSR. I'll explain how a little bit.
Oh, these guys suck so bad. Yeah, totally. I fucking wish, dude. I wish. What the fuck do you mean the USSR is making a comeback?
Later. But I mean, the Soviet Union. It's long gone, right? It fell apart more than 30 years ago. There's even a museum dedicated to it here in the center of Moscow. I've just been to take a look.
Наклониться, выпрямиться, выдохнуть, вдохнуть, выдох, вдох. Продолжайте.
It's a real Aladdin's cave, or perhaps I should say Lenin's cave, full of the sights and the sounds and even the smells of a country that has passed into history. And yet, just a few days ago, one of President Putin's advisors suggested that legally the USSR still exists, because when it was being dissolved, allegedly there were procedural violations. And he said that to try to make out that Russia's war in Ukraine is an internal matter for Moscow. And then,
Ugh. Bro, how is this anything but handing it to Putin? Like, you don't have to abide by his framing. You don't when he says he's denazifying Ukraine. But of course, because these guys are so fucking reactionary, where they have to literally be like, oh no, it's the USSR you should be afraid of. Red Scare. Red Scare. Let's bring it back, right? Very, very nice. That is right. I hope people make content like this in the future when the American empire collapses. Maybe.
a former Russian Prime Minister came out and backed him up. Just over there by Red Square, there are some ultra-nationalists who agree and who want the Soviet Union back.
Это все незаконно, соответственно, все это отменяться должно. И мы сейчас хотим вернуть границы 45-го года, чтобы остановить эти войны.
Если завтра появится или скажут, что СССР вернулся, вот как вы к этому отнесетесь?
I'm in Slavic academia in the USA, and this is tame in comparison to what it's usually like. The worst liberals in your chat are like the tolerable people in Slavic studies. No, I know. They fucking have so much smoke.
Я не думаю, что это реально в нынешнем.
They hate having 90+% home ownership rates, okay? I have understood that. They hate it. All the Slavic countries that have 90+% home ownership rates fucking despise it. They will never forgive the USSR. They will never forgive the USSR for this, okay? Never, except for Serbia.
Ситуации политической, потому что каждая страна, которая была когда-то республикой, да, входящей в СССР, в данный момент тоже достаточно автономны, самостоятельны, и захотят ли они опять создать этот союз, но мне кажется, нет.
I'm not saying we're definitely going to wake up one morning to find that the USSR is back, but it's interesting that the idea is being planted, and it's interesting too how the past is being reinterpreted, remolded here under the influence of current events, the war in Ukraine, confrontation with the West, the push for patriotism. Now, Moscow accuses the West all the time of rewriting history.
Slavic and Baltic countries hate on the USSR because it dared to make them literate. Okay, let's stop. People are going to get actually upset now.
What's happening here does feel like an attempt by the Russian authorities to reshape the past.
What was it? Was it Zhukov that said, we liberated Europe from fascism and they will never forgive us for this crime?
To try to justify the present.
Marshall's, dude, there's a bunch of stuff that we could be watching, but unfortunately, I'm about to do the pod. Reminded me of this tweet. Yeah, Tim Pool met with Netanyahu and then started tweeting shit like this. Is one thing to criticize the war. It's another to call it a genocide. Massive swing to one side of the issue he doesn't know much about. To which I replied, oh my God, look at how hard I fucking ratioed him. I said, every human rights organization, the UN, virtually all genocide scholars are all wrong. Benjamin Netanyahu told Tim personally it's not a genocide. 57,000 likes. God damn. Drugs wore off. Elon took a step back. Elon just tweeted in reply to something about you again. What'd he tweet about me again? Fuck he say? An account with 184 followers has achieved de-escalation between two of the most powerful people in the world. Get this guy on the fucking horn, dude. What is this? True. I asked my audience who's the best political streamer right now. Asmongold wins 62% of the votes. Do you agree? Why would anybody say Hassan in my stalker's fucking stalking account fan base, which apparently Elon Musk is a part of? I like that this fucking account literally was created by the Destiny community and they don't even fuck with Destiny anymore. Unironically, once again, dumbass liberals trying to attack the left, okay, trying to position themselves as like the true arbiters of the truth, and then making inroads with fucking unlimited right-wing commentary, creating a hostile space to the left, and in the process, unironically, making a fascist space. Calling Asmon a political streamer is peak delusion. I don't think it's delusional at all. It is the meta. They still do. You're delusional if you think they abandoned him. And the saddest part is I don't think these liberals understand what they're doing. Like they still think it's like a valuable allegiance to cultivate. Did you ever think that the richest guy in the world would be making these dumbass posts about you? No. Elon's mad this got 60K likes. I didn't think we would devolve this hard. I didn't think that it would be this bad. Like discourse would be this bad. But hey, calling it unsafe for liberals is crazy. I watch him pretty much every day and it doesn't feel like that. Wait, what? Calling what unsafe for liberals is crazy? Asmongold? You watch Asmongold every day? I love Asmon and that's hilarious. What? Okay. Gamers baited again. Guys, fucking calm down, okay? Calm the fuck down, gamers. Like, there has been plenty of fucking gaming this week. And also, more will come. And also, I had a fucking banger guest on today. Shut the fuck up. Y'all are getting too fat for your own good. Anyway, y'all know you are friends, Lamau. What? Me and who? Asmongold? We are not friends, brother. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace. I'm gonna have Vivian on this Saturday. And Eid Mubarak. Bye bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at chip prop, great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radical whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun